All right. I was told it's a good omen when I start my talks with a little bit of Matthew. And welcome, everyone, to this year's DKGcon, all of you that made your way to Amsterdam this year. All of you who are streaming in from online, God knows where. It's so good to have you here. And also all of you future viewers who's going to be looking at this streaming via different channels after all was said and done here at the DKGcon. The DKGcon is going to give you the latest and greatest from the world of knowledge graphs, Web3, and artificial intelligence. And since the last year, what a year we've had. I mean, there were a few things that I had on my bingo card, like OpenAI really isn't that open at all. And not only that, they really don't even care, them and many others, about the stuff that we see to be quite crucial. So this one I kind of had on my bingo card. This one I didn't. Chuck is going all surfer dude vibes on us, and which is cool to see. But yeah, definitely not something I was anticipating to happen in the last year. Overall, though, I think we've had a year where we have cemented artificial intelligence and the intersection between Web3 and AI as something that is here to stay. There's a lot of promise that's being placed upon this technology to create positive impacts across different verticals of human existence, if you will, on the individual, organizational, and societal level. However, the current state of the affairs was eloquently placed by one of our speakers who's going to be joining us later this evening, Gary Marcus, who said that LLMs are just brilliantly stupid, and which is a thing that is actually very true. They're very convincing, and at the same time, just LLMs or generative AI as a field creates a lot of upsides, but it also can make it can create a lot of dangerous situations. Again, whether that's on the individual side, you're just receiving something that's not an output that was like an honest mistake by a system, but it can also go in a bit more rogue states where these technologies can be used for manipulations with misinformation, or it can even go as far as using this black box hazy technology without transparency to obfuscate, to hide, use it as a shield almost from any type of accountability. And we've seen glimpses of that happen across this year as well. But the good thing is that we have some stuff that we can fight these negative impacts with and actually unlock more value from the AI. And this is obviously where we're placing a lot of our effort, is to create a better world with the decentralized knowledge graph, and as another speaker eloquently put it, better than I could have worded probably, is that the DKG, or the decentralized knowledge graph, is a tool for finding the truth in knowledge, and as such, it has a very important place to ensure fidelity of artificial intelligence. So this is going to be the stuff that we're going to be focusing on today. We're going to be looking on how to trust the source. All of you got these great T-shirts, so you can probably spread that message after the conference as well. And our focus today is going to be on giving you an overview across multitude of speakers, multitude of representing and coming from different organizations, on how can we create a collective neurosymbolic artificial intelligence and really leverage this different technologies by leaning them against each other, so the knowledge graphs, blockchains, and artificial intelligence, to create solutions which actually can be trusted, are reliable, and can be used to unlock all the value that's been placed towards these technologies. If we look at a quick glimpse at the agenda, it's split in two. So this is day one, and then this is going to be our day two. And we're going to be starting with reliable, privacy-preserving AI. So we're going to kick off this session with a conversation between Branimir and Dr. Bob Metcalfe. And it's going to be followed by a panel and a few other presentations following that panel. So that's going to be a very packed morning day until lunch. So we'll break briefly for lunch, and then we'll be coming back, and we'll be looking at breaking down trust and reliability barriers for AI in business. So you'll be able to hear from experts across different industry domains and how they see the development of AI happening within their fields. And then we'll have the last. There's also going to be a fair amount of builders in this session that we're going to have here, and this is where we're going to see a lot of things that are getting built out on the decentralized knowledge graph today and the impact that it's pursuing. We're going to have a final wrap-up session with where we will be looking at what are the next steps towards the verifiable internet for AI, and within these 3 buckets, there's going to be announcements, there's going to be launches, there's going to be exciting things happening. So make sure to kind of strap in and enjoy the good things that are packed within this program. For those of you who are here in person, we will be closing with the mix and mingle at this very cool place that we have here with us. So make sure to stick around and, of course, get to meet people next to you. It's a very cool bunch that got together here today. For those of you who are tuning in online, no mix and mingle, I'm afraid. But there's still time to catch a flight if you want to make it in time. You can also make it in time for day 2, where we're going to have workshops. It's going to be a great day for anyone looking to kind of move past the excitement part towards really getting their hands dirty, because the plan is to allow you to go from the one-on-ones of the decentralized knowledge graph and artificial intelligence combo all the way to creating your first prototype, and at the same time also learning about the importance of how your branding should work for your company and for your solution. So bring your own. It's not booze, but laptops. So you can also do the booze thing if you want to, but keep it light until you start coding, and then afterwards, hit it hard. Okay, so with this is our overview for today, and I'll also conclude my introduction at this point, which gives me a great pleasure to segue into the first segment of the DKGcon 2024 in Amsterdam, and that is going to be a fireside chat between our very own Branimir Rakić and Dr. Bob Metcalfe. So without further ado, let's give them both a big round of applause just to kick this one off. Thank you.
The DKGcon 2024 in Amsterdam. I'm super happy to have our advisor, Professor Dr. Bob Metcalfe, on the video with us. Hello, Professor, and how are you feeling? How's your morning going?
Well, one of my dogs has wandered off and is missing, but other than that, everything's fine.
Oh, okay. Best of luck to you to resolve that situation. I hope it's not anything serious.
If I seem fidgety, it's because I'm nervous about my dog. That's all.
Yeah, well, best of luck. Best of luck for that. For those of you who might not know who Professor Dr. Bob Metcalfe is, I'll just give a very quick intro, but I definitely advise you to look it up. Basically, he is the man behind the technology we're using, not only to record this video, but also to cover the conference, to communicate every day. He has brought connectivity to the world with the invention of Ethernet, one of the most important protocols ever invented, basically bringing us all online and laying the foundation for internet. Also winner of many awards, such as the Turing Awards that you won last year, which is impressive, and congratulations once again. But many others, professor at MIT, professor at UT Austin, if I'm not mistaken, and probably many, many more accolades that I cannot even start to mention. So welcome again, Professor. Super, super happy to have you. And especially here at DKGcon to share your experience, your thoughts, your views on where the world of technology is heading, especially in the domain of AI. Let's just get started. You're obviously famous for inventing Ethernet, and I've also caught a tweet you posted recently, very interesting sort of reveal on X, how you actually did your bachelor thesis in something else, which was called, if I'm not mistaken, a neuron model and its information processing capabilities. This was back in 1968. So basically, yes, you became famous for networking, but you were already on track with AI back in the day. So curious, what came from that and how did that come about?
Let's not spend too much time on this, but I haven't always been a networker. In the mid-60s, I was taking all of the artificial intelligence, and they were called AI classes at MIT. And for one of the classes, my fraternity brother, Ernie Szilagyi, and I wrote a program for the TX0 computer, which simulated elementary life forms. And it attributed to them some degree of intelligence, like they avoided the sun and they ate food and so on. So I took the rest of the courses, and I ended up with, I got an advisor, Marvin Minsky, who is one of the early proponents of artificial intelligence. And he became my undergraduate thesis advisor, for whom in the June of '68, I needed to produce this thesis. And I wrote this thesis on a school bus returning from a varsity tennis match. Got it typed up. Title was a neuron model, as you said, a neuron model, and some of its information processing capabilities. I still have it, by the way, if anyone's interested in reading it. I don't recommend reading it. It's quite old. It was written by an undergraduate who was playing varsity tennis at the time. So it was, in any case, Marvin accepted my thesis, and but he didn't like it very much. I could tell. I mean, he didn't say I don't like it, but I could tell he didn't like it. So that sent me on the 9th floor of Tech Square. I went to the other end of the 9th floor and hooked up with a professor called J.C.R. Licklider, who was one of the bright lights of the visioning for the internet, and I became an internet guy. And my first assignment was to build hardware to connect MIT to the ARPANET, which I think of as Internet 1.0. And the purpose of the ARPANET was to provide a way of resource sharing. ARPA, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, was tired of buying a PDP-10 computer for each of its researchers. So it thought by building this ARPANET, we could connect dumb terminals to any of these PDP-10s and other machines in the ARPA community. So I connected MIT, the dumb terminals there, and then I moved to Xerox Research in 1972. And at Xerox Research, we were abandoning slowly dumb terminals, and we were switching to personal computers. So we needed a network, not for dumb terminals, we needed a network for personal computers. And that was the biggest stroke of luck I've ever had in my life, is they gave me the job. Since I had done the ARPANET thing at MIT, I was the natural choice to do the what turned out to be called the Ethernet thing at Computer Science Lab at Xerox PARC. So that's how I got into the networking business. And to make a long story short, I was at Xerox for 8 years, and we built an internet. You would recognize it as an internet inside of Xerox. And then I started in 1979 by founding a company called 3Com to help build the internet outside of Xerox, the one you're using today. And is that enough? Have you had enough yet?
No, I don't know. It's never enough. It's so interesting to listen to all the stories and the history of how it all came about. I'm particularly interested in I always wanted to ask you more about Xerox Spark, but I'm curious. So you've seen AI since basically '68. You've actually went even deep at the time with it, and you've also seen the internet grow. On that, listening to your conversations, both within our ecosystem and also on your Turing talks, you identified, and you like to call it pathologies that came about over the course of this development. I'm curious, why pathologies, and what would you identify as pathologies, so we can introduce the notion here to the crowd at the conference?
Well, and we're going to see this time and again, as AI was coming and going. AI comes and AI goes, and it's been doing that at least since 1966, coming and going. While that's been happening, the connectivity has been spreading and very rapidly. In fact, some could argue too rapidly. And a consequence of that rapid expansion of availability of connectivity are a number of pathologies, unwanted consequences. And the very first one, which occurred in December of 1973, and I wrote the memo documenting it, was the first hack of the internet. So those bastards have been hacking the internet since 1973, and we still haven't figured out how to stop them completely. But despite that pathology, the internet grew, despite our not having solved completely that pathology. We started using passwords back in 73. That was our remedy then. The internet grew, and the next pathology to crop up was pornography, which is always an early arrival at any connectivity situation. And the United States government almost shut down the internet because it was so good at carrying pornography. And then there was a big kerfuffle in Washington, D.C., and a law was passed, the Communications Decency Act, which sought to solve the pornography problem. A year later, the act was found to be unconstitutional. And I'm fond of saying, as a result of that, there is no longer any pornography on the internet. And then while we were handling those pathologies, along came another one. It's called advertising. Those of us involved in the early construction of the internet were offended when people started using it to advertise their, emails, crass emails, advertising their products, or websites eventually that started advertising. So we were very upset by this new pathology. But then we discovered that the entire internet would be financed by advertising. So companies like Google and Facebook showed that with advertising, they could fund their own growth, the installation of optical fibers. The entire internet was financed by advertising. So it stopped being a pathology, although spam is sort of the residual pathology there. We don't talk about spam that much anymore. It's pretty much under control, but not entirely under control. And then, of course, we have the more modern pathologies. So fake news is sort of the big one now. So there are the pre-existing pathologies, but now there's this new one called fake news, and we're all busily trying to solve it. You want to hear my solution?
Yeah, I would love to.
All this effort is going into asking Google and Facebook and LinkedIn and so on to filter, get rid of this fake news and filter it. And we have a big argument. But there's two mistakes being made there. One is we're making a mistake by asking them to solve this problem. And second, they made a mistake in agreeing to accept this problem. The big advertisers should not be, we should not rely on them to filter fake news. And the solution is, of course, the obvious one. There should be an app for that. So what we need to do, and people are working on this, is you give the design of your filter to the users, not to the providers. And so imagine apps in which you would compose different filters, like the New York Times filter, and you could have your own filter, and you could add it. So you could sell lists, distribution lists, and then compose them with an app with a drag and drop kind of thing, so that each person could design their own filters, and then we wouldn't have to sue Google for misfiltering our input. Anyway, what do you think? Is that not the obvious solution to this problem? There's an app for that.
It's a very very good way to put it. I absolutely agree. I mean, it is going back to the pathologies you mentioned. Some of those approaches haven't shown so successful. For example, when advertising came, yes, it turned into something that started adding this economic layer to the internet, as you mentioned in one of your previous talks. You mentioned security layer was missing because when you built it as a graduate student, you didn't think people would attack things. Then the economic layer was missing, and now the kind of this truthfulness layer is missing, right? And then so we need to add the truthfulness layer.
Yeah, graduate students tend to think that the world is populated entirely by graduate students, but
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I remember talking about this with you and how internet has evolved. Like until very recently, HTTPS wasn't the default thing. Like you would type in a password and just like plain text that goes through HTTP without any encryption, throughout the network, and everybody listening in can catch it. And that was pretty recent. I remember that. I'm that old, but I'm not that old. But yeah, in terms of the truthfulness layer, I think I think you're absolutely right. For advertising, though did go in somewhat of a good direction, it also did produce problems such as Cambridge Analytica and all of this data privacy trouble that was caused by it, that ultimately has a societal influence that can influence elections, which is obviously a huge topic coming a couple of weeks out from when the conference is in. So really the layer here cannot be, like, you cannot have the ones who are responsible for such a technology also regulate themselves in a way. And in our opinion, as the ecosystem of OriginTrail, it is really about putting the power into the user's hands. So actually a lot about
this filtering app, this composable branded filtering app that I'm expecting to come along pretty soon, can use AI. So you could imagine some very sophisticated and clever filtering schemes developed through the use of AI. So that would be a new plus application for AI, is AI can be the solution to fake news through these filtering apps.
Absolutely. And if you are able to control it yourself, so you as a user can modify it if it's open, if it's truly open, that you can configure it, you can run it on your device, you can be sure that it runs the way you want it to. This is really the way to go. And actually, there's going to be quite a lot of talk about exactly what is the way to build that app today at this conference. But before we reveal too much, I'd actually also like to just mention that this pathology that you mentioned, fake news, could be one of the strongest, the biggest so far, in our opinion, because yes, spam was problematic, and obviously the other ones that you mentioned were tricky. But as the technology was growing, as there was more connectivity in the world, technology had a bigger impact, obviously. So social media incredibly impacted the world, and some people would say it polarized us. There's an obvious societal effect. What happens when on those layers we put misinformation and problematic sources really into play? So it's probably going to be one of the biggest anomalies. And which brings me to another interesting topic. As connectivity grows, we see some other effects, like connectivity can be a catalyzer, and it should be a catalyzer for good. For example, that happened with computer networks. So as famously coined in the Metcalfe's law, which obviously I'm sure you were expecting to come up in this conversation. And I know you had a very interesting analogy, and also like applying Metcalfe's law onto neural networks. So what is your hunch really with Metcalfe's law and how it applies into the world of artificial intelligence today?
Calling it a law makes it really sophisticated. But underneath it all is the simple recognition that when you connect things together, you make them more valuable than when they were disconnected. And connectivity is a very big topic. We've already mentioned neural networks. Well, the word network is a connectivity word. Neural networks are based on connectivity. So imagine the layers of connectivity. So you have the internet in here, and you have fake news up there, and you have Ethernet down here. And then below Ethernet, you begin to have the LLMs and the neural nets. And I think a lot of the progress in AI will be an increasing connectivity down at that level. And I would estimate we're only a factor of 10 away from AGI. That is, the human brain is 10 to the 11th neurons, and the various chats are operating at last time I checked, we're down a factor of 10 from that. We were expecting a new factor of 10 of parameters to come along. So connectivity is proliferating even at that very low level of the neural net itself. And as I said, I'm currently estimating another factor of 10 is required to get us to something resembling human intelligence.
That's a very interesting point, because I expect a very big debate today at the conference, as we have many experts joining in from all over the world. actually arguing that we're seeing kind of a slowdown in the way LLMs perform as they grow. So we train them with more and more data all the time, and actually they start to not only sometimes deteriorate because of the problematic data coming in, that the problem of model collapse that we might touch upon also, but that also the fact of the matter is that there's, with more data and more compute, they're actually not scaling as we were hoping to.
I said earlier that AI comes and goes, and repeatedly in the past, an AI has gone. That is, when it sort of was hot for a while, then it wasn't hot anymore. Repeatedly, it was a shortage of data that killed AI in the past. And so the reasonable question to ask is, in this current AI boom, will it run into what you call it model collapse? It might run out of data. And that is, we would get all these GPUs running at all those gigahertz and just not have enough data beyond a certain point, and that we would suffer model collapse. I tend to be optimistic about this. The preceding generations of AI that came and went didn't have the internet. But this generation of AI does have the internet, and it has everything in between. So that there's the hope, is that there's enough communication, complex connectivity around to provide the data that's required of these AIs, so they don't go and they stay with us. In particular, they stay with us for fake filtering fake news. Incidentally, I am addicted to social media, and that's not a joke. And I'm not the only one who is addicted to social media, and that addiction is not healthy. And so I'm going to have to learn, and I think a bunch of other people are going to have to learn how to not suffer the negative impact of spending too much time on the internet. You know that there is that app here that tells you how much screen time you're spending in each of the apps. If you haven't looked at it recently, take a look. That's how I discovered I was addicted. I was spending 8 or 9 hours a day looking at I think I'm down to 4 or 5 hours a day, which is still way too much. So
it does pull you in. Absolutely. I know for a fact a similar metric applies to me and the folks who I work with as well. Connectivity is very powerful. I think what we have to see is the connectivity applied through multiple layers. So like you said, we connected machines, we connected people, we're now connecting AIs. And not just that, we're also connecting different data. So data in its raw form versus data that's actually connected is also another order of magnitude of differences. And that's why this conference is actually a conference about connected data, about knowledge graphs. And what we really see is that ultimately, neural networks are as good as the data we put in them. So with the approach of layered connectivity, we're able to go into the direction, as you said, making the app that will actually help us tackle misinformation. And today we're going to present elements of that as well. It's interesting because when you think about it, one might sort of relate that to the world also before the internet. And I'm curious what your views on it, because today the internet is kind of a default, right? We are all used to being connected. Like I think people who are, I don't know, start to take a phone or a computer in the last 10 years, they don't even use it offline at any point. So we're kind of used to it. It's part of the nature of the device to be connected. And I'm curious, in terms of AI, we haven't seen that yet. So there's AIs that are kind of disconnected. What do you feel? How can we apply connectivity in that sense? And would we have kind of a network of agents on the internet taking over instead of, let's say, people being the main driver behind it? What's your opinion?
So the rapid growth of the internet has led to this series of pathologies that we've just touched on briefly, fake news being perhaps the biggest, most recent one. But there's another one called hallucinations. That is, our current statistical AI regime admits to false data being returned. I think they're frequently called hallucinations. So the question is, how do we deal with that pathology? How do we solve it? Now, back in '68, there was, as far as I could tell, there was no statistical AI. It was all symbolic, and the emphasis was on reasoning and later knowledge representation. So now we have two worlds. We have statistical AI and we have symbolic AI. And it looks like the symbolic AI is, when you combine it with statistical AI, is how we deal with that pathology of hallucinations. And the DKG is the technical mechanism for combining those two worlds. Take it away, Branimir.
Yeah, absolutely, Professor. It's great you position this as another pathology, because it really is. The LLMs, though they're great, and especially being creative, it's weird to think that they're the kind of the only way to AGI, when you cannot ask it a simple question like, for example, who's the Prime Minister of Netherlands, and it actually might give you a wrong answer. So you're never sure. Because of this statistical nature, and it's in their nature. It's hallucinations are a feature; they're not a bug. So what we really believe at the OriginTrail and the wider ecosystem believes is that this synergy of neural and symbolic, statistical and symbolic AI is the way to go. So that's actually going to be the highlight of the conference today. And it's interesting because that they kind of seem to cancel each other's problems, but both rely heavily on connectivity. Knowledge graphs are also embedding essentially connections between different data points, or as they're called in the world of OriginTrail, knowledge assets, because we see knowledge not just being as a higher order of data, of structure and meaning, semantics essentially ingrained in the data, but also as something which is a new asset class. We believe knowledge is the asset class of the 21st century. You could argue AI is a major consumer of knowledge, and that these knowledge assets will be one of the key elements to which we can build solutions on top of the internet stack that add the layer that combats these pathologies, like you mentioned, hallucinations and fake news. And yes, I'm very excited to be seeing today many builders actually building on OriginTrail. We have 10 presentations of different builders today. So with your experience of building the internet and all of the RFCs and different societies and different universities like MIT, which by the way is incredible. I was just there for the first time last week, where we won the award at the Decentralized AI Summit with OriginTrail. It's really a great place. So with all your vast experience, what would your recommendation be to the builders of this technological layer, and what should the principles be on what they should focus on when they're building and solving for those pathologies?
Well, you'd expect me to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You start with connectivity. Now, connectivity creates problems, these pathologies, but it solves many more. And and connectivity at many layers. So it's a very big topic, as we've already mentioned, all the way down here at the, I met with Jensen Huang a few months ago, and in the course of our interview, he apologized because his company, NVIDIA, had chosen InfiniBand and not Ethernet as its connectivity thing. And he apologized to me, which is kind of funny. And I accepted his apology. But then I told him, and don't worry, you'll be on Ethernet soon. And the reason, there's like two basic reasons. One is, of course, Ethernet is superior to InfiniBand, but that's my opinion. But there are these layers again. So one could imagine InfiniBand in the lower layers for super low, high throughput and super low latency, and then Ethernet at a layer higher up, where the emphasis is more on interconnecting with the outside world. So there's room for both InfiniBand and Ethernet in this and you'll find that over and over again, where the complexity, the connectivity recurs at different places in that very tall connectivity stack.
That makes for a very good point. The internet is multiple layers, and so absolutely makes a lot of sense. I do remember though Tesla is using Ethernet, so it's not that InfiniBand all of a sudden is becoming more adopted, is it? Like I believe Cybertruck is all about Ethernet, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, Ethernet is 50 years old, so it's everywhere. And by the way, NVIDIA has announced some weeks ago their Ethernet products. So that's not a head-to-head battle between InfiniBand and Ethernet. It has been from time to time head-to-head, but now, they each have their layer where they're especially efficacious. And so Jensen's apology was appreciated, but not necessary.
Amazing. Thanks a lot for joining us, Professor. I'd love to also finish with kind of a wrap up and looking into DKG as the technology. You've been helping us a lot build it over the past several years, and thanks again for being an advisor to both us and the entire ecosystem of builders. In your opinion, I know we've been together with many other experts at Knowledge Graph conferences before. I'd love to hear what's kind of your hunch. How big are knowledge graphs going to get, and what do you see as? Do you see them as kind of the new connectivity breeding ground for AI?
Well, I think LLMs and knowledge graphs are made for each other. They solve each other's pathologies. There's very complicated calculations to be made as to what should be standardized in that process. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from things like Ethernet that apply directly to this convergence of the DKG with the LLMs and all the initials. So build it and they will come. Standardize where you can, because that really accelerates development. Ethernet is a standardization story. It achieved its dominance through being open and interoperable. And so the blockchain, do you remember when blockchains used to be really important and everyone talked about them every day? Well, blockchain is a key component of this, and it'll, as you know, and will help in the construction. And the RAGs have come along. The RAGs is sort of the portal to this unification of the DKG and the LLMs. I mean, the subtlety there is the LLM has to detect when it really needs to call some symbolic AI to answer a question for it. It needs to be able to detect when that's going to happen. And I think the RAG world is preparing for that. And anyway, as you can tell, I'm not a DKG expert. I'm a DKG enthusiast, and I look forward to hearing what you all conclude at the conference.
Thanks a lot for joining us, Professor. It's been a pleasure, like always. Looking forward to hopefully see you next time in person. And by then, I hope the whole dog situation gets handled pretty quickly. Best of luck, and face on. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving between online to offline. The following is a conversation between the Web2 builders from Polkadot, from OriginTrail. So I would like to invite Filippo Franchini from Polkadot to join us on stage. Branimir Rakić from OriginTrail, you know the guy?
That's me.
Wherever you want to.
Yeah, wherever you want.
And also, we wanted to put a couple of very serious people from very serious organizations into the mix, just to add to our seriousness. We're all serious. Bojan Pavlović from Google. He's a smart analytics expert. And Gwenda Siankalapoure from Microsoft, joining us online today. Please sit down.
Take a seat.
So,
make yourself at home.
Bob and Branimir made a very nice segue into the next topic, which is empowering humanity and in artificial intelligence. We've heard in the introductory speech that AI has generated quite a lot of value, but also quite a lot of problems. It almost seems that AI is generating more problems than the value. So what we're here for is to essentially unveil what should we do in the future in order to avoid some of the pitfalls of the artificial intelligence and actually build valuable systems to empower humanity, tackle misinformation, for instance, and protect user data. And perhaps, Branimir, going to you, because you have plenty of experience in building decentralized systems that are here to help users capture value, meaning not just a centralized entity capturing value, but actual users in a decentralized way. And not only you've been building the core of the decentralized knowledge graph and OriginTrail, but also you have plenty of experiences implementing technologies in real world, which is quite rare in the crypto space. So my question to you would be, what are your thoughts with regards to enabling user privacy, and how would that be possible? And perhaps then you can pass the ball to the rest of the speakers who have perhaps a little bit different perspective than we. And then we also have fellow builder from Polkadot, which might mirror some of the thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Riga, and thanks everybody for coming. I hope I don't become a little bit boring speaking in sequence here. But yeah, it's as we touched upon previously. So really, data is everybody's out after your data in a way because it's super valuable. The knowledge really is the asset class of the 21st century. And having that said, I think there's a big lure towards infringing privacy. And just yesterday or the day before, you might have seen Claude come out with a new, very exciting thing, which is kind of a computer control API. So basically, you can tell Claude, do something, find this image on the web, and it will go and take screenshots and basically take over control of your computer, which sounds very exciting, but it shows a trend. As Bob mentioned, there's like both positives and negatives to any innovation. The negative side is it's going even deeper into the privacy territory, and we've seen a lot of I think we'll see a lot of the things repeat from the social media era, where actually privacy was very much infringed upon. So it really comes down to us building technologies that enable user privacy. So enable users in various ways, also taking regulatory perspective into account, but especially empowering the builders and empowering users to be able to control the technology on their own. And there's various different approaches to it. Obviously, let's say if we look at the Web3 world, we subscribe to not your keys, not your coins, or not your keys, not your data. So this is kind of going very deep into the technical sovereignty, if you will, of individuals. But obviously, this world is not just comprised of Web3, and Web3 is yet still a very small part of the whole landscape. So actually curious to ask Bojan and Gwenda to share their views and experience from the perspective of how you folks see safety and privacy from a perspective Microsoft and Google and the experience you guys had.
Thank you, Branimir. And first of all, hello and great to be here with this great audience today. So I'm basically at Google Cloud helping businesses to be successful with their cloud journeys, including usage of AI technologies, and build solutions for their basically customers and their business partners. And basically in that journey, all these questions that you just raised here are extremely relevant. Preserving user privacy, ensuring that we are actually responding, that solutions that are being made actually responding with responses that are truthful, that are grounded into truth. And basically, I will share a few of my very personal opinions why I think what I think are good practices to achieve these things. And I think we can definitely start from very high, and that would be like responsible AI principles that organizations typically have. For example, I'm coming from Google. You can see on the website they are listed publicly, and you can read them.
May I interrupt you there for a second?
Yeah.
So actually, what's interesting for me is, the way I understand it, Google, because of these principles, was actually reluctant to build the first public LLM product, even though it was technically invented at Google.
Yeah, so I was not involved in the process, so I will not comment on that. But I think truth is that the Transformers paper was published in 2017. So yeah, this technology started being developed and basically matured, and now we have services that we have for both like consumers and enterprise to build their solutions. So I think responsible AI principles are really important one, and this are one of those is basically also incorporate user privacy in your design principles, basically. So these things I think are really important. But I will also share here basically how I see it when a business creates something for their end users. For example, using cloud technology. Basically, one thing are principles. Second is actually when you start building it and implementing it. And basically, there are a number of good practices that we wanna follow, such as basically implementing a number of guardrails in your solution, because you will never expose just an LLM to your end customers. LLM is typically one piece of large solution, and then basically you define a number of rules basically that ensures that your solution that is LLM based does exactly what it does, that does not respond to the questions that is not supposed to, and then when it responds actually goes to the sources that you want to ask for the answers. And then we can also touch on the prompt engineering, typical workflows. So basically that these kind of things are general, and I would say independent from the technology that you want choices. So basically you define your task you want to solve, then you write your prompts, then you test your prompts, you see the outcomes, and then you go in circles until you are really confirmed and happy with the outcomes, and basically later go to deploy. Another thing that's important for this topic is basically possibility to apply something that's called safety filters. And safety filters are basically components that are going before we call LLM and after we get a response from LLM. So on both input and output. So typically when designing solutions with that involves generative AI, you want to be able to filter out the prompts that are not appropriate even before you send any API call to the LLMs. And this we can think about different things like forbidden questions or just topic that is not relevant for what you are building your solution for. And on other side, on the output, you want to make sure that in the output there are no things like PII data or some other things that are important for the use case that you are making. So I think these are just some of the principles that I'm seeing in my 15 years career that is in different areas that I worked. It was mostly data and using AI, but these things are just some of the good practices that help to basically generate solutions that are more trustworthy and that are contributing to these goals.
All right.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. I guess it would be great to hop the same question to Gwenda. So okay. Take it away, Gwenda.
Okay, so hi everybody, nice to be here. As Bojan was saying, we also have at Microsoft responsible AI principles. And I would add to what you already said, that for us there are very important two things. The first is that you create application infused with AI that are secure. So secure by design, so that your data and the usage that you do is always done in a very secure way, and that the human must be at the center. So the AI you're using must be fair, must be inclusive, doesn't have to discriminate anybody is using it, but needs to be something that empowers them much more than created problems. So this was something that we started many years ago in 2018, and was starting with the simple cases of machine learning, but of course extends also on the LLMs part.
Okay, thank you, Gwenda. I'm gonna make a full circle and then go back to Filippo. Kind of moving a notch up to Web3. And we heard a lot of things about security, and security is also a leitmotif of Polkadot. And OriginTrail and Polkadot, by extension with OriginTrail, has been hands down the most used blockchain for real-world problems. We know that for a fact because we've been in trenches using the tech and also powering OriginTrail with its security features. So, Filippo, you are an educator within Polkadot ecosystem and also PhD in statistics. So, you know how crucially important the security is and what might go wrong if things are not stitched together properly at the trust layer. So, what is, in your opinion, the role of security, of blockchain security and interoperability when it comes to powering artificial intelligence? Why is it important from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Giga. I think I like the quote of Robert before, that connectivity creates problems, but it solves much more problems. Of course, with time, because the guy has been working for quite some time. So, I really like, because, of course, blockchain solves already a lot of problems, like the ownership issues, you own your data, and the decentralization, which is kind of, buzzword nowadays. But I think you can have blockchain, and blockchain gives all this, ownership to you. But if the blockchain is not secure, is not designed in a proper way that grants scalability to the user or to the the builders on top of it, it's kind of useless. Because yes, you have ownership, but it's not secure, so why should you use it, right? And I think for application like OriginTrail and Euroweb, that OriginTrail is doing so many partnerships. I also, in Switzerland, you're working with SBB or the national railways. These are big industries that they need standards and enterprise level security standards. And I think the fact that Polkadot provides this natively with its architecture, that, by the way, I will explain on my talk later. But I think it's something that it's very useful to blockchain. You cannot expect to have, there are so many protocols nowadays, it's so difficult to navigate with. You cannot expect every single protocol to have to be super secure, right? It's just a scalability issue. You cannot expect every protocol to build to each other, a bridge, just because it's not possible, right? So I think the fact that Polkadot provides this interoperability and this security for also application in AI that require security and also communication, as also Robert said. I think it was kind of visionary to think that this was already in the minds of the architects of Polkadot in 2016, and now it's fully functional.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. So we're bullish on security. Might not be that now, in this space within the crypto or the Web3 at large, security is seen as the most important element. But from our perspective, again, getting our hands dirty, without security, there is no implementations. There is no real world businesses adopting your solution, and they do scrutinize every solution that we put to market, working with serious companies. So there's a serious DD, and we can vouch, for any technology element that we use, including Polkadot, that is, a very useful one and a secure one. Perhaps we're going to make another round talking about what makes you feel most excited at this point with all the new things coming to the market within the artificial intelligence space. Is it the agents? Is it again the neurosymbolic AI? We have Gary Marcus talking later on his leading critique in the AI space, also pointing out that LLMs in itself, are not the most fruitful way to continue without its symbolic partner, which should be grounding AI in facts. Perhaps Branimir, and then you can also pass the ball forward.
Sure. I mean, lots of exciting opportunities here. I think what I'm particularly excited about is personally, when I see experts such as Gary or Jan LeCun, who is a famous AI researcher at Meta, also Turing Award winner, pointing out new architectures which include something some of them call a world model, some of them call it a cognitive model, but essentially a model of the world in real time as we see it today, paired up with LLMs and agentic frameworks. And essentially, why am I especially excited about it? Because essentially that's what we've been building at OriginTrail for many years now. It's all about essentially converging real-world data on real-world assets, real-world events in one large decentralized knowledge graph that you can query in real time across many places. And just as Filippo mentioned, it's hard to connect multiple things. You cannot bring bridges across everything. It's not practical. It's practically impossible, I would say it.
Especially because you need to do it in a secure way.
Exactly.
And in blockchain, you can transfer information, but you also can transfer. I mean, of course, information has value, but you also transfer real economic value.
Exactly.
And there are many people that they burn themselves by doing this. I mean, bridges hack are the most.
Yes.
The most frequent.
We can see a bridge as literally an analogous to, let's say, one-to-one API integration in the old school enterprise world. And actually, you mentioned SBB. I think they're a great example. They were one of the early companies in this enterprise space to understand that it's actually not possible to do this one-to-one. And there's a great talk from last year's conference by Dominic Halbeisen who explains it, literally illustrates it, and says that you need one joint model, essentially, to converge on, which absolutely kind of a base level needs to be secure, but also needs to apply the right principles. So what it's going to look like in the end, whatever we call it, AGI or kind of the next layer of the internet, is definitely going to have to combine all those. And it's going to be a kind of a synergy of Web 2 and Web 3, as we call it today. And yeah, I'm personally most excited about what this world model is going to look like and who gets to build it first. And my hunch is we do. but yeah, it's a chase to build the first one. But the great thing is that it's finally getting validation in research papers. And no longer are people sort of claiming, if we just throw enough data into the LLMs, it's just about scale. That was like a thing until recently. It was just about scale, throw enough stuff in there, and ta-da, AGI. Well, no, it turns out it's not going to happen like that. And yeah, I think it's going to be quite a bit of a theme today at the conference. But I'm curious, what do you folks think about this? What are you excited about?
I love the question. And I know what makes me really excited in the GenAI these days. I'm playing a lot with multimodal LLMs with the large context windows, and this is like really amazing stuff. It's really changing things because earlier I was playing a bit with this, I would say, classical LLMs and text prompts, and this is basically you have certain things you can do and a lot of powerful things, but basically nowadays you can use like 1 hour video as a context for your prompt and like just start asking questions about it, or I don't know, like number of books to feed just in a context, and immediately start asking questions, or a recording of audio file, or a bunch of images, like all the images from my summer holiday, and then like make a story. So it's super powerful, and actually possibilities that it unlocks are amazing. So, for example, if you're a developer, you can now put like almost your entire code base into context while trying to get some help from LLM in maybe debugging or writing some new code piece. which is quite amazing. Or I will later in the presentation that will follow show example basically where if you're doing some work on your screen, you can basically record it and feed to LLM that can basically either document that or even help you to automate it. So some super powerful things.
It's going to be really awesome, as the next presentation is going to be about launching the DKG Edge node. Couple that with Google and with other products. It's going to be exciting to see how all of these augments each other. So I'm going to be pleased to hear more from you in your presentation and how other builders can come in and use it next to the DKG.
Gwen, do you want to share what you're excited about in the next period?
Happy to. So I have a background in neuroscience, and I started working on AI with the idea that AI could simulate the human brain. So for me, the idea of reinforcement learning and everything that is around agents, it's something that actually really excites me to see how we're going to be able to create agents that think and how they're going to learn how to think and, I don't know, easily do tasks that we do every day or help us doing stuff. So I'm going to be very, very curious to see how this is going to be developed and explode, because I think that's going to be our future.
Yeah, I think we have covered all the most important topics, and I'm excited about the continuation of the conference. We're going to take a short break now, and following this break, we're going to look into the next generation component that's been in development for a while now, that is coming, as a very important catalyst towards the V8 Decentralized Knowledge Graph Network, namely the DKG Edge node, which is an important precondition or an important UX catalyst also for builders to come in and not just use the DKG, but also the cool tools that Gwenda and Bojan have also explained about. So an exciting things ahead of us, and I'm really looking forward to be continuing this conference. And I'm welcoming you now to join us in the coffee break section.
How long is the break? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah. Okay. So see you in 10 minutes. Thanks everybody for joining the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm not sure what the best place for me to stand is, so I'll just do it there. Welcome again to the conference. Me again. But I promise after this I'm going to go away. Yeah, once again, I'm Branimir, one of the founders and CTO behind OriginTrail. And in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to present something which is new in the world of OriginTrail and why are we building it. So this new thing is called DKG version 8. It's the version 8 of the protocol since we started building it in actually over 10 years ago as a centralized closed source product, and then since 2018 as an open source, decentralized, fully community governed product. And the new component of that in version 8 is called edge nodes. So we're going to dive into that and how it helps private user-owned verifiable AI. I touched upon the thing just before on the panel. You might have noticed Claude coming out 2 days ago with an ability to control your computer. Even though it's very powerful, it also kind of, my first hunch, I don't know about you, was like, okay, how do I make sure that my privacy or privacy of others who are building in our ecosystem, who are using the technology is maintained? And it's not just my hunch, it was a hunch of a lot of other people, as Microsoft had to recall a product like this. You might have remembered there was this screenshot feature that they also introduced, and actually quite some time ago, in AI terms, June was a long time ago, they had to actually remove this feature. So this is just one sort of very recent demonstration that privacy is kind of up for grabs, and that is very logical, as we mentioned, because data is the ultimate currency, or knowledge is the currency. So everybody's trying to get more and more of it, and there's a ton of it to be crowdsourced from individuals like us. A lot of people think in terms, well, I have nothing to hide, things like that, and I kind of get that argument, but it's not about you having to hide something. It's about something much more powerful than you. That it doesn't have to be AI. It can be a social media network. Back end of it is actually a product of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of investment and the best human minds working on it. And that thing is created so that it learns the best about you so that you would get more engaged. So it basically sucks you in, like in a matrix, in a way. So that's social. That's just without all of the new stuff that's coming in. So at OriginTrail, we really believe that power should be given to the end user as much as possible. Like I said, not your keys, not your data, not your keys, not your coins. And I'm going to present today an element of that vision, but just reflective on the problems. So we just touched upon privacy infringement. It's really about data ownership as well, because it's not just about who gets to see what, it's who owns what. If I'm an artist, is anybody allowed to take my work and just do whatever they want with it because this is my intellectual property? It shouldn't be. Centralization is another big problem. Obviously, if we centralize power in one place, with great power comes great responsibility, or also great opportunity to abuse that power, also generating bias. Everybody's biased, so I like to rather trust my own bias than somebody else's. And as Bob already mentioned, model collapse is a big issue, and ultimately we all are going to hear about hallucinations here today a lot. Some of the big problems or pathologies, as Bob Metcalfe has beautifully labeled them, and the solution to this problem that we present as an ecosystem is something we call a safe, verifiable internet for AI. So this is the vision behind OriginTrail, and that vision comes in a way basically materializes in three layers, which I'll explain very briefly, but if you want to go deep into it, there's a pre-publication of the paper. If you scan this QR code, you're going to actually be able to deep dive into it, so I'll leave it on for just a moment so you can scan it, but if you don't get the time to scan it, you can also ask me, I'll show you later. And you can find it on our website. The vision of 3 layers comes at the bottom with a trust layer. So we kind of disagree with the original design, even though it's well intended, of the semantic web, which turned into knowledge graphs, where trust was kind of a tiny element on top. It was like cherry on top of the cake. We think it's actually the foundation of the cake. And the trust layer in this vision comes from actually applying blockchain technology, but applying it in the right way. So not in the way where we try to load it up with as much data as possible, cramming it because it's not really scalable in that way. Rather using it as a trust layer, using it for security, as Filippo beautifully put it on the previous panel. So on this layer, what we actually use it for is to track the provenance of data, which comes on the layer of the second layer, the knowledge base. This knowledge base layer is really a decentralized knowledge graph, its own decentralized network, not a blockchain, but actually a network of nodes, core and edge nodes, as we'll introduce them in a moment, which provide this highly contextual knowledge specific data that can be fed to the layer above, which is the verifiable AI, a place where you find anything from LLMs, multimodal at the same time, but also agents and really all kinds of intelligent entities that can leverage those two bottom layers so that whenever there's an output coming from that layer, you can actually see it, including its data provenance. You can see what it was made from. Like, for example, was some AI output generated from a statement I made at this conference, and was that statement created as a knowledge asset that was actually enshrined, rather signed and fingerprinted on this trust layer. So actually, this technology is now in version 6, and the version 6 of OriginTrail, the DKG, the Decentralized Knowledge Graph, is in production for several years now, doing actually quite well. But in terms of capacity, compared to V8, its capacity is kind of like this tip of the iceberg. The V8 brings much, much more scalability, so that's one of the key reasons why we're building V8. And why do we need this scalability? Because we want to enable anybody to use the DKG on any device, on any chain, with any AI, and really by anyone. So we introduced this notion of the edge nodes being really at the edge of the network. So far, the V6 and previous OriginTrail versions had this notion of a very robust node that is kind of like your Bitcoin node or Ethereum node. You need to run it in some cloud environment or in a very robust server. You have to be very knowledgeable to run it. And then it's kind of build on top of it, you connect with it. So the paradigm works, but ultimately it's limited to a certain group of people who have knowledge for this and who have the resources. The idea of the edge nodes is that you actually can contribute to the network with your knowledge and with your resources without having to have that much knowledge. So you can run it on your laptop, on your phone, your cloud, pretty much any other device. So that's where we really need quite a lot of more scalability. And what we're looking to do with V8 is actually increase that scalability at minimum 100-fold, but we're looking for 1,000x in terms of what OriginTrail can do today. We've been making quite a lot of progress on that, and I'll introduce just briefly the notion of the edge node, but we'll actually have a lot more to say on that tomorrow. So if you're here at the conference, we'll have a workshop that is dedicated to the edge node. You'll be able to set it up, play with it, and basically, try it out for real. What actually is another view into this situation? What is this distinction between core and edge nodes? So essentially at the top, that verifiable AI, as we mentioned, is really verifiable neurosymbolic AI for different modalities. And the framework that is kind of the key framework here is called Decentralized Retrieval Augmented Generation. Retrieval Augmented Generation, or RAGs, as Bob introduced them briefly in the beginning, are really this framework where you use AI models, LLMs, without sort of just asking them and getting an answer that is hallucinated, but rather you feed them the data first. So you say, okay, this is the knowledge base, this is the book from which I want you to give me the answer from. And obviously that book is not just a book. What we ideally want to see is the world model, the cognitive model that I briefly mentioned previously and that Jan LeCun and others are proposing, where this world model is really kind of the ultimate collection of all the knowledge in real time about what's happening right now. And this knowledge is not something that a centralized company, in our opinion, can collect and should collect on its own. Rather, we should all be in the position to contribute. So to do so, edge nodes will allow anybody to create their own knowledge, put their own knowledge asset privately on their phone, on their computer, and be sure that, that this hasn't been taken away from them, because the technology is built in such a way that it's privacy preserving and it's completely open source, so you can see in depth what exactly is happening and that your data is not leaving your device unless you allow it so. What's the difference between core nodes and edge nodes? Core nodes are really like your cell phone tower. They're like non-stop running, and they're the backbone of the network. And the edge nodes use them essentially to communicate. The edge node is like your phone, and you can sort of, when we speak with the phone, you don't really know it, but actually in between you and who you're calling, there's a bunch of cell phone towers that kind of route this call between. But also core nodes have other capabilities, so they can also store information. They actually host the public DKG, so whenever you want to publish something into the public realm for others to see, those nodes will be hosting it, and those nodes will be actually the ones recuperating the fees in track tokens. So what we ultimately get here, if we go bottom up, we get more verifiability, we get accuracy, we get context, and we retain ownership because you literally get to own your data on your device. So what does the V8 node architecture look like? The V6 node architecture was kind of like this. We had a knowledge graph instance, a blockchain interface that actually connects to multiple blockchains. The V6 network runtime, or OT node, for those of you who have been running nodes, you surely know what I mean. And then there's a bunch of operational databases that the node is using to really kind of coordinate itself. So this was kind of the architecture up until now. And the paradigm was, if you want to build on top of this, you would kind of build on top of this externally. You wouldn't like be building things directly into the node. The V8 node architecture changes that. So we actually keep the previously existing elements, but now we have the V8 runtime here, which can actually run in two modes, the core mode or edge mode, which basically is kind of like a switch. So when you deploy it, you're deploying the same code, but you can just tell it, okay, I want you to run as an antenna, or I want you to run as a phone, figuratively speaking. So it's the same code, but apart from this, there's actually quite a lot of new stuff coming into the node. So starting first, we have a knowledge mining API. Now, I cannot explain all of the components here all in depth, so tomorrow, workshop, you should come. But the knowledge mining API, in one sentence, is an API that takes in a knowledge in any modality, image, video, CSV, JSON, whatever you want, and creates a knowledge graph output from it. You can write pipelines for it, so you can define them yourself. It's highly customizable, each of these components, and you can basically define, okay, I want to transform this according to that ontology and that standard into that. And this is something we've been working with for many years now, actually, with enterprises, so it's not some code that just, comes in beta. Actually, it's been tested quite a bit, even though the V8 is currently in beta. There's an LLM service, obviously, that's been added. So interacting with LLMs of your choice, that can be an LLM running on your device if you want to be fully privacy preserving so that no data leaves your device, or it can be an external LLM. It's up to you. If you're building something with the edge node, you can plug in whatever you want and any modality. There's a DRAG API, so Decentralized Retrieval Augmented Generation API, that essentially understands what you're trying to ask it and converts that into a knowledge graph query. So queries essentially the knowledge graph instance and the blockchain for you and abstracts a lot of this complexity. Publishing service that enables you to publish a large volume of knowledge or data if you need to the public or to certain parties, for example, a specific paranet. There's a UI that wasn't there before that is highly customizable, so you can just take it. Think of it as kind of like WordPress. You download it and you configure a few things, and then voila, there's a website. So now you can actually do that with OriginTrail nodes. You can use the node itself as both the backend and the front end for, let's say, for your paranet or for your neurosymbolic AI. There's an authentication service, a new one that extends to cover all of these services. There's an API, fully customizable. You can basically build all kinds of things in, and it's kind of like connective tissue and all of this. But the most important is you can build your custom services directly into the node. So that wasn't, like I said, the paradigm before. And like I said, this is the joint architecture of the two nodes. You just pick what you would like. So if you're building on top of, let's say, an edge mode node or core mode node. So that's a very brief, I assume, a bit overwhelming kind of architectural presentation. Like I said, we'll present much more tomorrow, and we'll share a lot more in the documentation. But basically, from tomorrow, you'll be able to build with this and start playing around with it in beta. So I'd like to invite you to join the community if you're not already part of it. You can run already a V8 core node on the testnet and help us build the new version of OriginTrail, as right now the testnet is actually being run, I checked last night, by 270 nodes, 270 core nodes supporting the network. And they're all submitting very valuable telemetry data to us, which we analyze every day and basically help us core developers build better. We collect everything from bugs to telemetry in terms of speed and performance of how the system is acting, especially as it grows. Because any network as it grows, if it's decentralized, actually usually starts deteriorating in terms of speed because there's more computers that need to talk to each other, right? So if you run a core node, you're actually eligible for some rewards, and because you're helping us. So if you're looking for that, you can go ahead and check it on the OriginTrail website. You can also start building with the Edge node. Like I said, a very detailed workshop tomorrow, but also detailed docs coming out of that. We're really looking forward to your feedback and questions. And then finally, you can secure and share content even today on version 6. It's not that you have to wait for version 8 for this to happen. So thanks, everybody. I hope that was exciting and that you'll be building with the Edge nodes. And if you were, please come to us, let us know, tell us what's your pain point and how we can improve it. And do also contribute yourself, because these contributions are also rewarded. There's a total pool of rewards for all of these activities for OriginTrail V8. Thank you very much. And since I'm on stage, I'm just going to go ahead and announce the next speaker. You already met him in the panel. His name is Bojan. He comes from Google as a Google Cloud Smart Engineer expert. Been working with networks a lot, big data. I know prior to Google, you were building some really impressive stuff also on IBM technology, so very, very experienced in the enterprise space. He'll be telling us and showing us some really cool things about generative AI. So Bojan, without further ado, take it away, and the clicker is yours.
Thank you, Branimir. Hi again. So today I'll have quite a short presentation. I'll try to make it in 10-15 minutes max. And I want to show you basically two things. One, how LLMs work, just to set everyone at the same stage. And then second, I already shared that I love the multimodal LLMs, and I'll show you what you can do with them. Trying. Good. So I thought really nice way to introduce where I'm coming from, something that makes me super proud. I don't know if you are already aware, but these two guys, Demis and John from Google DeepMind, very recently won the Nobel Prize for chemistry for basically their work in the prediction of the protein structure. And this is, I think, really, really special thing, because this shows what AI can do, even in the industries that are quite far from IT. So this is, for me, this was really, really impressive. So now I also can, I can call my mother and say my colleagues won Nobel Prize. So I'm proud of that. So let's speak about LLMs. So I think we understand that there is quite large transformative potential of this technology. But what basically LLM is, I here put the prompt to Gemini, and you can see the response. I'm not gonna read it for you. This was not part of the. Something similar. Can we maybe get the mic meanwhile? Okie dokie. So while technical issues are being sorted out, let's do a short exercise. I promised I'll show you how LLMs work. So let's do the demonstration. So let's play a very quick game. So you understand that basically LLMs work in a way that they are guessing the next best word. They're really good in that. So I'll do now a small demonstration. So I'll start first by just saying one word and pass to the next person, and then everyone can just, based on what was said before, try to come with the next best one, and let's see what we can generate. Okay, this
is
the
best conference
in 24.
And
We are
going south.
Test.
After that,
We
DKG
track
will become
top 10
this year
Or next year.
or till the end of time.
Cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, basically we just kind of live demonstrated some basic principles of how LLMs are generating their outputs, but we already discussed there is much more. But this was example where we generated the next words just based on the attention on the previous, without grounding it to any other data source. So I think also this resulted in the outcome that we had here. I see that presentation is back, so I will now move forward. And as we are short with the time, I will just skip a few things. So basically, what we can do with LLMs, I think it's very clear. You can like generate videos. You can even generate video games from the image. You can do. There are very specialized models that are, for example, helping in the medicine doctors to better understand X-rays and similar things. So one of the concepts that I would like you to understand is basically we have these large foundational models, but generally now we are seeing on the market a number of specialized models and models of different sizes. And basically, we are getting to the environment where, when we are building solutions, we are in the position to pick the best model for the use case that we are building. And this is how that looks at this moment. So we have basically models of different sizes, different specialities, and so on. And this is one of the important decisions to make while building solutions. So I'll skip explaining transformers because of the time, and I'm go to more fun stuff. And more fun stuff is multimodal LLMs, and I will show this on the example of Gemini. So basically, it allows you to give a context of 2 million tokens now, and 2 million tokens I translated in the different format here for you to know what that means. So 2 hours of the video, or 22 hours of audio, or a lot of lines of code, a lot of images, and so on and so on. And I'll show you some examples what is being done with these capabilities. So one example is basically you have option to upload your code base as a context and get then help from LLM while coding. Other option is basically you have option to document or to even automate some repeatable things that you are doing day to day, and basically these things are just by uploading video of how that is being done, and this is super powerful, making the processes significantly shorter. So let's hear what developers say about it.
I remember the announcement, the 1 million token context window, and my first reaction was, there's no way they were able to achieve this.
I wanted to test its technical skills. So I uploaded a line chart. It was temperatures between like Tokyo and Berlin and how they vary across the 12 months of the year.
So I got in there and I threw in the Python library that I was really struggling with. And I just asked it a simple question. And it nailed it. It could find specific references to comments in the code and specific requests that people had made and other issues that people had had, but then suggest a fix for it that related to what I was working on?
I immediately tried to kind of crash it. So I took 4 or 5 research papers I had on my desktop. And it's a mind-blowing experience when you add so much text and then you see the kind of amount of tokens you add is not even at half the capacity.
It felt a little bit like Christmas because you saw things kind of peppered up to the top of your feed about like, oh, wow, I built this thing. Or, oh, it's doing this and I would have never expected.
Can I shoot a video of my possessions and turn that into a searchable database? So I ran to my bookshelf and I shot a video just panning my camera along the bookshelf, and I fed the video into the model. It gave me the titles and authors of the books, even though the authors weren't visible on those book spines. And on the bookshelf, there was a squirrel nutcracker sat in front of the book, truncating the title. You could just see the word Site C, and it still guessed the correct book. The range of things you can do with that is almost unlimited.
And so at that point, for me, it was just like a click, like, this is it.
I thought like I had like a superpower in my hands.
It was poetry. It was beautiful. I was so happy. It just, this is going to be amazing. This is going to help people.
This is kind of where the future of language models are going. Personalized to you, not because you trained it to be personal to you, but personal to you because you can give it such a vast understanding of who you are.
Cool. So I guess if you're a developer, you like these things. But I have another one that I would expect will resonate with everyone. So this is more looking into the future and art of the possible, but it's something that I really love.
Okay, let's do some tests. Okay. Tell me when you see something that makes sound. Tell me when you see something that makes sound.
I see a speaker, which makes sound.
What is that part of the speaker called?
That is the tweeter. It produces high-frequency sounds.
Give me a creative alliteration about these.
Creative crayons color cheerfully. They certainly craft colorful creations.
What does that part of the code do?
This code defines encryption and decryption functions. It seems to use AESCBC encryption to encode and decode data based on a key and an initialization vector, IV.
That's right. What neighborhood do you think I'm in?
This appears to be the King's Cross area of London. It is known for its railway station and transportation connections.
Do you remember where you saw my glasses?
Yes, I do. Your glasses were on the desk near a red apple.
What can I add here to make this system faster?
Adding a cache between the server and database could improve speed.
What does this remind you of?
Schrodinger's cat.
All right, give me a band name for this duo.
Golden Stripes.
Nice. Thanks, Gemini.
Hope it was inspiring. Thank you.
Thanks, Bojan. And it was really interesting. I'm super excited to see this in action with the OriginTrail Edge node because, as you have seen, there's an LLM service there, the multimodal one. So basically what you've seen, you can do together with OriginTrail Edge nodes in unison. And that's why the approach of connectivity, the principle of connectivity applies not just sort of within a Web3 ecosystem or Web2 ecosystem, but actually across ecosystems because it's a core principle behind OriginTrail technology. Love that exercise, by the way. That was really fun. Okay, so we have a next speaker coming in from Neo4j, which is a major player in the graph space. If you haven't heard of them, what's wrong with you? So Neo4j has been around for a very long time. And we have Tomaž Bratanič joining us from Asia, I believe. He's a graph ML and GenAI researcher, expert at knowledge graphs and really all kinds of graph machine learning algorithms. For many years now, he's been exploring things like GraphRAG, which is basically kind of a subset of DRAG, and he will be showing us Agentic RAG with graphs today. So, Tomaž, can you just give us a hello that you can hear me?
Hello.
Welcome. Dobrodošao. Welcome, Tomaž. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay. So since we have only 15 minutes, I'll kind of speed through my presentation. So thanks for the lovely introduction. And as mentioned today, I'll be talking about Agentic RAG with graphs. As was mentioned, I work, not in the slide, but I work with Neo4j for like 7 years and I write a lot of blog posts. So even though the presentation will be mostly theoretical, you can then go on my Medium or GitHub and you have basically all the code that if you want to play around and test these things on your own. So let's start with what is not an agentic RAG flow, right? So most RAG pipelines you'll see today are kind of predetermined. So you ask a question, you do like a vector similarity search, you get your similar documents, you pass them to the LLM, and you get your final answer, right? So this is not an agentic workflow because the flow is predetermined. So what is like an agentic RAG, right? So there's like, if you ask 5 people, you'll get like 15 different definitions. But I think like what determines an agent or an agentic flow is that the agent has some sort of influence about the next steps it will take, right? And for that to happen, basically an LLM needs to reason what should the next steps be, and then you also need to give it the option to act upon its planning, right? So this is taken from the React paper, which is actually from 2022, which is 2 years ago, which in LLM world is like 20 years ago. So it's interesting that this framework was already developed before we had like GPT 3.5 or GPT-4. And like last year or so, like a year and a half ago, I don't know if you remember, but there was like a big boom with GPT 3.5, I think. There was like a baby AGI where you had like autonomous agents, and you gave it a task, and then the agent created like a task queue. Oh, it's actually GPT-4, it says in the slide. And the agent creates a task queue, and then you had like execution agents that would go and execute those tasks, and then like the agent could prioritize tasks or remove tasks from the task queue. And it was like really exciting, but I think it was a bit too early, at least for autonomous agents. So there's like a huge potential if you have like an AI system that can reason and act. But the problem was that it just wasn't good enough, right? So it got stuck in loops or like did some unexpected things. But what it did was it burned a lot of tokens, right? So it was costly experiment, but it was kind of hype, but not really production ready. But what it showed us basically that there's a need like for agents and frameworks. And a couple months later, OpenAI introduced like tools, right? So now basically most LLMs have the ability to decide if they want to use any of the available tools and execute them, right? So like OpenAI, Gemini, Anthropic, I think as well. You have also Llama 3.2 also has tools that you can give to an LLM, and then the LLM decides if it want to use one of the available tools or not, right? So that was like one step towards having the LLMs act as agents by giving them the ability to act or use tools. And the other, which is kind of ongoing, is that with the providers are improving the reasoning of LLMs as much as possible. So the last kind of hype thing that happened was the OpenAI 01, I think it's pronounced 01 model, where we had basically some hacks at inference time to improve the reasoning abilities of an LLM. But it kind of just shows that like the industry kind of moved towards improving the reasoning of LLMs, but also improving the acting right with the tools. So what does this has to do with knowledge graphs? So basically, knowledge graphs are a flexible representation of data. Mostly what you'll see is like knowledge graphs represent entities, which are bubbles or circles here. And these entities can be like real-world entities, like people, teams, organizations, or it could be like digital entities like microservices, dependencies, or tasks. And the nice thing about knowledge graphs, in my opinion, is that they're very flexible and nice way to represent both structured data, like teams of people and like who maintains which microservices, but they also can be combined to represent unstructured data, right? Because a lot of information is unstructured, like PDFs or text documents, and the knowledge graph gives you the ability to represent both of these types of information in a single database, right? And because you have this ability to represent rich and maybe flexible data in a single data storage, what you can do is then put an LLM agent in front of it and have it interact with that information, right? So it can retrieve information from the knowledge graph, but it doesn't have to be just one-way flow. It can also store the information from the user interactions, right? So for example, what you would call like short-term or long-term memory, where agent kind of decides some things about a user are interesting, and I'm going to store that information in a knowledge graph. And at first, we were all very excited. So how do you give basically the most freedom to an LLM agent? It's kind of, you can allow it to generate database queries, right? So Neo4j is a graph database, and graph databases mostly use Cipher query language. So that's why when an LLM is generating a Cipher statement based on the user input, we call that text to Cipher, similar as if like you had a SQL database, people call that text to SQL, right? And that was like, in the beginning, we were all very excited because it's very flexible and it gives like a great deal of autonomy to an LLM, because if it can generate the database query, basically it has the flexibility to do a lot of different types of information retrieval, right? So it can count things, it can filter things, it can do like complex multi-hop queries, whatever, right? But as it turned out is that while generating database queries works like for demos and for simple schemas with like educated users, what's in the database, it doesn't really work in production because there's like a whole lot of problems to go, and like LLMs aren't there yet in the reasoning capabilities of how to translate like a user question to a database query, right? Even for like text to SQL, which has a lot more data sets and information, it's still mostly too early to have like the LLM be as autonomous and just generate database queries. So what's the solution if you can't have like text to SQL or text to Cipher? Well, the solution is to define like a predefined toolkit. So instead of having directly generating database queries and fetching information using those queries, you introduce an intermediate toolkit. Remember before I told you that LLMs now have tools that they can use. So basically you define a couple of tools based on the business logic required so that the LLM can use those tools to interact with the database. And in this case, what you do is you take away the complexity of generating database queries from an LLM and you put it into a toolkit where you have a couple of predefined flows, and it can be either like static database queries that uses templates, or it could also be like dynamic database query generation based on some input parameters, but it's not, basically the LLM doesn't have complete control over what types of queries are generated. LLM just has control over the input parameters to the tools, and then the tool under the hood generates the Cipher statement. And this has like a benefit of having more robust tools and also more predictable information. And you also can rely on that information because you know that a subject matter expert came up with the required like database queries that retrieve specific information. So there, like here I have like a couple of samples. So you could have like a movie agent where the user asks a question and then the agent decides whether should I just find some information about movies. Like if you ask which movies did Tom Hanks appeared in, you can use like the information tool. Or if you wanna recommend movies, right? You can say, find me good comedy that's similar to I don't know, Ice Age, right? And then you could use the recommendation tool. And like, since these two flows are different, right, they're split into different tools. And here in this example, we also have a tool that can store movie preferences back to knowledge graph. So if you kind of recommend, okay, you want to watch the new, I don't know, Fast and Furious, and then the user says, I already watched that movie, you can store that information back to the knowledge graph so that you can use it to update recommendations, but also to know that you should never recommend that movie again back to the user. And just here, I just have like a simple example of one tool, right? So a tool is nothing crazy. It's basically just one, in this example, Python function. But the nice thing about it is that instead of like text to Cipher, text to SQL, where you only have one database query generated based on the input question, the tool can be much more involved, right? And it can you can instruct the LLM basically to have like specific processes to map values from user questions to database. Like, for example, if you say, which movie did Tom Hanks appear in, like you have to kind of find that value in the database, and there are like different ways to go about it. Or like if the question is too ambiguous, you can basically instruct the LLM to ask follow-up questions. So the nice thing about tools is that it can have much more involved logic, and you can guide the LLM to perform much better as a chatbot, right? And this approach is applicable to many domains. Like before, we had a movie domain, and now we have like a biomedical domain. But it's the idea is the same. You have an LLM agent with a couple of tools available that it can interact with the knowledge graph in a predetermined way. Now, the downside is obviously you need some upfront work, right? Because you need to define those tools. But the upside is that you will have much more reliable and consistent outputs from the database and consequently from the LLM agent, and that improves the accuracy of answers given by a chatbot. And here I just have like the agent flow can be more involved, right? Because in the beginning I said some flows are predetermined, and then agentic kind of decides which steps it should take. But like in practice, you can have a combination of some predefined steps. Like here in this example, we have like 3 predefined steps, and then based upon the information available at this step, the LLM decides which of the next steps it should take. And when it decides it has enough information to answer the question, it just goes to the, here in this example, answer reasoning step, and then the final answer is given back to the user. So the main idea that I want you to take is that at the moment, like while full autonomous agents are really cool, we aren't yet at the phase or stage where we want to have full autonomous agents in production. They're nice for demos, but for production, you want to constrain them and give them predefined tools instead of just allowing them to do whatever they want. And another thing that I find really not interesting, but really vital is that anytime you can move any complexity away from the LLM and describe it as code, you definitely want to do that, right? Because the less complexity the LLM deals with, the better the results will be. So this is a quick 15-minute introduction to agents on knowledge graphs. And if you want to learn more, here's the blocks and the code supporting the blocks. All right. I mean, I can end at this slide. And now I don't know should I do some questions or I just say goodbye.
Thank you, Tomaž. We're a little over time, so I suggest whoever wants to ask any questions, just if it's okay, Tomaž, with you, just bombard you on Twitter. Maybe tag hashtag DKGcon 2024 for give us a little bit of a boost online. And thank you so much, Tomaž. Again, this was great. Looking forward to speaking further with you on how we can apply these technologies together. Really impressive stuff. Thanks again. And right now we have Filippo coming back on stage after the panel. Filippo Franchini from Web3 Foundation, who will be sharing a presentation of the intersection of Web3 and AI. So where do we have the clicker? That is the key question at this moment. Somebody took the clicker. Is it me? No. Clicker comes right away. Here you go, sir. Take it away.
Great. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Good. How are you? Tired? Okay, I hope that I'm not... oh my God. Okay. This is like polka dot design. No, I'm joking. Okay. Oh, it has not been updated? Is it the old one? It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, I mean, we are hearing a lot about AI and the fact that, of course, AI is using data and data that are provided by users. And, of course, like this, it's just, I don't know why it's rendering. I mean, probably, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, I don't have to repeat this, what you can see there. It's clear that we have a good thing and a problem because the internet industry has been the fastest growing industry in a human lifetime. I have 1990, and I remember like my father having this huge Nokia phone, and then 10 years later, iPhone came and just revolutionized the whole like industry, how we behave with the internet. Most of the time, we use the phone nowadays, and I mean phones, of course, like they're becoming more powerful, and people are developing on them, and I think like it's clear that it will be like the object that will continue to prevail when we interact with technology. And we are feeding data centers with huge amount of data, and it's not our data, although like, of course, Google and Microsoft that we have been hearing today, I mean, they're using like now encryption, and this is, of course, like, is good. And Web 2 is, I'm not a Web 3 maximalist. I think like Web 3 and Web 2 will coexist together for different use cases. Web 3 maybe for more ownership at the native level of data, but definitely like, and Web 2 for the user friendliness, and of course, like we are used to like amazing apps, and they're fast, they're quick, because of course, the data is centralized. So it's a coexisting of things, but we have, of course, a problem when it comes especially to AI. I mean, I can ask now ChatGPT to, for example, I also tried to tell me something about me based on my previous conversations, and it's kind of insane. So it's kind of a powerful tool that has to be, of course, regulated, and I think security, it's an important aspect of it, like how secure and how resilient is the way these data are actually stored and processed. So I think like Polkadot has a good use case here because it has been like engineered from the bottom, thinking about security and interoperability. And nowadays here with OriginTrail and NeuroWeb, it's of course like AI is a big application for blockchain industry. And but these applications need to be secured. And as I also said before, the problem of security is that it's a scalability issue. You cannot expect every network to be very secure in the future, because security in blockchain, especially proof of stake, is dictated by a lot of things. The amount of stake that is blocked in the network, how this stake is like normalized across the node, across the computers that are actually like producing the blocks. The variability between this stake across all the computer, because you cannot have one computer with just $100 stake and another computer with $1 million stake, because then it's easy to attack this computer and collude them. So it's like it's a very complex system, and you cannot expect every chain to do this. So Polkadot is offering this shared security. You can plug into Polkadot, and you can benefit from like the security that Polkadot has to offer. So it's like a very interesting and important use case. And then you have the interoperability of it. And on top of this, of course, you have all the blockchain kind of use cases, like the ownership. You own the data because the blockchain is all about owning, your data. Of course, if you have like a self-custody profile, not on exchanges. But of course, like then you have, it's kind of future-proof also because it's important because the technology is evolving so fast, and we have seen like so many data and so much, from iPhone, the first iPhone 2G with this now iPhone 16, a huge difference in technology. We need a blockchain infrastructure that can evolve with this technology as well, and we cannot hard fork all the time that there is like some big stuff happening. So we need like a protocol that is able to scale quite rapidly to the technology that is developed. So what is Polkadot? And I think like Polkadot is actually the first blockchain that allows projects to like use Polkadot as a service provider. And the service that Polkadot provides is security. So if you plug into Polkadot, you have this shared security system. You don't have to bootstrap your own security. You can like focus on your own value proposition. And I think here with OriginTrail, it's a really good example because you have NeuroWeb that is a Polkadot chain and is secured by Polkadot, meaning that whatever NeuroWeb does is sending this data to Polkadot, and Polkadot replays this data and makes sure that they follow all the rules of the protocol itself. So it's kind of like it's a rollup system, if you are familiar with Ethereum, kind of a optimistic rollup. But optimistic rollup, they're not checking all the time. In Polkadot, data are checked all the time. There is no data that is skipped. So it's a very highly secure kind of, people think about cynical rollup, but cynical is negative. But anyway, it's like a very, everything is checked at any time in point. Nothing is skipped. So how does it work? Is that Polkadot now has 50 chains, one of which is NeuroWeb, and 50 chains that are plugged into cores. And Polkadot is the first, actually, blockchain that is a multi-core computer, really a multi-core computer, because you have these 50 cores, and you plug into it, one core, one chain at the moment. And this core process all the data coming from different chains, energy web, I don't know, like hydration decks. You have like, on Polkadot, like a computer, you have a normal application and system application. If you see, like you enter in your MacBook and you plot the chart of your CPU, you can see in red system apps and then in green normal application. Polkadot very much works like that, in a sense that there are protocol level applications that are system based, and then other applications like, for example, NeuroWeb that are sitting also on top of Polkadot. And currently, there are 30 million monthly transactions secured by Polkadot. A lot are coming from NeuroWeb, around 6 million. So we have seen like a huge spike in use cases on Polkadot about AI. And NeuroWeb is the leading blockchain, AI blockchain on Polkadot right now. And I think like we are just seeing the spark of this because they just launched. I mean, yeah. So it's clear that it's a big use case for blockchain industry. The fact that securing AI platforms, and this security right now, I mean, is around 6 billion for Polkadot. So whatever you do and you plug into it, you have 6 billion of security, which is kind of a good deal. Considering that you just have to buy a little bit of time on this course, and currently the idea is that to make it very very cheap and affordable, like we have in Web2 and in cloud service provider. So trustless rollup tech, essentially Polkadot. I don't know if you are familiar with. It's like you have the relay chain, which is the Polkadot relay chain, and then you have all these things that are attached to it. They are parachains, and they're attached to cores. If we zoom in into this two of these cores, we can see that they can represent it like here I did like a cube, and then on top of it that are guarding this cube, there are like nodes, validators, like computers that are producing blocks. But these computers, interestingly, they are a very small subset of the whole validator set. So it's a very highly scalable system because these 5 machines are the ones that are actually replaying everything that has been done by, for example, NeuroWeb. And because we have later on an escalation system, we can actually achieve a lot of scalability because we don't have all the validators checking all the chains because we have 50 chains all the time. So the validator set is basically split into groups. These groups goes into cores. These are actually the first line of security of Polkadot. And these 5 guys, they're checking. They're saying maybe, okay, this is all yes, this is all okay. Then if there is someone that is not agree, then there is a dispute, and there is a system of disputes that brings more machines into play. But it's a highly secure and scalable system. Actually, Polkadot can have 100 cores, can have 1,000 cores, of course, increasing the validator set. This is another, just a magnification of a core. You have like roll-up data coming into it. This comes into the computers, and then the computers, they have the first step. The second step is like saying, okay, we got the data. Then the third step is just sharing between cores what's happening, because of course we have one core here, one core there, and they don't know what's going on between each other, so they have to share. So there's actually a data availability system that is there in place since 2021, even before the data availability frenzy in our space that we have seen last year. So data availability system, and then actually when everybody received what's going on in all the cores, then is basically committed to the Polkadot state. Polkadot is actually the first chain that has this kind of system that we have a core and then we have the state of the chain. It's the first chain where validators, they not only commit to state, but they just do this first checking that is not committing directly into the blockchain itself. And then we have this is actually like the escalation system that if something goes wrong, more computers are brought into place. So again, like this is the security apparatus of Polkadot, and this is how like the security system works. You can see there are a lot of applications already deployed, and AI and computing is one of them. And this is the rise of NeuroWeb. It's quite intense, I would say, because it has been quite flat. And just in the past month, we have seen like a huge amount in transactions. And this is just a fraction of it. This is just one of the 50 chains. If you take into consideration like all 50 chains, this bar goes up to like 33 million transactions in September. And this was Polkadot all-time high of secure transactions. It's securing the transaction. It's not like processing the transaction. It's just securing them. Still, like the transaction happen on the chains, but the fact that these chains, they don't have the security guarantees, Polkadot is providing these security guarantees by replaying everything with these like cores and these computers that they're receiving the data. Yeah. And one good application is Polkadot.ai with we have NeuroWeb that is doing the knowledge mining and is building the decentralized graph, the DKG, and you can actually mine knowledge, and then of course like there is a reward system that is incentivizing curation and stuff like this, which is important, and you can actually have a chatbot that is powered by NeuroWeb, and the knowledge is like provided by the DKG. I think is a very, very nice use case, and people are using it, so it's good. If you want to learn more about Polkadot, the Polkadot wiki has a lot of resources. You can visit anything from protocol level to wallets to whatever you want to do. It's a good resource. It's a central resource for interacting at the beginning. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Filippo. That was a great presentation. I'm the bearer of the torch for the next speaker, who comes from Amazon. His name is Charles Ivey. He's a senior graph architect, expert on knowledge graphs, one of the best, I have to say, and a really great guy. We've only known each other for a short amount of time, and I can see a lot of synergy between the two technologies. Today, we'll be talking about data products with Amazon Neptune, something called DProd, which I'll let you reveal, so I don't, and OriginTrail. And yeah, also, apart from being at Amazon, Charles has been very active in W3C, so working on the standards as Bob introduced. So you'll be hearing it from somebody who's not just applying the technology, but actually thinking ahead and standardizing the way the best practices should be applied. So take the stage. Charles, take it away. Thank you very much. And a big round of applause, please.
Thanks. Hello. Thanks for the very kind and somewhat unwarranted introduction, but I'll take the praise where it comes. Yeah, I'm going to, seeing as this is the last session before lunch, is it, potentially? I'm going to bore you with some architecture slides and things like that first. But I'll go through a summary of a little bit about Amazon Neptune because, well, that's who I work for on my day-to-day basis, and I'll talk a little bit through how easy it is for everybody to interact and use that first of all before diving into some more interesting topics. At AWS, we quickly recognized that the original ways, or the most traditional ways of storing data in relational database schemas was great for many tasks, but not brilliant at some very specialized tasks. And that led us to make different dedicated databases to really excel at the tasks that they were supposed to do. And one of those which we're going to concentrate on today is Graph. And that gives us the ability to optimize a specific database for a specific kind of workload. So Amazon Neptune itself is, we try to concentrate on only a certain set number of things to try to make the best kind of database that we can. I'm just going to click through this. So it's important that it's cost effective. If we want people to be able to adopt graph technologies easily, it needs to be cost effective and it needs to be really easy to manage. So it's very, very important to us that DevOps is at very low cost, both for people and for time and money. So we deal with that side of it. It's a fully managed service. And not only is it a fully managed service, but we also make sure that we comply with as many standards as we can so it's easily adoptable into your workloads. And for that means for us as a graph database, we support Sparkle, OpenCipher, and Gremlin as different ways of querying and storing your data. It's a global database, so in that we mean that you can replicate your data at multiple different regions across the globe. We have continuous backups happening all the time. Snapshots and everything like that are available to you. So anything to do with high availability, anything to do with redundancy, failover, they're all there. We have various integrations with lots of different AWS services. In Athena, DMS for ETL processes, getting your data in, and all the other AWS services which you may already be familiar with. I'm sure many of you have used AWS, probably most of you in one form or another. And I'm going to skip that one. And we also have a reasonably new product called Amazon Neptune Analytics, which is another database, if you like, that sits alongside our core database product. They're both core products, but this is very much more a fully in-memory database for Graph, so that you can perform large analytical queries at really high speed and be able to perform breadth-based analysis and inferences over your data. And I'm very, very pleased to announce as well that we now also support loading RDF data into these clusters and be able to use OpenCipher over that RDF data, which to any of those of you who've used Sparkle trying to do path queries and those kinds of things on RDF data, you'll know how difficult that can be. Well, not anymore. So now you can do that with Neptune Analytics and load vast amounts of data in incredibly short periods of time in doing that. So what kinds of things are people doing that's particularly interesting in this space with knowledge graphs now? And many of the reasons we're here today are because of the generative AI and RAG-based applications that people are empowering in a better way with graphs. And really they fall into sort of two camps when working with knowledge graphs. One is whether or not you have an existing graph. So if you already have a graph, a knowledge graph of data, how might you use AI and the graph together to generate queries to answer a question, such as the previous speaker alluded to so eloquently. How can you generate queries that will query your graph effectively from natural language? And the other side of the equation is if you need to create a knowledge graph. So when Bob Metcalfe talks about creating networks and the importance of those, and the two things need to work together. We need to create graphs and we need to interact with them, both from language and both through technology. And it's that kind of synergy, that yin and yang, that needs to go together for us to really be successful in these workloads. Some tooling which is already integrated, and again, to refer back to Bob, he mentioned that we need to find ways to actually create RAG applications to make these things work together. Well, people are doing that. So we have customers every day that are using Amazon Neptune and LangChain and Llama Index and tools like this. And we've been building blogs and writing things, and I'm sure many of you have as well, really trying to dive into how we can genuinely get some value and some true success out of trying to join these worlds of order and chaos together, if you like. That of the large language models and that grounding of that into knowledge, in knowledge bases and knowledge graphs. And RAG is a very powerful idea, and many of you may have seen the most prominent and most well-known RAG applications, not necessarily using graph if you're not in the graph world, but many of us early on immediately recognized that graph should be a very, very good way of representing data that you can find in a document and representing data that you find in text. And why is that? That's because documents are a data representation of human beings and the way we record data naturally. They're a documentation of our speech. Indeed, every large language model is built on that very data structure, that which we use every day, the way that we describe the world. In other words, an ontology. Data itself is our attempt to replicate the way we communicate in the data that we record. Yet for years, we've been doing that by creating strange, abstract concepts like tables, key value stores, and all these other ways, just so we can try to represent the data which we already have available to us. So that's why we think, and we've always thought since RAG became a thing and since graphs became the talk of the town again, since LLMs came into it, because we think these things fit together so very well. So using knowledge graphs to enhance your RAG applications, we should be able to join these things together, have our models of whether it's about time, whether it's about where it came from, whether it's about truth. All of these different abstract layers of data can come together in a graph because the graph contains its model. We don't need to create abstract models to represent these concepts. It's multidimensional. If we need to care about time, we can care about time. If we need to care about lineage, we can. So how does that bring us here today? Well, when I first started talking to Branimir a few months ago, I didn't really know, and still don't know, anything really about, comparatively speaking, about OriginTrail, or indeed about blockchain. But I do know a few things about graphs. I've been doing it for about 20 years now. And we quickly saw a synergy. The synergy is this. Amazon Neptune is great at storing graphs. And graphs are, in my opinion, and the opinion of many of my colleagues, the very best way of representing data as it exists in the real world. Because that's what we're doing all the time. Every time we say something, we are effectively articulating some sort of a graph pattern. OriginTrail provides a way of creating a trusted network of those graphs. DPROD, which I haven't even mentioned yet at all, is a standard which we hope to become, well, is an ontology which we hope to become a standard later on this year, which has recently been released, which represents products of data. So, why is this important? If we can create a network of not only systems which are connected by connecting together the systems, but a network of data where the data itself is connected via these systems, we can then apply Bob Metcalfe's law about the value of that network being much, much greater because of the number of connections that it has. If we have systems that are silos, that can't speak in the same language, they can only be connected through one point. So they have effectively 1 point of value. That's not very much. But if we can standardize the way the data is connected together at the data level, at the fundamental level, and merely use the hardware to connect it, to not be the one connection, but to connect those models, then the value is exponential. And then these models, if they are trained on these networks, can learn not just from the hardware that connects them, but from the data itself to a much, much bigger level. And if they're standardized, then they should be able to tell a bit more of the truth. And that's it. So if you want to know any more about any of that, please come and talk to me, because I love to talk about it, as if you can't tell.
Thank you so much, Charles. This was really incredible. Thank you so much. Looking forward to talking to you more. I also like to talk, so if anybody wants to talk, these two guys, if you bring a couple of beers, we talk even more. I assume that's true for me. I'm not sure about Charles. Probably, yeah. We're kind of the same. Graphs, beers, you know. All right, everybody. So this was the first section. Why am I standing here in the corner? Why don't I just climb on this amazing stage? How was that? By a clap of hands. Did you guys like it? Was it good? Thank you. Awesome. We have a break. How long is the break? Anybody know?
Do the Elon first.
1 hour break for lunch, which ends when? Ends precisely at 1:25. There's a bunch of snacks, there's coffee, there's beautiful people who are excited about all of the stuff you heard here. Mingle, grab something to eat, relax, and see you 1:25 back. Thank you.
Ema. Hello, hello. Testing? Okay, I think we got it. All right, guys, we're gonna start in the next minute, so I better guess everybody's seated down. Great. Welcome back after lunch break. Hopefully you still got some energy left in you. So we had a very cool and exciting session in the morning focusing on the, let's say, more technological aspects of it, of artificial intelligence and knowledge graphs. And now we're going to actually dive deeper into how these things are deployed and used in enterprises, in businesses, industries. What are these trust and reliability barriers, and how we can actually tackle them, knock them down with the technologies that we have available. And before we go into our speakers and panels that we have scheduled, I dug out some interesting statistics actually from a recent McKinsey study from earlier in this year that says actually that the number of organizations that are using generative AI, at least one function in their organization, has gone up from 33% surveyed to 65%, so almost doubled in the last year. And at the same time, they mentioned reliability, inaccuracies, and IP management as the key core risks and issues that they've had. And this kind of brings it down to the last statistic that I would bring out that they also mentioned, which was that nearly a quarter of respondents actually reported that they had negative consequences resulting from irregularities and unreliability of AI. So we have this rise of artificial intelligence is being used more and more in organizations, in businesses, in industries. And often, it's really associated with certain levels of risks, and often the organizations might not even be aware what those risks are, the severity of those risks. And that's really what we're going to spend the next hour and a half today talking about. So we have two exciting speakers coming up next, and we have another two very interesting panels that we'll go into later. And then I would actually just go into the first speaker, Phil Archer. He's a Web Solutions Director at GS1. He's been there since 2017 and is bringing the knowledge from Web3, W3C organization where he was before, to combine that knowledge with the world of supply chains. So his past work includes projects like Mobile Ready Hero Images, expanding GS1's extension to schema.org, and of course, last but not least, the GS1 Digital Link, which really kind of brings I like to say, brings products into the World Wide Web. Phil is going to talk today about how semantic standards can act as key components in improving the reliability of industry AI. So without further ado, everyone give it up for Phil. And Phil, please come up.
Thank you, Jurij. Sorry, this is a lot of cold water that I need to put out of the way. AI is great, isn't it? It's fantastic. Everything's just wonderful. The information's there. Everything works. It's trustworthy. No, it's not. We haven't actually talked about hallucinating machines, but it's a phrase that comes up. And this is, if you search for pictures like this online, it's very easy to find them. Genuine fake watches, temporarily permanent, because that's the information they've been given. And the bucket of cold water really comes down to the fact that it doesn't matter how smart your machines are. It doesn't matter how fantastic your artificial intelligence may be, how big your LLM, how multiply secure your blockchain is. Garbage in, garbage out has always been true about computing. It always will be. So GS1, the barcode, for people who don't know, it's the company behind the barcode that goes beep at the checkout several billion times a day. We have to try and see what we can do to improve the traceability of products. so that you as consumers, you as retailers, you as business partners can have a better idea of where this stuff comes from and whether your brand, whether your integrity, your reputation is going to be improved or damaged by selling or working with a particular good. So one of the technologies that is clearly full of potential for this is verifiable credentials. And I'm currently leading a very small team of consultants who are helping to provide the information that the higher-ups than me need to make a decision on whether GS1 should adopt verifiable credentials. That is to provide a little tiny knowledge graph with some cryptographic wrapping and proof of origin and tamper evidence so that you can use that in fantastic systems like the one that OriginTrail offers. You know, verifiable credentials have been around a long time. Nothing new about it. This is the email that went out to the W3C working group for the first meeting in August 2014, when Manu Sporny got everyone together. That wasn't the beginning. In fact, actually, it was my job at the time at W3C to tell him he couldn't have his working group because there weren't enough people who wanted it. He had to convince me that there were. I'm glad that I did eventually say yes. But he wasn't the first. This goes back even further. You may recognize Kalia Young and Phil Windley, who've been running IIW, the Internet Identity Workshop, for many years. This is from their website, and 2010 wasn't the first one. These technologies have been around for a long time. They only really came to any kind of prominence with the rollout of the COVID vaccines in 2021, and a lot of COVID passports, proof that you had received your COVID vaccine, did use that verifiable credential technology. So that was a big boost, but that's 3 years ago. And you still don't see it every day. This ISO standard is relevant. It's about the mobile driving license, and that is seeing take-up. This is a map of take-up of digital driving licenses, not necessarily verifiable credential ISO licenses. California, famously, if you have a digital driver's license from the DMV in California, it is a verifiable credential issued by the DMV and verified by the DMV. The only party involved in that sequence is the issuer, who then also proves that, yes, they issued it to you. You don't see things like this in the real world. This is actually the kind of knowledge graph that we'd love to see. This is something from work that's been done at UNCFAC, the UN Transparency Protocol. And it's a grossly simplified diagram trying to show you that you've got two sources of raw materials. You've got lithium coming from Australia, and you've got copper coming from Canada, and they go off to China to be processed, and then from there it ends up in a European gigafactory to make the battery for the car that ends up being recycled. And it's got this lovely idea that there's an event which is captured using some sort of standardized process, and the data is captured, and that's wrapped up in a verifiable credential that is secured and passed on to the next person and the next person. And there's this wonderful network effect, this distributed knowledge graph of provable, trusted data from a mine in Canada, a mine in Australia, all the way through goodness knows how many different plants in China before it ends up. You think that's real? You really think that's going to happen? Be great if it did. But I don't think it's actually going to be quite as beautiful as that, so that you can press a button on your edge node of the OriginTrail and get all this information and know that it's accurate. That's the bucket of cold water. Let me try and make it a little bit less cold and a little less bucket-shaped. When we at GS1 are trying to establish whether it's worth us embracing this technology, so that when you get a barcode, when you get a GS1 identifier, you also can get with it a verifiable credential that says, yes, we know who you are, yes, we issued you this number range, yes, we trust this partner. We look at that and we are looking for positive signals, reasons why we should. I've just given you a bunch of reasons why we shouldn't. So one of the reasons we should is there are some people around the world who are really, really encouraging us to do it. Vinny Annunziato, a name many of you probably won't know, but he works for the US Customs and Border Protection Agency. Senior guy getting money from the federal government to spend on developing verifiable credentials in this trusted network of data, particularly in the Silicon Valley Innovation Program. This is quite an old photograph of Vinny, but he's very much a champion and desperately wants GS1 to get on with this. Manu Sporny, I've already mentioned, the key person without whom none of this will be being standardized at W3C. This guy is from Singapore. He's not quite Vinny's opposite number, but he has a similar role in the Singapore government in that he is promoting digitalization of supply chains. John's going to talk about digitalization shortly. And he's very much in favor of the kind of technologies, the underlying trusted data through to the artificial intelligence agents that today is all about. It's 3 individuals, all of whom, well, 2 of whom are approaching retirement, one of whom has more energy than most people I know. It's built on a very shaky pillar of individual people. And when they go, we're genuinely not sure who's going to pick up the baton after them. Who is going to be the next champion? When Vinny retires, who's next? When Manu says, I've done my bit. When Sin Yong says, yeah, okay, I've done my bit, it's time to move on now. So this idea that everyone's going to suddenly start doing this depends on individual champions, individual enthusiasms. Let me give you some good news from right here in Amsterdam. Our colleagues at GS1 Netherlands will issue you a verifiable credential to back up your GS1 identification. And the user of that is the biggest marketplace here in the Netherlands. If you're not from the Netherlands, you will need telling that Bol.com is way bigger than Amazon in this country. Way bigger. Amazon is barely here. Sorry, Charles, it is. But Bol.com, which is a branch of Albert Heijn, is the big one. And what Bol.com does, if you've got a GS1 verifiable credential, their 7-step onboarding process to get you onto their platform goes down to 4. In other words, they save a lot of processing time, which is usually people, to onboard new suppliers. So that's going really well. And now people from neighboring countries, because GS1 is distributed with lots of different bits of independent thing, all called GS1, which is really confusing, are saying, oh, I want a verifiable credential, GS1 Belgium Luxembourg. Can I have one? And GS1 Belgium Luxembourg says, I have no idea what you're talking about. And so on. But it's definitely a success story, and they're issuing something like 10 a day. So that's a real cryptographically secure, tamper-evident bit of data that you can put in a trust graph and do something cool with. Back to Vinny at the US Customs and Border Protection. He's actually not looking for perfection. He knows that that graph with everyone doing everything isn't quite going to happen. But if you turn up with a container load of stuff at the port of Los Angeles, and there are 10, 15, 20 bits of paper, but 3 of them, just 3 of them are verifiable credentials, that gives him 3 positive signals that you're one of the good guys and you're going to be on your way quicker than somebody without. So it's about adding legitimacy. It doesn't have to be perfect for this technology to be useful. Sin Yong in Singapore, I spoke to him recently at the W3C get-together, and he said, I've been trying to get you guys to issue VCs for years. Get on with it. So we have that. And I should also mention our friends at OriginTrail are also very supportive and encouraging GS1 to get involved in this technology so that those product identifiers that go beep at the checkout come with more of a secure background to them as well. And we shouldn't be too upset by the fact that the technology is old. It's now more than 10 years since my boss first presented the idea of what we now call GS1 Digital Link, this idea of taking those barcode numbers and putting them in a string of characters that, as well as being a string of characters that you can read with a scanner and extract that number, it's also a URI. So it'll also go online. So that dual-use barcoding that we're now rolling out across the world is now recognized by every print and scan manufacturer on the planet, all the major ones. I don't mean there are some smaller ones, but all the big ones, right? The Domino printing, the Zebra scanners, the Data Logic, all those people like that, right? So that technology is more than 10 years old and is now rolling out massively. So you will see in the coming years, you will notice that one-dimensional barcode that most of you are far too young to remember life before that will gradually be replaced by a QR code. And that'll go people to checkout, and you can scan it with your phone in the usual way. Another old technology called EPCIS. We first standardized that at GS1 in 2007. Not a huge amount of take-up to begin, but this is the standard that allows you to record the fact that thing was produced on this date, packed on that date, went on the back of a truck on this date, arrived at this port on that date. It's this events tracking through the supply chain. We released version 2 back in June 22, and that is now seeing far more take-up. It's baked into, for example, this United Nations transparency protocol I mentioned earlier. So technology can be quite old before it actually gets its big day in the sun. Schema.org, which is how you describe products online in a way that machines can easily find and understand it. This shows you the graph of the growth of the schema product class online since 2016. You see some major jumps there. It's being used to a great degree. But schema.org itself dates from, I think, 2011. So you don't necessarily have to release a technology and suddenly everyone's using it. You can allow time for it to build. So what are we going to do? Well, the first thing to say is I'm not in charge of this, and I'm now trying to work out how to go back. I want to go back to there, right? This is important. As I say, I'm not the decision maker. I'm the person working with the consultants to provide the information for the decision makers. But they will not be making any decisions before the end of this calendar year. So everything I'm going to say now is entirely speculative, and it could be that none of it happens. So I don't have decision-making authority. But I do have a certain influence. So here's what I think might happen. If you go to GS1 Netherlands and you get one of those verifiable credentials with one of those blocks of identifiers, they will do some background checks on you. They'll make sure that you've got a Dutch Chamber of Commerce registration. That's not true for all our GS1 offices around the world. Some of them say, oh, your credit card worked. Great, here it is. That's the due diligence. Your credit card worked, right? It varies enormously. New Zealand, they actually run the business register for New Zealand, so they've got really good, solid due diligence. So what does it mean that you've got a verifiable credential from GS1? We have to harmonize that so that if you see one in your distributed knowledge graph, you actually have some sense of how trustworthy that may be. And most of our members haven't heard of verifiable credentials. They're never going to ask for them. They have no idea what we're talking about. And most of our colleagues don't know what it is and have no idea what the applications might be. So we have a big job of educating people. And we need to do it in such a way that we don't repeat the mistakes that I expect we've all made when we try and explain something from an engineering point of view and no one gets it. And marketing tell you that doesn't make no sense. And version number 10, you might get something that people actually understand. I've had that experience explaining why putting barcodes in URIs is a good thing. Not to mention the number of times I have to explain what a URI is rather than a URL. Anyway. But we need to do various things. There's a lot that we need to do, and which is almost nothing to do with technology. It's about the socializing. It's about getting the community together. So that's what we might be doing. And what we're recommending is do that and stop. Don't invest a lot of money in making this dead easy to use. Don't go in for a GS1. You think of the kind of stuff that Branimir was showing earlier on with those different components and the complexity of the user interface and the ease of use and all that kind of work that OriginTrail is doing to make it easy to use. Absolutely fantastic and bloomin' expensive. And I cannot justify to my bosses that GS1 should spend that kind of cash, even supposing we had it. Can't. So do the basics. Do the things that we must do, lay the foundations, lay the understanding, get the community involved and engaged so they want it more. And then see what we can do. Let's have more of those GS1 Netherlands examples. What else can we do working with the US Customs and Border Protection, working with supply chain experts like John, who's on next? For what happens after that? Well, that, as always in our work, depends on what industry does. It also depends on you. What can you do with it? Is it useful? to have an identity on this shipment, on this product that has a greater degree of trust, or possible greater degree of trust behind it than just the barcode that you have today. It's ironic that every presentation I've seen here so far today has ended up with a QR code. Part of my job is to get the world to switch from one-dimensional barcodes to QR codes, and I don't have one, but thank you anyway.
Thanks. Is the mic back on? Oh, the bucket is still here. All right. No, it's okay. It's the bucket. Thanks, John. Always a pleasure. Phil, John is coming. Always a pleasure to listen to your talks, and the story about the container and the Los Angeles port and Vinny, that kind of reminded me of what the OriginTrail and BSI are doing with the Scan Trusted Factory. It's kind of like that's the purpose behind that whole product and project. Is that the CBP has an easy way of actually verifying that a certain shipment had come from somebody who has a verifiable credential that was issued to, that an audit was made in that particular case. So very insightful talks. Thanks for that again, Phil. Now we're moving on to our second speaker, as I already revealed accidentally. John. John's a professor of practice at McGill University and a globally recognized expert in supply chain integrity, transparency, and digital transformation. And he knows especially a lot about this intersection of emerging technologies, industry standards, analytical science, and regulatory frameworks. So we also have a panel later where we'll discuss all of these topics in a bit more detail. But he's also a prolific researcher with over 38 peer-reviewed papers and book chapters since 2019. And he's going to talk today about how we can power supply chain integrity, specifically, with increased trust in reliability of AI. So, John, welcome.
That's a hard act to follow. Anyone know about the greatest coincidence in our history since we're all involved in technology and supply chain? What is the greatest coincidence that happened? If I mention the date, April the 3rd, 1973, of course that rings bells, right? April 3rd, 1973 was the first scan of a GS1 barcode in the US. What else happened on the same date? The first cell phone call. So since April the 3rd, 1973, these two technologies have been converging and converging and converging. I just thought I'd share that with you. I think that's important. Anyone from the Netherlands here? Geweldig, geweldig. Ik heb in Nederland gewoond voor 10 jaar. What I just said is I lived in Holland for 10 years. But when I came here first, it was building high-performance supply chains. And Bob reminded me this morning when he was talking about setting up 3Com in 1979. So from Netherlands, what I want you to hear from this is that we had leadership back then. So when I came out of the military in Ireland and I came over here to the Netherlands in 84, 85, in the late 80s, I was with Digital Equipment Corporation. And I had this role to manage the supply chains in our networking business. And at that time, Digital, our DEC invented networking. So my job was to go with 2 French product managers to California to meet with small companies, startup companies. 3Com was one of them. And we had to bring those and integrate those into our supply chains. So I talked with 3Com, Cabletron, Shipcom, Wellfleet, Synoptics, and another small company that was a startup called Cisco. If I knew how to spell stock, I would not be here today. My job was to teach these companies about supply chains, about part numbering, about product lifecycle management, and we implemented the first networks in Europe. We put the first networks ever into Italy. We got paid in lira through France. We put Cabletron products into the Kremlin, and allegedly, we got paid in white stallions and vodka through the Middle East. I can't remember all the details, but that was really exciting times way back then. So I need the clicker to move on here. So for 10 years in the Netherlands, then I was building high-performance supply chains and doing some really cool stuff. And also in the Netherlands, you can take this as a compliment. We developed the first ever electronic ordering catalog where we ordered and we placed the first orders on Cisco equipment, all from the Netherlands here. So geweldig gedaan. So, okay, moving on. Lorette was supposed to be here. She's my boss at McGill. Lorette is amazing, absolutely amazing. So she has this convergence innovation theory where we put the human out in front. And that human is what we move towards. We don't take the shiny technology, but we look at that human in the future, and we look at their different roles in society. It's an employee, it's a parent, it's whatever. It's an athlete, many, many different roles. And then we look back and say, how do we need to prepare for that future? So she's amazing. She actually has parked herself in Amsterdam for the last 4 months, and she's here until November. So she should have been here. She may be here later in the afternoon. So the topics I'll introduce and discuss very much from the industry perspective. Some of this will be French or Dutch for those of you who are hearing something like this for the first time, because I'm giving some industry/academic perspectives, and you guys are the brilliant technologists that need to be able to fill in the gaps. So I'll show one slide on supply chain integrity or food chain integrity, and I'll leave that with you. I'll talk about supply chain resilience. I guarantee you've never heard of this stuff before. When I start putting it in context, you'll understand it, but you've probably never heard some of the wording that I'll be using, and it'll be an introduction. I'll talk about trust. I'll talk about the Edelman Trust Barometer, and I'll tell you why what OriginTrail is doing right now is critically important, and how they're well prepared with GS1 and other organizations to drive innovation in society. And I'll talk about digital transformation. Again, not telling you stuff that you don't know, but giving you maybe some frameworks that you can use. So, a good friend of mine, Professor Louise Manning, came up with this. You remember the horse meat scandal? So post-horse meat scandal, academics started developing the notions around supply chain integrity, food chain integrity. This is based on 4 pillars. Now, you see the pillars on the left. Process integrity, right? That makes sense. Product integrity, so is the product what it should be. Data integrity, and the 4th one that's added here is people integrity. And as Phil was talking about verifiable credentials, this is a critical part that's not included in many, many conversations. But if you want to look at what these include, you can see some of the dynamics. I won't go through all of these in detail, but think of these 4 pillars as you're building solutions, because they're all equally important. If you miss one of those, especially the people integrity side, we'll fail. We'll fail. So supply chain resilience, I want to go through this, and this is not to insult you, but this, if I had an audience here that were not technology savvy, I'd say, let me explain how all of these pieces work together. And I would say to them, imagine you're driving your car. You're going from Amsterdam to Brussels, and you have a GPS. And you program in the information into your GPS, very much like in a supply chain if you're using AI or machine learning. Then you have inside your car, you have all of these sensors, right? It tells you your speed, how much fuel you have, temperature of your engine, and so on. Think of that in context of supply chain like IoT devices, the sensors giving you information in real time. And then we have blockchain. Now, blockchain people don't like me saying this, but I say it with love. Blockchain is like looking in the rearview mirror at what happened, because it's a ledger of transactions, right? But I put this picture in on purpose because there's a potential obstacle in there, or potential hazard in there. So learning from the data that's captured in your transaction database can be vitally important looking forward. But what happens when magically your GPS says, there's an accident ahead, get off the highway? We call that a technology tripwire, and then a circuit breaker. The circuit breaker is get off the highway here. Okay? Now think about that in context of the next slide. Imagine a GPS scenario in your supply chain where event discovery is critical to recovery. Now, I hope this is not an eye chart for you, but I developed I wrote a paper on the left-hand side here. It's about the critical importance of system thinking and the cascading consequences of system failures. So in this model here, myself and Carl Eunice, we adopted a model from McDonald and Corsi where we looked at risk management, normal system performance in a business. This can be any company, it can be any industry, it can be any organization, it doesn't matter, any product. You have normal business, and then the shit hits the fan. Sorry for my language. But then something happens and you get into disruption management. And in disruption management, this part is critical. How critical can you recover? But you first have to be able to identify that something occurred, right? and then you try to fix the problem. You recover and you redesign. So here, what I'm arguing for, just like with a GPS going from Amsterdam to Brussels, we need to be able to figure out, you guys need to be able to figure out, with your brilliance, how can we put in those technology tripwires that will advise us of something that could occur before it actually occurs, and then put in a circuit breaker. It may seem like it's simple to do. It's very difficult to do. But think of in the old days when I was coming up doing industrial engineering, you'd have tolerance levels on machines and stuff. You get charts, reports, IoT. This is why real-time information is so critically important. Let me give you examples of why this is important. I'll take you down here on the left-hand side, halfway down to D. If you look at D, it was a product quality issue. Did they have a plan in place for recovery? Yes. Did they use it? Partially. Did they rehearse it? Unknown. You have a plan and you don't test it? That's kind of silly, right? So in this case, it was unknown. But look here. It took weeks to discover, it took months to recover, and it cost $100 million. This is why I'm saying it's so critically important that you guys and your brilliance needs to come up with solutions for these technology tripwires, and also to give us a circuit breaker to be able to change what's happening and put us on a different path. This is why it's so important. Look at the next one down, product recall. Was there a plan? Yes. Was it used? No. Nope, sorry, we're not going to use that plan. Was it rehearsed? No. It was put in a drawer somewhere. And over here, it took weeks to discover, 6 months to recover, and it cost $50 to $60 million. This is why we need you. This is why we need OriginTrail's knowledge graphs, and this is why we need AI locked all up together to be able to do some fantastic stuff. Trust. Anyone ever hear of the Edelman Trust Barometer? This has been going on every year for about 22 years. I think I've actually managed to watch or to capture this for all 22 years. This is a global model. You see here on this one, fake news concerns. We heard about that this morning. We heard about it from Bob as well. Fake news is a serious concern globally. This represents at the bottom here all the different countries. And of course, there's no fake news in China. Governments and media fuel a cycle of distrust. Now, I want to share here with you, you'll hear about trust, mistrust, and distrust. Trust, we know, is accepting a vulnerability. So if you go to a restaurant, you're accepting the vulnerability that every single person in the supply chain worked on your behalf to make sure you get a wholesome, nutritious, and safe meal in front of you. Mistrust and distrust are often used interchangeably, but they're not. One is based on suspicion, and the other one is based on experience. So, for example, you might say, oh, that product is coming from Vietnam, I don't trust it. That would be bias, right? So we don't want to do that. But watch out for that mistrust and distrust and trust. They're different, but they're all very, very real. Societal leaders are not trusted. Any surprises there? Government on the left-hand side, journalists and CEOs. On the right-hand side, scientists are trusted. Any PhDs here? Couple? Yeah, I trust you. More are convinced that we're being lied to by societal leaders, journalists and reporters, my country's government leaders, business leaders. Government not seen as able to solve societal problems. Societal fears on the rise from whether it's job losses, climate change, hackers and cyber attacks and so on. So this cycle of distrust and societal stability is being threatened. But look at this model here. This is a model here on the vertical axis of ethical and unethical, competent and incompetent. So governments and media are seen as incompetent and unethical. Industry, OriginTrail, seen as competent and ethical. GS1, seen as competent and ethical. You see where this is going? So business and NGOs are seen as competent and effective drivers of positive change. And that positive change is also about innovation, driving innovation into society. We're perfectly positioned. Guess what? Information quality is the most powerful trust builder across institutions. What are we talking about today and tomorrow? Information quality, trusted data, verifiable credentials. You guys are perfectly positioned to solve some major challenges that governments cannot. By the way, this year, 2024, is it 64 countries have elections. I think it's 49% of the global population. So there's a lot of change going on. Digital transformation, I'll just fliz through this very quickly. There's two good friends of mine, two professors, Quiroz and Samuel Fasawamba, and they have this small little book. It's a tiny book, but there's a lot of good models in there. The caution here is if you only lead with technology as the first pin of the bowling alley strategy, you might fail. The success of digital transformation is at the intersection of technology, organizations, and people, where organizations need to evolve to digital business models, and you need to do the capacity building for the humans as well. This is a model I have. I won't go through too much, but it's safe to say that I created the 6D model to say that digital transformation, it's a journey. And that journey is never linear. It's not a destination per se, but on the left-hand side, speaking about GS1, the digitization, that first act of digitization, getting the data right is critical, and this is where GS1 standards are extraordinarily helpful. The second part, digitalization. Now, if you've used those words interchangeably before, there's no penalty points, it's okay. It's okay. But digitization is going from analog to digital, whereas the digitalization is the business process and role automation. We see too many blockchain projects starting at the digitalization, ending up with 90% of the effort is fixing the data. You have to fix the data at the start. When I spoke with Amazon e-commerce guy, they said 95% of their effort is fixing the data. And anyway, there's lots of conversations that need to occur. Do we disintermediate? How do we democratize the technology? And how do we datafy it? How do we learn from the data? In summary, what if we don't change at all and something magical will happen? I think there are still some organizations that are in that type of mode. But we don't have linear supply chains anymore. This notion that we pass products from A, B, C to D, that's not the world that we're in. We have numerous supply ecosystems that are interconnected but not always interoperable. A quick note, I did a lot of media interviews during COVID, and the media wanted to hear that we had supply chain issues. We had food security issues. And I said, we don't have food security issues. We have enough food. We just don't know where it is. So that's a food uncertainty issue. And that was a new term that I introduced into the dialogue. We had a food uncertainty issue because we didn't know where the freaking food was. So moving on, ecosystems and value chain mapping is key to understanding the supply chain and vulnerabilities. Trust acts as a social lubricant. Think about if trust was oxygen, we take it for granted, right? What if you take away the oxygen? Then everyone panics, right? So trust is absolutely critical. In times of crisis, trust acts as a social lubricant to move things forward and keeps things going. It's impossible to eliminate bad character, the human side. Remember, people, integrity, you got to figure out solutions for that. I'm hoping that you guys will. Technology, neutral industry standards enable interoperability. Think GS1. And end-to-end transparency is a growing requirement, not a nice to have. My final point, digital transformation, as I mentioned, is not an endpoint. It's a journey that you go on. So think of the 4 pillars of integrity. And there's questions and answers later where I'll be asking you questions. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I got the names right this time, didn't mix them up. We'll continue this discussion actually now in a panel. So we're going to look into also how some of the real-world examples are of how trusted AI is being implemented in some larger enterprises, some smaller organizations. So I would like to invite so John and Phil, if you can come up on the stage, and we also have 3 additional panelists. So I'd also like to invite Garrett. So he's the founder, managing director, and the visionary behind Church of Oak. Where's Garrett? Oh, there he is. So maybe just give it up for Garrett. Thank you. Then we have Marjolein Gauss. I guess I butchered that last name, so I apologize for that, but welcome. So Marjolein is a lead partner for the European blockchain sandbox at Bird & Bird. So she's got a legal and regulatory background. So we'll be touching that angle in the discussion as well. And then we have, or we should have, Seamus from BSI. So he's the senior innovation partner at the British Standards Institution. Seamus, are you there? Oh, there you are. Very big on the screen here. Love it. So let me just grab my chair very quickly. Can you say something, Seamus, so that we can see if we can hear you?
Hello, everyone. I feel very overlordish on the screen, so apologies for that. But and I'm the odd one out. But hope you can hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you. And I'm just going to sit somewhere here. Hopefully, I don't cover too much of you. There we go. So maybe we can start just briefly the panel with, John and Phil, you guys have already introduced yourself, but maybe just like a quick opening statement, and then Garrett and Marjolaine would be great to just give a little bit of an introduction, your background, kind of what is your initial kind of view into the topic of the panel, and then we'll take it from there.
Oh, I thought you were going to start with Marjolaine, please.
Yeah. Okay. We can do that. I think we have a couple of slides if we can put them on. And sorry, Seamus, you're going to be a little bit smaller for a little bit, but and I'll grab the clicker from over here. It should work. So, can we? The tech team, can we pull up the slides, please? And there's a clicker for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Comforting message. Is this okay? Is the audio okay? Is it working? Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me here. It's,
Absolutely.
As a legal and regulatory specialist, that is, of course, a great experience. I had so many great conversations already here, and that is really what is needed. We need a dialogue between technology, innovation on the one hand, and regulators and authorities on the other hand. That is also, I think, exactly the reason why I was invited, because I'm a partner at Bird & Bird, but I'm also leading the European Blockchain Sandbox, which is an initiative of the European Commission. We are providing a framework for a dialogue, a regulatory dialogue between innovators on the one hand and regulators and authorities on an EU and national level on the other hand, cross-border, to identify regulatory issues, challenges, and also to identify solutions and best practices. So for change between innovators and regulators and authorities, it's a constructive dialogue in an informal and confidential setting. The outcomes of the dialogues, to the extent that they can be published, are made known in best practices reports that are published by the European Commission and by us as a project team, and are available for the whole community. And by doing that, we hope to contribute to not only regulatory compliance, but also enhancing actually efficient and effective compliance with regulation, and also making the most of the regulatory tools that are there. Few words, perhaps the next slide. No,
you have
me.
the clicker, yeah.
Okay.
The green one.
Well, yeah. So how are we doing that? It's a 3-year project, 2023, 2024, 2025. We work with a group of 20 selected companies in each cohort. So we had 20 use cases selected in the first cohort. We currently work with 20 selected use cases in the second cohort. And we are very happy that OriginTrail is one of the selected companies in the second cohort that are working with us in these regulatory dialogues. It's a great use case. It's at the intersection between DLT, blockchain, and AI. So that is very, very relevant for the European blockchain sandbox. There will be a third cohort coming up. The application and selection process for the third cohort will start by the end of November of this year. It's a 2 months application process, so that's a next round. And that will be, for this project, the final round. It's a great project to work on. It's really constructive. It's regulation at its best, I would say, also for innovators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marjolaine. Maybe, Garrett, if you mind taking, you need the clicker, I guess, as well. You have a couple of slides.
Maybe,
yeah. So take it away.
Hi, everybody. I always feel like a singer when I have a mic like this. But I'm not a singer. I am the founder and managing director of Church of Oak Distillery, which may pop up on screen.
Yeah, it was here. There we go.
There we go. That's a picture of the place. So Church of Oak is a distillery that we started building in Ireland 5 years ago. We're still building it, actually, in fact. It's a big place. But it was around that time, maybe I got introduced to Seamus, who is maybe small on screen or can hear me now. And we were beginning to think about our supply chain. So you stand in a building like that and you think, okay, where do we get our grain? And at that point, I remember the point quite well, we delved back into the history of the building. It was an old mill and malting facility. And luckily enough, there was grain available locally. It's in Kildare, just outside of Dublin in Ireland. And this began the OriginTrail journey, really. We began to think heavily about our supply chain. We all know that there's this kind of convergence of technology. I didn't know what blockchain was or AI or anything like that at this point in time. I was thinking agricultural, really. And then we began to kind of supercharge our technology, really. And that's when we began to speak to BSI around certification. We can go down that road. And their technology partner that we got introduced to Jurij and the guys in OriginTrail. And so began our journey, and we can talk about it as we go. But we began to think about, as I said, our supply chain, but also out the other side, our customer, what they wanted, and how we would begin to kind of communicate with them. And we have those words, trust, traceability, and transparency on the screen. We very much think about that, and we've kind of built our process. I was interested in the guys talking earlier on. This, to me, is about process, product, people, and data. And that's how we think every day. And we began to build a decentralized knowledge graph around that. But we can get into it with the guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Garrett. That's a very cool intro. I think we have Seamus left. So Seamus, maybe just a quick introduction also from your end.
Sure. Thanks, Jurij, and thanks, OriginTrail team. Really appreciate being a part of this DKGcon. And just to introduce myself, I'm Seamus Galvin. I'm an innovation business partner in BSI. I've been part of BSI since about 2017. And at the time, I think, it was BSI is best known for development of standards and are central to the global standards ecosystem, to certification, to audit, and these ultimately they're instruments of trust. They're enablers of trust. And I think my role is I'm part of the corporate digital innovation team, and it's really what innovations and what technologies there and what affordances are there to improving trust. So I think that's what brought ourselves and OriginTrail together, and we'll speak to that in the panel. But it's really for us, it's BSI sells trust. It's how does technology in its different forms, converged forms, improve how we enable trust for our clients. So nice to meet you all virtually.
Thanks, Seamus. And maybe actually we can, is my mic on? Yeah? Okay, it is. Something difficult to hear. Maybe we can just extend, actually, stay with you, just because we have implemented a lot of OriginTrail-based solutions together over the years with BSI. You were part of many of them. Can you reflect a little bit on how kind of these solutions have evolved and kind of continue to evolve to enable this AI trust and reliability actually being used in the context of BSI's business, right? In the business that or the services that you provide to your customers.
Sure, yeah. And I think, again, I suppose back the timeline, it was around 2017, 2018. The latest instrument to trust was blockchain, and we were all, it had been around a while, but it was new to a lot of people at the time. And for us, it was, well, it's an interesting technology. How can it enable trust for clients? How can it enhance what we already do? We were working with an ecosystem to understand that. OriginTrail, what we liked about OriginTrail was, there was obviously blockchain at the core, but they had clearly thought about it more holistically. Blockchain was just an enabler among other things. So like a lot of organizations, we looked for, well, where can this technology improve us? And a lot of it was around credentialing. So we issue standards, for example. We issue certificates. There is counterfeit issues with some of those and copyright issues with some of those as well, depending on who might be using them or misrepresenting them. And OriginTrail helped us understand what solutions we could provide to increase trust in credentialing. That was the first quick win use case, and OriginTrail have built several of those solutions for us that are still live today. Then we were looking more broadly, some of the things John talked about and Garrett talked about there. We are stewards of ecosystems of trust, really. So where organizations are sharing audit information, they're sharing supply chain information, and we have implemented those using combinations of people and process, but also how can we improve data sharing? How can we improve data security? So we have a couple of instances of that. So like the Scan Trusted Factory program you may have heard of before. That was one where OriginTrail came in and enabled us to greatly increase the trust and credibility of the data and credentialing that was being shared. And it taught us a lot about decentralized thinking as well, so that the old way of doing things was kind of more centralized. By doing things in a decentralized way, we actually get an awful lot of benefits in terms of data privacy and data security, and also commercial benefits as well. And while we've worked with OriginTrail, we've been involved in other ecosystems where understanding those decentralized principles has really been important. So right now, emissions management and sharing of emissions data is a big example there. And we've done projects with the logistics industry where decentralized principles apply. So there's different protocols that can be used, and obviously OriginTrail is one. And the final point, I think, we started off as blockchain, but within a year or two, we stopped speaking about blockchain. We started talking about things like supply chain trust, supply chain integrity, and also the convergence. Really, to achieve trust, it's the convergence of blockchain with AI, with semantic web. And I think working with OriginTrail kind of gave us that holistic understanding early, and we've benefited from that. So it's been a great partnership and journey so far. And we've also, of course, worked and collaborated with Garrett, who's a really good example of an organization on a certification journey, how they're looking to build digital and advanced technology thinking into that process to increase trust in their own products for their clients as well.
Thanks, Seamus. And that actually is a great segue into Garrett. So Church of Oak looks at AI also more from let's say, the value it can deliver from a consumer-facing perspective, right? So how did maybe you can also reflect a little bit, how did the OriginTrail DKG kind of enable you to do that? And how do you see this connection between, do you see AI really connecting your consumers to your supply chain, or where do you see its major role playing in your scenario?
Yeah, it's that convergence, isn't it? So I take a kind of a eyes wide open approach to it. And when we first dipped our toe into this world, we didn't quite know where it was going to go. And I think the two lenses that I look through is on the supply chain, and then on the consumer side, the interest level in that supply chain. And I think we're seeing that across food and bev, and I'm sure across other industries as well. And there was a lack of trust there in whiskey. Sometimes if somebody's buying a bottle of Macallan in China, are they really buying a bottle of Macallan in China? And in Irish whiskey, people would be surprised that the most dominant grain is French maize. So it was the convergence of like kind of ESG technology and AI, blockchain. It was everything coming together. And what we tried to do was look at the supply chain for our own purposes so that we can learn, measure and improve. And we follow what we call as the grain to glass journey, farm to fork. We've kind of all heard it. But to live it is quite difficult, as the guys kind of alluded to earlier on. Thankfully, our supply chain is quite simple, and it's predominantly local. But it goes global when we talk about bourbon barrels from America, Spanish barrels, ex-sherry. So how do we bring it all together? And then I suppose from the consumer point of view, it's the storytelling. So knowledge is power. People want to have knowledge. People have knowledge in their pockets now. Whether they trust it or not is we can talk about it. But it's what we were trying to do was bring trust to that knowledge, and people seemed quite eager to know how the whiskey was made, from what farm, and the ESG sustainability credentials across that. And what we're trying to do is add storytelling. We can't forget about the people in the process. Sometimes it's all about the technology, but it's how do you wrap that in a consumer-facing application, which is what we worked on with you guys. And so you scan your QR, and it will tell you what you want to know, and we can go layers deep into that. And then we've wrapped that with the BSI standards and that trust in the data. I hope we're doing a good job. It's not fully there yet, but you got to go on that journey. So we never forgot about the consumer, but equally, we're looking at our kind of digital core and our tech stack within the four walls and across the supply chain to try and learn where we can look for efficiencies and improvements. But we got to. It's kind of shit in, shit out. But it's kind of like it's about really good quality data going in. And now we're building, like, I didn't know what an ERP was a few years ago, but now I do. So it's building that digital core that we can spin off in the future. And we see a lot of different possibilities. Direct-to-consumer would be one of those.
Great. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, it's been really exciting working with you guys. And I think one of the things that often comes up is also that you guys have to obviously deal with is regulation, right? So there's a lot of things, especially we talked about also EUDR, the deforestation regulation and whatnot. And here I think it'd be cool to kind of look into, from your angle, Marjolaine, and I just noticed we have the same shoes. So good taste, I guess. But it would be great to see, to get your perspective on, you mentioned that the EU blockchain sandbox tries to balance this innovation with regulation, right? So how do you see this balance being done? How do you do it there? And what are maybe the main obstacles that you see with regulation, especially in the, let's say, global context now, where we hear a lot of time, European Union is over-regulating AI and whatnot?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question and the comment on about the shoes. First of all, already the part of the question, where do you see the obstacles in regulation? And of course, AI solutions need to be compliant to be credible and to develop into maturity in applications. Compliance is one of the essential factors, and that is not only the AI Act. That is also, for instance, the GDPR. It's also cybersecurity regulation. It's also data regulation. So it's actually quite a lot, and we try to help there in the European blockchain sandbox at the initiative of the European Commission to help companies understand what the relevant laws and regulations are and what it takes to be compliant, to stay compliant, and to make compliance more effective and efficient. But there is one additional element, and that is so important and underestimated, and that is that AI is also a very important functionality to enhance compliance with other regulations. If we are talking about supply chain and verifiable credentials, we call that attested accreditations in regulation. And that is a very important term, because that is the element that will be used by the regulators and authorities to see whether a company, a supply chain, is compliant with deforestation regulation, with ESG, other types of ESG regulation, with digital product passports, whatever. And there, AI is a crucial tool. In my experience, I'm a lawyer, but that is what I see happening in the sandbox. I think it's a crucial tool, but the bridge between this crucial tool and regulation, that needs to be there. It needs to be given, going with such comforts that the regulators and authorities say, yes, this is what we can rely for our supervising purposes. And that is, I think, that's a big challenge, and there are regulatory instruments that are there to help there if we are discussing digital identity regulation, the eIDAS regulation that came into force in the second version this year, is the system of trust services, attested accreditations as a qualified trust service, that possibility already. The fact that ledgers are now identified as trust services that can be qualified, those are really very important tools in making this work, in bridging this gap between these fantastic new technologies on the one hand and making compliance with this whole broad range of regulations more efficient, more effective for both the actors, the parties in the market, also for the supervising authorities. Oh, sorry.
That's a very good and comprehensive answer. And I think actually looking at this regulation usually is, there's no, or very few, probably no global regulation, right? And I think, John, I have a question for you. You've been looking at supply chains globally, right, for quite a while now. How do you see the regulatory aspect now? I think with artificial intelligence, it's become even more important or even more, let's say, divisive in a certain sense, because you have parts of the world where there's no regulation or very little regulation. You have parts of the world like the European Union where there's more. How do you see this impacting the deployment and the value of getting the value out of artificial intelligence in supply chains? Do you see it, blocking? Do you see it? It's okay. We're actually getting there. And how will this evolve in the future?
Gotcha. So good question, a big question. The first thing is, if we look at this panel, 2 have the same shoes, and there's 3 Irishmen. So I'm always looking at facts and figures and things we can extract. So if you look at regulation and supply chains, even with the EU now coming out, and there's something, by the way, if any of you are interested, look up the Brussels effect. The Brussels effect is very important. I just finished writing the report, co-authoring the report for EUDR on traceability. It was funded by the German government, and that'll be shareable very soon. But the Brussels effect is very important. So what happens in Brussels has this global, reverberate around the world. And that's unfortunate in some cases because we have to respect sovereignty of each individual nation. So we have to move at their pace. Unfortunately, their pace can be much, much slower. So we see that the Brussels effect is very real. It will have an impact, a positive impact. But I want to go back to what my core research is in transparency and trust. So if we go back to transparency, we can break it down into history-based transparency, so looking in the rearview mirror, blockchain. We can do operations-based transparency, which is like IoT devices and sensors, real-time information sharing. And we can go up to strategic transparency, which is working together to develop a particular market. And there's 3 different levels of trust in there as well. But without going into the details, when you put in contracts with your suppliers, and when governments put in regulations in a particular sector, listen to me carefully now, they're actually based on mistrust and distrust. Think about that. So when a government puts in a regulation, it's because they want to protect something, they want to block something, stop something that they know is happening. So it's actually based on mistrust and distrust. How can we get over that and overcome that? We can get over that and overcome that by all of the brilliant things that were talked about this morning. By the OriginTrail team, by the Amazon team, by the Microsoft guys, and everyone else that presented this morning. The technology can be an enabler of providing trusted information. You saw in the data that I shared from Edelman that the information quality is critical to moving all of this forward. So I think if we understand that regulations and contracts are based on mistrust and distrust, and we know that technology can be the enabler to break through that, that's where we need to get to.
That's a very good, also a very good answer, and it ties into actually standards to a certain degree as well, right? So transparency, Phil, you talked about standards before, right? So I think it's been in your job for a few years now, exactly. So you know a thing or two about them, and specifically here we're talking about standards that enable, so data standards enable data connectivity, standards that enable verifiability. How do you, so I think from a technical angle, it's clear, right? That enables more reliable AI because we can really, once we have more clear, connected, verifiable data, we can trust the outputs of AI more. Does it also help, in your view, do standards also help, in your view, to actually be compliant or kind of follow the regulation? and maybe even go a step further to say standards can help shape the regulatory framework for artificial intelligence or other innovative technologies going forward? Or is that, a step too far?
No, there's an interplay between regulators and standards bodies, particularly the kind that Seamus works for. So regulators tend to talk to their national standards bodies like British Standards Institute or NBN in Brussels or whatever. And they, for those of us who work in other standards bodies, it's a little bit odd because these standards you have to pay for and everything else. I've worked for many years in standards bodies that are community efforts that, here, help yourself, go and do it. So even the word standard means different things to different people. And any standard, no matter who writes it, no matter where it is, no matter what the way it comes to life, it's nothing more or nothing less than the consensus of the people who both wrote it and who implement it. And all standards, with very few exceptions, are optional. And given a choice of 10 standards, you might choose number 1, I might choose number 5. And they don't interoperate. But I'm following a standard. So just on their own, they don't necessarily achieve anything, which comes back to something that everyone's talked about in their own way. It comes down to people. People are part of this. And one of the biggest cultural changes I had to go through, and I moved from working at W3C, particularly on open government data. So I was speaking to government departments, government regulators, or the kind of people who have lots of government-generated data. And the basic argument was, I'm a taxpayer, I paid for that, I want it. Doesn't work in the commercial world. And you come across some kind of obvious reasons for not sharing data, like you don't necessarily want to have transparency in your supply chain, because if I know that you got your grain from him, I'm going to miss you out and go to him and get the grain from there. I'm not going to come to you. So there's a very real commercial incentive to keep some of that to yourself. What I found, the biggest surprise I found, is the certification bodies. Certification bodies, their job is to assess your operation, your product, or whatever it may be, according to a standard. And then they issue the certificate. They don't want to make those certificates public, would you believe? Those certification bodies will not publish their catalogue of certificates. And you think, why the heck not? It's because if you're certifying against a particular standard, you've got competitors. So you don't want to publish your client list in front of your competitors. So, for example, we're talking all about these wonderful transparency and tools and everything else, and these certifications. The people might not want you to do that.
That's a very interesting angle to it, because we also come from an open source, right, kind of ecosystem. OriginTrail is open source. It's like, here's the code, help us improve it, help us drive the knowledge graph, make it better. But often, and I think Seamus will probably have also a thing or two to actually add, because that's a good point, right? We often also talk about different sorts of standards, right? We're talking about data standards on one hand. Seamus, BSI is often also called, right, the business standard company, right? And I think last time we spoke, you said ultimately we sell trust. And so how do you see the business standards that BSI is so heavily involved in? How do you see them kind of being redefined with the advance of artificial intelligence? And do you see them also actively helping to shape it? So not maybe from a pure regulation point of view, but more like what are the business best practices to get the most reliable use of artificial intelligence in your organization?
I'd agree with what Phil said, and you said, like, even the word standards, there's lots of different types of standards for different purposes, different organizations. I agree with Phil as well. Some of our clients, maybe publishing certificates can be an issue, but we endeavor wherever we can to publish our certificates, and they're available in a database, and that's always been the case. I would say, I think the role of AI is interesting. When we look at our standards world, the monolith of the industry has, a client thinks of a standard as a document about a topic. It's a PDF. That serves a certain purpose, but I think it's really the digital transformation agenda is how do we provide those in digital forms that are ever more useful, ever more flexible. And there's been lots of different ways of doing that, and the international standards industry has invested in smart standards and frameworks around that. And Phil, can talk at length about GS1's approach. But it's just interesting with AI how, even with NLP and with this advent of large language models, it's introduced very new and creative ways of thinking about how we make standards more available. So the big one that we're working on at the moment is it's that interplay between regulations and standards, where a lot of our customer journey starts with people wanting to comply to a regulation, and that's the what, and then the standard is the how, and it's increasingly how can AI create a more seamless experience for customers, where when they're navigating one or more regulations, they can simultaneously also understand what topics or teams are in a standard, not just one standard, but across multiple standards. So, for example, we're working again on ESG reporting. So how can AI assistance be brought to bear for ESG reporting? You have a whole host of regulations, reporting frameworks in ESG. You have a whole host, broad range of ESG topics that the likes of Garrett has to consider as he's building out his distillery, for example. It's for each of those topics in relation to regulation, how can we provide standards in a much more flexible form so that the content is accessible? So I think there's a huge opportunity there around AI and the large language model piece. But then it goes back to what everyone is saying here. It's the trust in that data. It's the effectiveness of the AI. So if we're producing derivative content above regulations and standards, can we trust that AI-generated content? And that goes back to the theme of this content. It's the semantic web. It's the underlying technologies that have been there, how they're integrated with this new kind of wave of AI. But if we can get that right, it does definitely make standards more relevant, I think, to some of the challenges that people are trying to solve.
Yeah, I think it plays very well into the whole connectivity thing that we talked about in the first part of, and also in this part of the sessions. It's when you're looking at a standard, right? Also, you're not looking at it in isolation, right? And that's the problem of reliability when you're trying to understand something. And you need that. That's where knowledge graphs can be really powerful as well, right? To connect all of these different standards between each other, also regulation and whatnot. And yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. I'm just moderating.
While we are on the topic of standards, I must say, from a regulatory perspective, they are hugely important. There are references to standards that need to be adopted in virtually all digital regulatory instruments. So in cybersecurity, in the data regulation, in AI, in the ADAS regulation, there's always a big part about standards. That is not voluntary standards. Those are mandatory standards. They are being developed, and I understand that it is complex, but what we have seen during the dialogues is that how important standards are, how big the need is of understanding the process, how to provide input there, and that is being facilitated. We try to address that also in the best practices report, to give clarity where to find the sources about the formal standards, where the process is, what is under construction or has already been developed and adopted. But the important point is there's adopted formal standards. They are part of the regulation. They are part of compliance. And one of the challenges, I think, is, and part of that bridge between innovation on the one hand and regulation on the other hand, is that the standards that are being developed by the market and that are functioning well, to see whether they can be credited in the formal standards that are adopted under the regulation.
Yeah. No, that's a very it's like a very nice take on it, and I think standards, Garrett, I think we spoke about this like a bit of a different angle to how also you can apply standards to your, in this case, supply chain. But when we're looking at organizations that usually operate in networks, right? So how do you apply a standard, to organizations that you don't control directly because you work in a network, but your product comes from across 100 different maybe suppliers, right? And you mentioned an interesting take on how AI is actually enabling also players upstream in the supply chain to become better, become more involved. I think you mentioned farmers, that they're becoming more literate, and that kind of helps all the things downstream. So what's your take on that? Because also standards need to be applied right across the board if they are to be. Otherwise, it's just the weakest link in the chain.
Yeah, I'm listening with interest here as well. I forgot I was on a panel. But it's like, my take is that there's going to be winners and losers on the standards. And sometimes they're there for the dark art reasons, really. We're in a heavily regulated industry, and so we should be, alcohol. So we're directly tied to revenue in Ireland, so they need their cut and they want to make sure. I mean, there's a lot of history in that, but everyone wants their cut. And I was listening to Phil earlier on, and I was like, for me, I just want the customer. And, if I was to go to America, there's the 3-tier system. Even here in Europe, it's like I've got to go through importers and wholesalers and retailers. And there's regulatory and compliance and standards along the way. But to circle back to the farmers is that, because it's all about, the commercials come into it. Yeah? So I'm here talking about the commercial. Like, I want my margin. That's how I make money, right? But I want to be able to share my margin with the farmers, the people who are directly involved in the supply chain. If I'm giving it away at every point through taxes and regs, the whole way through the supply chain, I can't give value to the customer. And sometimes I think I don't know why I'm on this rant today, but it's like we have to look, what are the standards there for where's the value chain for all of this? Because the value chain gets mixed up with the supply chain in this as well. And, the farmers in Ireland, and I believe across the world, don't see enough value in what they're doing. We were talking about food. There's enough food. We don't know where it is, and there's so much food wastage, and this comes back to, again, what we're talking about in terms of the supply chain. I want to give value back to the people who make the product. And I think if I was to kind of go about how I'm going to do it with my dark arts, is that we're eventually, if we go enter Holland, and we go, right, well, we're going to go through importer, distributor, retailer. But eventually somebody's going to scan our barcode, and I go, cool, I want you, and now I want a direct relationship with you. And that's what we've kind of built a little bit with you, Jurij, is, if they want to, of course, they scan that, we give value back through sharing our knowledge with them. And here's the supply chain. Here's the farmer that grew your grain. Here's the person that made the glass. Here's the, it doesn't sound very sexy, but yeast supplier. But it's like, these are the people involved in making the product that you so enjoy. And I don't want to share my margin around. And this is where I think the winners and losers will come. We're going to be actively trying to cut people out of the supply chain to give the value back to the people who, in my opinion, deserve the value. And we have to look at standards and regs, and like here we are talking about EUDR on one side. I don't know if everybody knows what that is. We won't go down the rabbit hole. But equally, like, we're looking at technical files for geographical indicators as well. Like Irish whiskey has to be made in Ireland. Champagne has to be made in Champagne. So the amount of paperwork, and this comes back to it, is that if we can have, ultimately, I want a cleaner supply chain. And there's a lot of hard work in teeing that up. So we're working actively behind the scenes. We're not on market yet, so please bear with us for a couple of years and then go out and buy the product. But it's we're trying to get this in place because it's so difficult in a fast-paced environment where now we're talking about AI when 3 years ago we weren't talking about AI. We were talking about blockchain. Now we're not talking about blockchain. So, but ultimately, yes, upstream and downstream, I want to be able to give the value back. And I want to also take some of that value for ourselves. And that's why I'm paying an awful lot of attention to an awful lot of areas, because things like what's happening in America, EUDR, tariffs, all this, like it upsets the supply chain, but ultimately the value chain alongside that.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of variables to take into account. And you did mention one thing with Phil, right? So the thing that you scan on the end product, right? So maybe a question for you, Phil. We'd really love to hear your thoughts on this. So do you see the digital ink would be the new QR code or the new barcode that we would put on all new products and try to, now we're in the period of transition, right? So billions of products are becoming equipped with this. Do you see solutions such as what Garrett was mentioning, right, that enable through scanning just the product, being able to interact with it, get verifiable data on that product? Do you see kind of a symbiotic relationship, or GS1, so the digital ink facilitating those types of solutions, and the other way around, so those types of solutions facilitating the adoption of the digital QR code?
Yes, pardon me. So I need to give you a bit of background because not everyone's going to know what Jurij is talking about. Pardon me. It's part of this transition from a one-dimensional stripy barcode that you've all grown up with through a QR code. It has to have the same product identification system within that QR code, and it has to be a URL. Both those things. So it'll still go Beeper to checkout. That checkout is not making an online lookup. It's not going off to the web and finding out what it is. It's just got the number just like a one-dimensional barcode today. But to your point, Jurij, yes, there are, I'm delighted to say, a lot of companies who are what we call solution providers, product cloud people, from big ones like Digimarc and Blue Byte to smaller ones like Polytag in the UK or whatever. And these people are offering, and going on to people like Garrett and saying, do you want to interact with your customer? After they bought that bottle of whiskey from you, and they want to share that experience. They want to give other people their ideas. Of course you do. I mean, that's a fantastic marketing tool. Oh, by the way, do you want data analytics of when they scanned it and how long between the time they bought it at the checkout and maybe they opened it and shared it on, and all that kind of stuff is absolute marketing gold. But to make that happen, you've got to go and talk to people and say, that stripy barcode? Yeah, it's time to change that for this one. So you're right, it is a two-way thing. And we have this thing called, we keep changing the word, ambition 2027. But by the end of 2027, brands and retailers will be able to certainly have that two-dimensional barcode on. As I say, all the major scanner manufacturers and print manufacturers are already on board with this. And so the 1D barcode is not going to disappear anytime soon. It will still be there. There is a transition period, but the momentum is clearly heading towards it. You all want trusted information that I can promise you is correct. I promise you this is not correct. It's not sourced. I can't give you the actual source of this other than the fact it was my mate who told me. There's something like 25 million products with this thing on it already, and it's growing very, very rapidly.
Yeah, thanks. And I think we've done a couple of solutions or pilots of the solutions with this, right?
In fact, you did one of the very first with I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the Slovenian name. There's a really, really, really good chicken farmer not far from Ljubljana. And as you've done with Garrett's company, you scan that, use the GS1 standards, you end up with trusted, verifiable information about just how good that chicken is. It's really
cool. Yeah, that one's been very popular. People love the chicken. We did a similar thing also with not whiskey yet, Poitin, right, which we showcased at the GS1 Global Forum. I think it's just a nice way of so yes, verifiability, that's the kind of the cornerstone, but it also gives then the customers a way to engage with a product on the level and the way that it suits them. So it's something that you can't do with static interfaces, and I think that's why it's a really nice combination with digital ink and all these things. Sorry, Gary, if you wanted to.
I suppose as part of that, there was also the small language model idea, and introducing that into, say, our business or other businesses where you can keep that engagement going. So if somebody scans, they enter onto your website, but then it's like, well, hello, what else would you like to know? And the other thing, just nearly my final point, if you will, is the ability for AI for mass customization or personalization, and that's what I'm really interested in. I want to keep them in our kind of world, engage with them, give them meaningful engagement, but offer them value on the personalization. So it's like, I really enjoyed that single malt. When are you making that again? And we tell them, would you like to personalize it? Would you like to send 6 of them out to your friends and family? Do you want to add a note? Things like that. I think we can give them incredible value. And here's the thing, at scale. So not just one person, 1,000 people, all within the same week. And I think we can build digital systems to be able to do that. Of course, we'll be monitoring, but I think we can personalize at massive scale. But I think the small language model, I think, is an interesting take on that, meaningful engagement once you have your customer.
Yeah, maybe John,
I was good. I'm a big fan of disintermediation, taking out the middlemen. If we look at that dollar and we break it down with who gets the margin, we need to really understand that, which is what I mentioned earlier with supply chain mapping and stuff. So governments understand the benefits of AI, and I advise governments all over the world in industry, whether it's Vietnam or Laos or Canada or US, but they mature at different levels as well. So for example, I have a colleague in Canada, he's a lawyer, and he had to use freedom of information to find out if the government of Canada is using AI in the food sector to do the regulations. And through freedom of information, they said yes. Here's where we're using AI. We're using AI in risk management for products coming in. That's fine, but they don't want to publish that yet because they have to prove it out a little bit more. Whereas now I have a request from another Canadian government department in product and consumer safety. They say, we need you to train our government inspectors as to how products come into Canada. What? What? How products come into Canada? Don't they come in, your export controls and everything? They go, no, that's not the problem. The biggest problem we have right now is consumer. There are packages coming to consumers. And it's also resale of things like buggies. Well, I go, okay, hang on. I wrote a paper for the EU on resale of second-hand goods, on traceability. It's a difficult challenge. So what the government, this other government ministry, or two of them in fact, want to figure out, how are products coming into Canada? Are they compliant with Canadian regulations? And how can we educate and protect consumers? There's different demographics that are involved here. Girls at certain ages, they'll buy products. Guys at certain ages will buy products. Adults, a little bit older. So there's certain things tied up in there. But governments know that AI is critical to moving forward. The risk is that they'll over-regulate and will stifle innovation. So in, what was it, 1893 or something, quote me on that or correct me on that if I'm wrong, 1893 in the US, a motorized vehicle could only drive at 5 miles per hour, and during the hours of darkness, somebody had to walk in front of it with a red lantern. A red lantern. So we've come a long way, right? We've come a long way in that. But that was the momentum at the time, allegedly the momentum at the time of the conversations were, we just need faster horses, not motorized vehicles, right? So the world has changed and evolves pretty quickly. AI will be a critical part of what the government do, especially in the area of border controls. I think Phil talked about that earlier, and I was involved in that in a previous cycle when I was at GS1. But one quick funny anecdote, I have a buddy of mine, I won't say which country he's from, but they used to be part of the EU. And he submitted his tax returns, and the revenue agency called him up and said, this doesn't compute. This is your tax returns, but this is your LinkedIn profile and all the things you're talking about. Here is the Twitter post you're making, and here are all your vacations on Facebook. So there's something wrong here. So they're pulling data from multiple sources, and they pulled him in and said, something is not right here. Now, so my point there is that different government departments will have different uses of technologies and to be able to make sense of what's going on.
Yeah, that's a very interesting example. You got to be careful out there. But I would love to keep the conversation going, but unfortunately we have to wrap up. So I would give everybody 30 seconds for maybe just some closing thoughts, and then we can open up a minute or two just to see if there are any questions in the audience. And maybe Seamus, do you want to go ahead and start? But let's keep it really to 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think, as someone who's been, I suppose, involved in piloting and experimenting and deploying AI, I think you learn a lot by doing in the space, but it's also important. I think AI are very involved in governance, the governance aspects as well, and notified bodies. So I think it's governance with enablement, and getting that balance right, I think, is important, and one not stopping the other. But getting a balance between both and keeping the human in the loop, keeping it human-centric, I think, is key.
Okay, thanks, Seamus. Yeah, maybe Marjolein, you want to?
Yep, 30 seconds.
30 seconds on the time.
No, my last comment would be, don't approach regulation only as a threat or hampering innovation. it is also an opportunity. And there's regulatory instruments out there that actually enhance innovation and new developments, and that is underestimated until now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very valid point as well. Garrett.
Yes. I'm not good at 30 seconds, but I'm tremendously excited for the future. In whiskey terms, we always think in decades. Where I need to make a 10-year single malt now. I'm really, really excited when I kind of project forward, and everything that I'm learning about AI and everything that surrounds it around decentralized knowledge graphs. When I think about where we could be in 5 years' time, I think that's a genuine leap in humanity, actually, at the pace that this is going. I would encourage people to think in terms of 5 and 10 years and not get so caught up in the newspaper headlines, on the daily basis. So to think long term, even thinking short term, the 5-year plans is thinking long term in terms of this world. And I'm really encouraged at where the direction of travel. Yeah.
Thanks, Garrett. John.
By being here at this conference, you're already very smart, very clever, because you're at the future. You're at the start. The future is in your hands. What I would say, based on my experience growing up and maturing in the industry, too many people got religion. And we're a Microsoft religion, we're a Google religion, we're an SAP religion. Please don't get religion. Think about interoperability, think about collaboration, think about working together, because that's the key to success. What OriginTrail is provided here is a platform, a framework, an ecosystem for us all to enable that. The future is in your hands.
Certainly is. I think the thing that worries me about all this is the people. Don't underestimate the importance of the people rather than the technology. And there are people who have data you want who won't give it to you. And there are people who you want to trust, but you can't really get the stuff that they've got. And so technology, as I said right at the very start, garbage in, garbage out. You want the gold technology, but the people who've got that golden data, they're going to charge you for it or whatever. And so this utopian world where everything is trusted and everything is verifiable does depend on people giving you their data or you being prepared to pay for it, sadly. I wish that were not true.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, everyone. I think, how are we on time? Do we have a minute or two for a question from the audience, or should we? Okay. Then if anyone has a question, we can, we're around, except for Seamus.
We're here all day.
But we can relay questions to Seamus if needed. So I would say a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much. It was a great discussion. And yeah, we can go ahead. I guess, Tomaž, you will take over. Thanks, Seamus. Take care.
Bye-bye, Seamus. I don't know if you see me. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Greg. That was amazing. Tough act to follow. We'll be fine. Welcome, 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 all of you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, funny fact, we're not breaking, so it's we're going to keep going. So after this session, there's going to be a break. Oh, now very short one after. Yeah, correct. Well, you signed up for DKGcon, you're getting a lot of content. That's how life is. All right. Are we all semi-settled-ish? Very good. Warm welcome to my panelists today. We are at a session where we will be discussing the importance or the impact of artificial intelligence, and we'll sprinkle, of course, that element of trusted artificial intelligence or Web3 based on the startup ecosystem. So we have a very distinguished lineup here, which I will kindly request that they will do the introduction of each of their focus areas at the moment by themselves, but at the same time also tackle the first, let's say, general question which can go up to all of you. And it can be on the topic of how do you see artificial intelligence really impacting the startup ecosystem? Is this a particular vertical that you see that's coming up and it's like you consider it, okay, this is AI? Or are you seeing artificial intelligence as something that's much more broader and horizontal and has impact across multitude of different fields? So we can start with you, Joe. By the way, this is Joe, Ken, Michael, Chris. And of course, they'll give all of their introductions with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm Joe Visani. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lunar Crush. So we're a social intelligence provider. So if social media impacts you in your business from a B2B standpoint or from a personal standpoint financially, you're going to probably want to go check out lunarcrush.com, little plug. The impact on startups is, I think it's incredible what's happening right now. And I think from a productivity standpoint is probably the largest impact that we're seeing. Small startup, Series A startup like us at Lunar Crush, I think content creation and what we've kind of been able to do, just from, we have real-time data across multiple different social media networks. We gather 30 to 60 million posts an hour, right? And we can feed that data directly. We just did a test this week on creating like a 9-minute podcast. And it was 2 different individuals, and it was completely indistinguishable from real humans just talking based on our data about current events. It was incredible. But I think that what we potentially could see here in the future is like a single-person unicorn. So a market cap of $1 billion of just one person operating a company, which is incredible to think about. And I think very shortly after that, even potentially an AI agent unicorn. And if that AI agent is given some Bitcoin or some cryptocurrency and left to its own devices, and the private keys are no longer in the hands of some human, that's an autonomous $1 billion entity that people are going to be querying to try and do business with. So I think that we're going to see these things in the next couple of years.
Very interesting. And you paint a curious picture. We'll touch upon some of those topics afterwards for sure. Ken, please.
Hi, I'm Ken. So it says on this card, so it must be me. I've been involved with the OriginTrail guys since 2017, around that time. My background is in global logistics and supply chain management. I'm incredibly old now, so as I've been involved in various startups, that was a while ago, but I'm a keen observer of the industry, particularly because my specialization is how technology has helped redesign and enable high-velocity, highly complex global supply chains operate across all manner of different industries. And I'm most days these days, I'm either a non-executive director or an investor in small companies that are doing interesting things in this area. I have made a huge number of mistakes in my career, and I'm very keen to share those mistakes with guys like yourselves so you don't repeat them, because some of them were incredibly stupid and some of them just kind of came upon you. As regards artificial intelligence, my most recent startup happened just over a month ago, utilizing AI technology. One thing that I've learned going through this process, which has more or less been over the past 2 years or so, the rate of change, the rate of advancement of artificial intelligence is close on nothing I've seen before. I was around playing around with ARPA before it turned into DARPA and then founded the internet. Yes, I am that old and I do know those people. And as the internet or the World Wide Web really started to exploit the internet, that was pretty interesting. This is nothing like that. It's much faster and moving in ways that I would be prepared to bet that a lot of people even here fail to grasp how quickly this is moving. That has huge implications for trying to legislate, because most of the legislators are trying to legislate something that has already changed before they had their first meeting. It's fascinating and scary, and to the point of how you can apply apply artificial intelligence, or really watch the effects of artificial intelligence being applied, can work on different silos of technology or business or commerce. It's going to affect everything. So I think it's more of a horizontal impact it's going to have. And I have no clue how this is going to turn out.
Amazing. Well, we'll unravel some of those secrets for you and for everyone else, I'm sure, by the end of the conference today. Michael, please, could I ask you for a quick intro and your initial thoughts?
So my name is Michael. I'm from Amsterdam here, so it's a local event, which is great. We are running several companies, but I started in 2017 in something we call crypto. It's historical, but that's what we called it back in the day. Now it's Web3. And actually, my background is on economic basis. So from there, I became a trader, investor. And now we have got multiple entities, as you can see on the screen, where I'm the founder and CIO of MN Consultancy, MN Capital, and MN Academy. And I'm a content creator, so we're launching a podcast ourselves in the next month. For God knows how long we're going to do it without AI. Same with trading. But I think that especially in the venture capital that we have and startup investing, I think AI is a vertical and it's horizontal. And most of the projects that we see in the vertical are also impacting DeFi or also impacting DePIN or just impacting the entire ecosystem. So it's quickly spreading out. And I think that basically in every startup, AI will be integrated anyways. And I think biggest impact, as you mentioned, is productivity, where we're going to be seeing smaller teams launching quicker, efficient markets, and just making life easy for a lot of people, including our venture capital, especially if we do a lot of research. So, yeah, it's just a big thing out there.
Amazing, thank you, Chris. Last by far not least, you're actually kind of like a two-hat person today because you're also representing a panelist who couldn't make it sadly today, but we'll schedule him for next year immediately. So Tony Piechu is going to be joining us then. But Chris, please, if you could just do a quick intro for yourself as well.
Thank you, Thomas. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Reining. I'm from Norway, but I live in Switzerland, and it's a pleasure to be here. I guess I'm here in the context of being the managing partner of Amip Ventures, which is part of the Porsche Pierre family office. You will know the Porsche family, so not the Porsche company, but the family office. And I run venture capital, private equity, and direct investments for them. And one of the investments we've made, I guess for context, is Trace Labs, the developers behind OriginTrail. So it's a great pleasure to be here. But I guess I'm here uniquely to talk about the context of AI as an investor, so putting my investor hat on. And what might surprise you a little bit is I have a somewhat of a contrarian, careful, skeptical view on AI. Not that I and the family see the potential and clear benefits of AI, but we've taken a view where we certainly don't want to be funding the potential end of humanity. So I think...
Thank you for that.
I think so I echo what everyone says in terms of the tremendous opportunity and the speed, not least, right? And I think in that, there lies a little bit of an area of concern or caution, right? And of course, we've been here before. It's taken quite a long time to get to Amsterdam today. If you go back billions of years from rocks and fish and mammals and dinosaurs and humanity. It took us a long time to get here, right? I think in context of how long it took to get here, I think we could face a T-Rex, metaphorically speaking, in a matter of years, right? And the question is, what will be the human or society's T-Rex, right? We've had, I mean, AI is nothing new. We've had Bayesian statistics, for those who probably studied that, predicting outcome. But now we're dealing with the inorganic algorithm, right? A completely new form of life that are not only predicting potential outcome, but also learning, teaching, and making decisions, right? And we've had first contact with AI, not only through Bayesian statistics, but through social media, right? And it wasn't Mark Zuckerberg that sat down and said, I want hate speech, or I want, the most controversial content to show up in your feed whenever you go online. Those were algorithms that were looking at your behavior in this race for attention, race for engagement, and they figured out that hate speech kept you going and kept you connecting with your tribe, right? And I am concerned that we lost the first contact with AI, and now, since things are moving so fast and no one really knows where this is going, I'm not saying we shouldn't keep developing, but maybe we need to slow down. And I don't think necessarily it is through regulation or that government or standards or will lead the way there. They will try to catch up and impose regulation and standards. And I think it's up to the investors, and I think it's up to the entrepreneurs to ask yourself, what kind of company do you want? What kind of society do we want? What kind of nations do we want? Because we see that AI is a challenge to conversations. It's a challenge to democracy. It may be fueling dictatorships and tyranny. So I guess what we can delve into, and I'll stop there with my in this rabbit hole, is that it's not question of whether the costs outweigh the benefits. Clearly see the benefits, very clearly, like fighting climate change, finding a cure for cancer, clear. There's no stopping it. But I'm a little concerned, and this is what my question then to you as entrepreneurs and us as investors and regulators, is that on the way to getting the benefits, can the costs disturb essentially humanity and the society as we have it today? So it's more the way to the destination that I'm concerned about, not the destination itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think you're underpinning the importance of safety, which is something that's very much high on the vision, basically, of how the internet in the age of AI should look like. It should be safe. But then, of course, that's a packed word, and we need to unpack it in a way that there's a societal agreement somehow of what are the elements of that safety, whether that's on the transparency side, whether that's on us accepting what the black box is and just living with it, or do we want to see some elements of that be required, almost as, I don't know, we had a conversation like as a sticker on a bleach, do not drink because it's not good for you. And the same way, like, don't use AI if it's not following certain pathways that it should, and that sticker should kind of give you a pointer in terms of what is a good type of solution and what's not. And on the back of that, Joe, you mentioned that you're already kind of using AI partially within the company, but at the same time, Lunar Crush is keeping a pulse on so many different kind of segments of society, from crypto, obviously, the stocks, sports, politics, and so on and so forth, through social media. Do you feel that there's a significant, or have you maybe noticed it even, significant some impacts of happening of different AI, either tools for generating content or even AI agents that you mentioned before, being actively influencing the perception across these different fields? Or do you feel that there's a potential for them to do so?
Yeah, I think there's a search for truth online right now. I mean, we talked about that a lot today, and even a little bit on safety. You said don't drink the bleach. I was like, I think I probably went to school with some guys that probably would have drank that bleach. And you're not going to stop everyone from everything. That's why open source is so important. Yeah. Right. And I wish some of these large language models were actually not built inside of some of these large companies, right? Because you have access to ChatGPT, you have access to what they give you. Right? Like, I can't type into ChatGPT, what's Ken's address, right? And it's not going to give me anything. But they've got God mode internally where they have that information, right? And so I think that it's just an outpacing, because I think the cat is completely out of the bag. Just like, they were talking about this morning, and that was a great segment about some of the images on the internet that they didn't want and they tried to regulate out. They can't do that. And just like right now, Ken's address, sorry, use your example, Ken's address is not in ChatGPT, but you go to Google and you search, I guarantee, just like my address and a lot of people's, you can find it on Google, right? So it's just a matter of time before that works its way. And I think the scary part is the UX disruption there is so great that it just makes it so easy to figure out things, right? Like, hey, how do I build an atomic bomb, right? Like you're going to search, figure it out. If you have an example of that, that's where it gets scary. And then another paradigm shift of that you said is conversation online, and right, like, so if we're pulling down 60 million posts an hour, right? Like everyone's got their feed and you're trying to kind of go through that feed to understand what's real and what's not real. And with the content that's created within AI now, it's even harder to distinguish what's real and not real. You kind of need to fight fire with fire a little bit and train your own model to, like we were talking about this morning, kind of filter out what you can see and what you don't want to see, right? And I think there's going to be a couple avenues of that filtering that's really important. I think, like SMS or WhatsApp and kind of like messaging services, like right now, if you could tap like, hey, give access to email, give access to your phone number, give like access to my social media, and then you start to kind of train what you want to see and what you don't want to see, you could have, I guess, a more benevolent social media experience that kind of keeps you down a different path, I think is important. But what we're trying to do is kind of clean that spam a little bit. That's our take on it, right? But I think the more important thing is everyone's individual take on what they want to see versus, what the algorithm's giving you, right? Because of what you're clicking on and seeing. It's like, can you be a little bit more active versus passive in that? Because we're all very outmatched, I think, when it comes to, the billions of dollars that have gone into these algorithms. Like none of us have the ability psychologically to like break through that, right? The only thing you do is finally put the phone down and say, I don't want to see this right now, right? But it's gonna eventually beat you. So I think it's to the user.
I think you're echoing also what Dr. Metcalfe in the morning was saying around having a chance to fight fake news or unwanted, let's say, content in that sense, with giving power to the users by allowing them or us, each of us to have a chance to filter on our own. So having that level of transparency that what information came from where, but at the end of the day, having you as a user, that final filter saying, okay, this is my story, I believe, or this is my conspiracy theory I subscribe to, and this is like the level of information that I'll I guess consume. Michael, maybe on this topic of since you are a content creator as well, and you're interfacing a lot of content being produced online, is that something that you see? So AI, do you see something that's already entering this field, or are you concerned perhaps that your content as well is being appropriated by AI companies for kind of replicating it in ways that you perhaps didn't intend to in the first place?
Well, I think it's happening on multiple levels. So you've got this with fake news, or someone is using my image on an Instagram account with all the data that I had somewhere, and they just scrape it and put it on the account, using it for bad actions. But I think it's also in the past 6 months, especially in Web3, it's getting very complex for companies and projects to see who's real. So out of nowhere, there are so many content creators with fake followers, fake engagement, fake bots. Everything is out there because it's so easy to just get it there. That's making social media more complex, and it's actually killing social media. So I don't know, Elon Musk can't tackle it on X. I think the only way we can tackle it is through KYC, but we don't want that either. But it's a big issue, and we are talking about this on a daily basis on our office or at our office. Like, how can we tackle it? Are we going with the boat, and are we also going to be unethical? And it's just not our vision, but we see it happening, and it's destroying.
Yeah, for sure. It's again creating this haziness, right? Of not having basically the transparency for you to be able to allocate actually accountability to different entities, and they are using AI or just the capacity to produce so much en masse, almost as a shield of their own, or like creating obscurity by design, by having this as a part of their front. But yeah, maybe on the content creation side, it's something where at least these types of creative tasks can be tackled in a much less critical. It's not so mission critical if there's a tiny mistake here and there, but when we're turning more towards the supply chain, it's much less of a margin of error is much smaller, right? Because the response needs to be either A, B, or C, or there needs to be a very, very concrete response to any task that's being performed by AI system or any other. So what would be your thoughts on how do you see AI impacting more, let's say, precise field? And I just realized we're knights around the very almost round table here, so there you go.
I think it's cute that you think that commercial supply chains are slightly less chaotic than real life. Let me give you an example. People are messy, and also they lie. So my address online, I never give my right address, so...
Yeah, fine.
I'm teasing you. Let me give you an example. With container shipping, when the container ship Ever Given decided to take an unexpected sharp right turn in the Suez Canal, huge disruption. This was the container ship that got caught out by the wind and ended up jamming the Suez Canal. First off, that put a huge brake on the global flow, well, not global flow, certainly the flow from Asia to Europe of physical traded goods. This is relevant, I'll come back to it. Another example is container ships catch fire, and that's also interesting. Now, does anyone here have any idea what I've got an apartment opposite the Port Felixstowe in the UK, and you see these monsters coming in and out constantly. Does anyone have an idea of the maximum number of containers the biggest ships can now carry? And they have fleets of these things. Anyone want to guess?
More than 5.
More than 5, yeah.
Between 5 and 1 million.
Yeah.
Someone said 1,000.
Pardon?
Someone said 1,000.
Yeah.
5,000.
Yeah.
I've got 10. I've got 10. Got 15.
Yeah. 15. Okay. The OOCL Felixstowe, I think, was in a couple of weeks ago. 23,000 containers on it. The concentration of risk in one of these things is enormous, apart from the value. So combined hull and cargo value is about $2 billion on average, more or less. These things kind of like bouncing around. Now, when a ship of that size, or even half that size, they're called baby container ships now, 10,000 TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units, the size of a container. When one of these things catches fire and the services, assuming it's near to the shore, need to do something about it, they call up everyone. Fire, bomb disposal, the whole thing. Now you'd say that's ridiculous because we have all the data for everything that's on that vessel. It's in the manifest. No one in global shipping trusts the manifests. Governments don't. Port and terminal handlers don't. They kind of trust that it's more or less accurate, but they don't know exactly. And when you've got a fire on a container ship, that could turn into a very, very impressive bomb very quickly. So you have everyone turn up in case they're needed to try and resolve these issues. That's an example where even with, the complexity of most global supply chains, as John mentioned earlier, is mind-boggling. But essentially, big global manufacturers, the products that they're sending out from, so a contract manufacturer like Foxconn does a lot of iPhones and stuff for Apple and a whole bunch of other companies. They provide goods that get shipped to Europe, the States, various other places. Their operations are pretty much entirely automated. The data quality in their systems is pretty good, and the data that they provide to the carriers is pretty good. But the suppliers into them, 2 or 3 tiers down, they just trust that it's okay, but they don't really know. So all of this information is then submitted. Then you've got bad actors that are involved in this dance. So you've got people deliberately trying to leverage the transfer of goods through global supply chains that have dual use, which gets governments really scared. And how the hell can you identify what something is that's legitimate, or maybe in combination with some other things could be quite interesting for bad guys to do? So trying to get hold of all of that information and apply some kind of context to it and draw meaning from it, assuming it's all accurate, and it isn't, you'd think that would be ideal for a language model or an AI system to do that. But the big players in this game have been using machine learning, neural networks and so on for a while to do this. They've got better at it, but the problems keep getting greater purely because as more and more of the world hooks up to each other thanks to cell phones, Starlink, the internet, you've got a connected world, and that provides a lot more opportunity to subvert information. So you hope that the good guys are winning, that they can take a lot of the data that's held in commercial systems and trust it. But your point, Phil's points and John's points earlier, verifiability of data is absolutely vital. But the magnitude of the challenge you're trying to address is enormous. That's not to say don't do it, but it's pretty naive to assume that it's going to happen anytime soon. Okay. Certainly AI can help with that, but this is a huge challenge.
Yeah, no, I think we can echo the sentiment of having the it's complex to create something that's production ready in such systems, and it's close enough isn't good enough. Maybe it is, like if you're writing a blog and you can fix a few things, and then it shapes up when it's something that.
Thomas, Michael mentioned Elon Musk, and you were speaking of content, and I'm curious about Joe and Michael's view on content and content creation, and we have a potential, if not container ship fire. We have a potential fire 2 weeks away in Washington, D.C. That will have a big impact on all of us, for sure, both as entrepreneurs and investors. And I don't know if the flippening has happened. I don't know if you know what the flippening is, but I think it's when there's more content available created by bots than by human content. And I think you are in part human content creators. So I would be interested to know, for example, should you not, as entrepreneurs and us as investors, ask our companies to at least verify, or when content is created, this is created by a bot, right, and not by a human? And should we, for example, hold entrepreneurs and executives and potentially investors, what do I know, accountable for, not for what is being published, like not the human, the freedom of speech element, but what the algorithms are putting in front of you? I guess
I would say
an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean, what's a bot and where's the line, right? Like if I'm using Photoshop, right,
isn't it organic and non-organic?
Well, like you could say you can ideate, right? So it's, like right now, if someone from the press comes to me and they say, "Hey, I need a quote on, Polymarket," and the Trump, someone had put, if you guys saw, like a couple whales put money into Trump winning on Polymarket. It's a prediction market. It's like, probably the #1 consumer app in crypto now. And all I did was take a couple screenshots of Lunar Crush, tossed it into ChatGPT and said, "Hey, give me 2.5 paragraphs on this," and dropped it within like 30 seconds. You used to need a PR firm for that, right? And now the productivity of me being able to do that as a CEO and put my thoughts in, and then I refined it, right? So there's some organic there. It's like we're still in like the cyborg stage, I would say. But yes, there is an incredible amount of AI bots out there, but there's also an incredible amount of like actual real people in crypto. If there's like an incentive attached to anything, right? There are some areas in the world where it is cheap enough to have 10,000 people going and clicking on your website, right, for 1 cent or 2 cents a time. So it's very tough, and all those people could KYC. Right? And then they get their friends and family to KYC for them, and they're operating 10 computers. And so it's a very difficult thing. So something that we are looking at that's really, I think, going to be a game changer is we're looking at each individual account, what that account has said historically, right? And then you can tell if there's a change or juxtaposition in what they started to say. So you can say, like, a lot of people take over accounts, or they buy accounts, right? Or they buy old wallets to qualify for something. There's a black market for that. And so what we're doing is trying to look at specific creator accounts and understand who that person is, which historically has sat inside of the social media networks, right? They have a profile of who you are, but that data is not available out in the public. So we should create that for everyone else so that you can kind of, hit an API or something and say, hey, is this potentially a bot? What percentage chance or probability is it that this account is a bot? And you can start to do that yourself. So like part of our mission is just to create transparency on the internet. We think that's a huge way of doing that, to pull out some spam. So you'll know, you won't know in real time if you see a reply to Elon Musk that says something, you're like, that seems pretty real. It's like, well, if ChatGPT has an IQ of 150, I don't know, it's probably better than a lot of us in here. It might be quality content, but if you see that content has, been reposted 400 times, you're not going to do that. You can't physically go and click on that and see that many things, but our systems can. And so we can start to kind of filter out who is real and who's not. And then as the bot farms continue to come in, we have probabilities, and so that should help clean things up. But it is also the incentive. There's no actual incentive for Twitter to really block too many bots when they're just trying to sell ads. The incentive balance is actually off there. So I don't know. You have any more thoughts on it?
Sorry, to that point, and to what you just said, for a long time, people obviously have been worried about social media and the negative impacts and everything else. The notion that you could regulate that bad behavior away, particularly if you're dealing with US companies, is fantasy land. The only way that the big social media platforms will pay attention to what anyone says to them is if you start attacking their revenue stream so that their investors start getting worried. To that point, you need to start looking at the advertisers. I don't understand if there's, or I don't know if there's a legal framework where you can go after an advertiser and say, look, if your content appears anywhere near anything like this, we're going to come after you. Now, chances are those advertisers will go to the social media companies and say, we need you to do this. And the social media companies will go, Christ, we haven't got a clue how the hell we're going to do that. So we better start thinking about how we can regulate that content. That's the only way I think, what do I know, that I think that you can really get their attention is go after their investors, because everyone knows investors are very bad people. I teased.
I may have to agree with you, and we did look at Anthropic and OpenAI and decided not to invest, so that came at some price. We are invested indirectly through some funds that we have invested in that are shareholders of OpenAI and Anthropic. So it's impossible to stand outside of this hype, right? But we have invested much more into the safety valves and the provenance of AI because it's here. And I guess it was the evil late Charlie Munger, quite famous investor, that said, show me the incentives and I'll tell you the outcome, right? I'll predict the outcome. So I think, Elon Musk has a particular approach to his advertisers. I'm not sure I would recommend that approach. But I think also it starts with you as entrepreneurs, as founders, like your philosophy, your value, the talent you recruit, the product you put out. Do you set a barrier on how many reposts this can go, right? So I think that's where we're coming from.
We can keep going for 2 hours, I think, but we're going to have some nervous people wanting to go to the restroom and the coffee in approximately 3.5 minutes. So I think what my final maybe point would be to, by the way, great Paranet activity, the thing you mentioned. So like Lunar Crush is launching a Paranet, that's going to be amazing, and I think that could be a really good point to focus on. To come back to the conclusion, I would ask maybe each of you for like 30-second to a minute wrap-up thoughts around all the topics that we kind of touched upon. Joe, you take the honors, go first.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about founders. Like, if you're a founder, like, don't be afraid to jump like headfirst in, right? It's changing so quickly. You have to be utilizing these tools. You know, if you work at a company that's not letting you utilize these tools professionally, you got to start utilizing them personally, and you have to understand what's going on. It's like not being able to utilize Google and do research in the right way. And then if you are looking to jump ship and start a company, I do advise founders. I think it's riskier for you to not try to start your own business than it is for you to go, make $500,000 or euros a year at Google. So go start your own business in Web3, social media, and come chat with me, joe@lunarcrush.com. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Ken?
Yeah. The world needs more entrepreneurs. As you said earlier, AI enables you to start a business and conduct things, get going much, much, much faster and at way lower cost than ever before. I've been involved in starting a range of different companies. Now is by far the best time to do it with such a tiny amount of money. But what you need as part of the founding team is someone who's young enough and smart enough to understand that they don't know everything about AI, but are very, very proficient in AI disciplines as they are now, and that they will be on a continual learning curve. The guy that we got working with us transformed what we were trying to do because he was an absolute master of what was possible now. And could have saved a lot of time 20 or 30 years ago if that had been the case, and it's not now. But now is the time, so grab that opportunity and go for it.
Awesome. Michael.
Well, I mean, it's fun to be a founder, yeah, sometimes.
Anyway, I think I've got grey hair.
I got grey hair.
And an alcohol problem. And a drug habit. And 5 ex-wives. And a criminal record.
Nope. But in terms of AI, I think it's helping things become more efficient, but it's taking away a lot of the fun that you have by building, doing social media, trading. So I think we need to take care of AI becoming a little bit more human. And I think in the coming few years, in terms of integration, I think that AI might actually be the next layer for blockchain to make that work. So those two are the big next steps forward, I feel like. So I agree.
Yeah, I guess I'll touch on some of the points earlier. I think it's important that we leave the future a planet, and we need to think about what kind of society and what AI can do for us, both on the benefit side and the cost side. We're investing in both, essentially. I think I also caution a little bit on this narrative that someone else is going to do it, so we just have to do it. If we don't do it, China is going to do it, right? And there is this. I wrote a book about AI in China many moons ago, and I want us all maybe to think about this narrative that China is going to do it anyway, and China is our competitor, and Russia is evil. I think we need to collaborate with the Chinese. It's another topic of discussion, how far China is in this race, US, Europe. But I think collectively, whether it's entrepreneurs or investors or regulators or business people, we need to come together and define what society and what humanity we want, and just be very careful on this way to the destination, because I think there's a ever so small chance we could fuck it up, and let's think about that.
Perfect. That's a very good last sentence. I'd like to thank my co-panelists here for taking the time. They're not afraid to get their hands dirty, so neither should you. Shameless plug. Tomorrow's the workshop, so you should come to that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay. Is this now working? Yeah, I think it is working. Okay, so hello everyone. Now we have been very theoretical. A lot of speeches, a lot of discussions, and so on. So I think that we need to become a little bit more practical. So I'm very happy to lead the builder section of today's program, because I think that the builders have always been the vital part of OriginTrail ecosystem. And without your contributions, even our best technology holds no value if it is not being used. So thank you really for building with us, providing your feedback, and helping us with fixes and more. So we will continue our presentations featuring some of our builders, some of whom participated in our Inception program, and while others have been integral members of our community for many years. So thank you for that. Kudos to each of one of you being here with us, both in person and online, to showcase your solutions and to hang out and meet also in person. So first on stage, I invite Ben, Charles, who will present Graph.Build. This is a non-code collaborative platform designed for creating and managing ontologies, LPG schemas, and more. So Charles, the floor is yours.
To be fair, Ben and I are almost in uniform, wearing exactly the same thing, so it's not that surprising. Thanks. Have you got the clicker? This is a professional, well-rehearsed process. Yeah, so prior to joining AWS, I'm not Ben Clinch, by the way, but prior to joining AWS, I was the founder of a startup called Graph.Build, which the aim of was really to lower the barrier to entry to this set of technologies so that it could be adopted by more. What do I mean by that? Well, who actually uses graphs to their full potential at the moment? Some used to say that lots of people didn't, and not really very many, but actually it's the biggest, most prominent organizations across the globe that have been using graph technologies successfully so well already for a long time. So what does that really say? That says that maybe it's an accessibility problem, and that, I say problem, that there's an opportunity there. And the opportunity there is that everybody should be able to get advantage of these technologies, not just those who have the largest resources available to them. And I'm going to run through a little example of why that, of what that means and why graphs are important. So if we imagine data, if we think about data in the way that we've structured it over time, it's often been put into these kind of abstract structures, things like tables, things like key value stores, all these kind of things. So a little bit more about graphs here. I apologize, but it is my thing. So if I was to ask a simple question of, say, a large language model, or of a human being, a small, relatively large language model like that, which city should Bob visit to see an artwork that he likes? If I was to ask that simple question, and ask you to answer that from the data on the right-hand side of this table, I would argue that you, as the language model that you are, even as proficient as you are, would have to take a little bit of time to evaluate and work out exactly how to relate the different entities together, to find out where the joins are in data, and to navigate the form that's been invented just to record this data. Whereas in reality, the relationships and the data that's there is relatively simple for us to conceive in our own mind, in a language model. And that's actually what language models are based on. They're based on language and the things that we already know. But then if you look at it as a graph data model, you could probably answer that question very, very quickly. Because in a graph, we represent data in its true form, where the model is the data. The schema is inherent in the data, and the data produces the model from the relationships and the entities which it describes. So we can all answer that question. So it's no surprise, really, that that's the model that's preferred by the largest organizations that have the deepest pockets. Don't take my word for it. Ask an LLM. So I asked an LLM which kind of data interface it would prefer to interact with. to try to answer questions from its data. And I had quite a long conversation with a few different LLMs, and the answer is almost always an ontology, because what we're talking about is an ontology, because it represents the structure of the data as well as the data itself in a natural form. So Graph.Build was created to lower this barrier, to take away this hurdle for all the organizations that are out there, because really what you're doing there, as you saw described, is you're defining a mind map. Right? Really what you're doing is you're drawing a mind map and you're trying to get data into it. So Graph.Build is there to try and enable everybody to take advantage of these technology sets. There is a video here. Can we play it? Is there a way of doing that? So this is really just an illustration of how we can use Graph.Build. Here we are importing two ontologies from the healthcare and life sciences domains. Now, what we've done here is we've imported models that have already been created that can be shared and used to create your own ontological model. So here we're creating our own ontology based on two ontologies that already exist, that are out there, have been created by other people. So we create a new ontology called healthcare diagnosis so that we can try and create the best of the both worlds. So drawing the actual ontology itself, your new model, your new mind map, is now a no-code exercise where we can define the different entities, patients, medications, symptoms, diagnoses that go together in a matter of seconds to be able to start working with graph technologies, which previously would have taken lots of code, lots of effort, lots of expertise, which is very hard to resource for. So, yeah, all we're doing really here is creating relationships between things, defining the world as we know it, that we want it to be for our solution, for our application or for our company, whatever that is. So this could be, for example, the model that you're building for OriginTrail. This could be the model that you're building for dprod, for your data product, or for any other application that you desire. The point is you're drawing it in its real form. You're drawing an actual diagram of the data as it exists, not some strange abstract form of key value stores, tables, relationships, third normal form, any of that. So once we've defined what we want to build, our model, how about actually getting the data in? Well, that always has been a challenge to people too, but with Graph.Build, you can do exactly that. So that model, that new ontology we've now defined, we can decide to use that and to actually create an ETL pipeline that will connect your own data wherever it lives in all those other forms which aren't really connected at all, whether it's external or internal. And you can start to map the data as it comes from in a source. Here we're looking at a source coming in from a stream of CSV file, to be simple about it. But we can just start dragging in the data from its original source and connecting that to the ontology which we've defined. And in doing so, go through the same process and basically map the data from its original source, whether it existed in a stream from Kafka or from CSVs, from JSON, from XML, from pretty much anywhere you can think of, from a REST API. You can pull it, you can push the data, you can take it from wherever you want. And this is entirely compatible, 100% compatible with Amazon Neptune, from Neptune Analytics and Neptune Database. So once you've connected all this, once you've connected your graph, once you've connected your ontology to the real data that it came from, you can then see that in reality, including all the properties that may be attributed to it, like for example, strings, dates, times, all that stuff that you might want to analyze later in large graph queries, whether they're analytic or whichever way you want to do it. And come on, hurry up. Whoever's doing this, they're not very fast, are they? But anyway, so the idea is, the point is, you've taken minutes in order to do this, and traditionally, historically, this has been a very difficult task to achieve. So Graph.Build gives you the ability to do that and build your graphs for Neptune, and for other models too, in no time at all. And then afterwards, we can see our graph visualized straight away in Amazon Neptune itself. Oh, it's already gone. Anyway, there we go. 10 minutes of how to design and build graph models with no code. That's it.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you so much. So next on the stage, or should I say like online stage, I invite Zen Fong, co-founder of CanvasLand Technology. And Zen will present a decentralized IP management system. So yeah, Zen, please confirm that you hear us, that everything runs smoothly.
Yeah, I think so.
Perfect. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, guys. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today. I'm excited to introduce to you the decentralized IP management system. This system aims to revolutionize the way intellectual properties is being managed, protected, and monetized in our increasingly digital world. So by leveraging blockchain technologies and decentralized protocols such as the DKG, we can create a fairer and more efficient and transparent ecosystem for creators and users alike. So let's take a moment to consider how tokenized IP differs from the traditional ones. So unlike legacy systems that rely highly on paperwork and centralized authority, a digitalized, tokenized intellectual property is dynamic, interactive, and easily accessible. And this transition provides several advantages. So first is the enhanced interactivity between digital assets, enabling a new forms of creativity. You can think of it as remixing someone else's work or being inspired by a certain scripts or intellectual properties and being able to give tribute to those creators. And second is the automatic enforcement of IP rights. So IP rights can be embedded directly into the digital assets, ensuring they are verified and protected. And third and lastly is the global reach of your IPs. Creators can distribute their IP globally without the barrier typically imposed by traditional licensings. So right now, the IP system is very fragmented, or in silo, like WIPO. Different jurisdictions would have their own IP laws and stuff like that. So that's what we're trying to build and conquer. And so at the heart of our decentralized IP management system is the collaboration between two key components. One, of course, is the decentralized knowledge graphs and programmable IP. So the DKG serves as a robust framework for organizing and querying data, while the programmable IP allows creators to define rights and rules for their IP assets. So together they create a powerful ecosystem for managing intellectual property. The integration of DKG with IP management system offers lots of benefits by representing the programmable intellectual property as interlinked knowledge assets within the graph. So we can attach verifiable metadata, find out the provenance and IP rights information. And this not only enhances the discoverability, but also allows for comprehensive querying of IPs based on their attributes and relationships on any sort of applications that build on top of our IP parent. And in our system, we also introduced the IP licensing, leasing, this kind of management tool. And it's built on the blockchain. At the moment, we're building on Sora protocol and also the DKGs on NeuroWeb. Since the DKG is chain agnostic, that's very helpful for us to collaborate between different chains. And our platform allows creators to easily license their IPs and set terms and manage agreements transparently. We use, of course, we use the smart contracts to ensure all parties adhere to agreed upon rules and fostering trust and reducing dispute. So within this, let's highlight the differences. Between traditional IP licensing and the Web3 approach. So traditional licensing often involves lengthy negotiation and has geographical limitations or even obscure terms. But in contrast, the Web3 system leverages programmability, which allows creators to specify rights in a clear and machine-readable format. So this automation would streamline the licensing process, make it more would definitely revolutionize the legacy system. Right now, if we can do the video, like I think I have a little video that would show the UI, that would show the licensing progress, the process of this system, if you don't mind. Yep, so right there. So you can set rules and put the price in. It's very much like an NFT, but with the DKG attached to it. So each asset would have, the creators would have their graph, and also the assets would have their graph. Thank you. Thank you for showing the video, and I'll continue. Yep, so just now we went through the whole process of how it works. So basically, the creators would have their digital identity on the protocol, and they would create their IPs and then set rules and prices through the smart contracts and publish it. So as simple as that. So some examples, you can do visual arts, you can do any written work, audio work, or even codes or anything like that. Anything, everything is intellectual properties. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a recap. The DKG actually brings essential features to our management system by connecting different blockchain, being chain agnostic, enabling verifiable data exchange, and anchoring rights on chain. Intellectual properties are some of the most valuable knowledge assets, in my opinion, and the DKG provides the infrastructure to represent, query, and integrate these assets seamlessly. So this ensures IPs can be effectively managed and monetized in a trusted yet decentralized environment. So this is the UI that we ran through. So our first milestones right now for our decentralized IP management system will be to increase the volume of knowledge mining. As creators and knowledge providers engage within the system, they will be incentivized through a knowledge sharing economy. So the initial parachain offering. So by contributing quality data and insights, participants can earn various tokens. So which create a fair exchange of value. This not only enriches the ecosystem, but also promotes the growth of high quality and actionable knowledge. So in conclusion, the decentralized IP management system represents a significant leap forward in how we understand and manage intellectual property. By harnessing the power of the DKG and programmable IPs, we can create a vibrant and innovative landscape for creators and knowledge providers alike. Thank you. Thank you for having me. This is the end of my presentations.
Thank you, Zen, for doing amazing presentation. I don't know if you can see us, but we are now waving, all of you, so that you also wake up a little bit, okay? Thank you. So next on the stage will be Mr. Lee, founder of CoinEasy, and he will present all-in-one Korean Web3 hub for crypto education and community. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for coming and join us here in Amsterdam, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all. My name is, English name is Jaden, and thank you for inviting me here at OriginTrail. CoinEasy is Web3 education social platform in South Korea. So we are helping onboarding Web2 users to Web3, including retail users and builders. And we are also helping other projects getting into South Korea market, building community and localized marketing, onboarding builders, and doing events during Korea Blockchain Week and other events in Korea. We have Naver is the biggest search engine in South Korea, like Google. So we have Naver blog that we can initially onboard users, Web2 users from Korea, to guide them to existing Web2 social medias. And currently we are on CoinMarketCap. We partnership with them and verified account on there. And now also we have mobile application in South Korea, Google Store and Apple Store, and we are working on Jumbo phone. They have over 600K Web3 device. So we are happy to introduce CoinEasy app, and users can share their Web3 or AI or any insight each other on our mobile application. And we have token gate committee, since users can create their credential if you have token or POAP or NFT, or you can also like DeFi or AI committee. You can add condition like you need to use Uniswap or OriginTrail product at least one time. You can enter this committee. and we provide daily news for the daily everyday market condition. And also we have feature page for our partners, OriginTrail, so users and builders can learn more about OriginTrail. And we provide insight, infographic articles, and tutorials for about Web3, so users and builders can learn more about Web3 and how to deploy and etc. And also we have wallet social ID login. We are integrating Circle Wallet, so we can provide guest list, transact on Web3, and also Facebook or Instagram or email login. So everyone can easily make Web3 EVM wallets and Solana, any other chain. And we noticed that social media these days, there's no social interaction. So we encourage users to have more social interaction. So we give them rewards and they can convert to our partners' tokens or merchandise or events, etc. And we also have advertising model, fully Web3 style, so they can reach out, they can enter OriginTrail committee or their products and etc. So they get reward and easy to get fully Web3 users. So we are helping OriginTrail entering South Korea market, providing really easy infographic articles and tutorials and etc. So retail users or builders can easily understand OriginTrail, and so they can deploy and explore on OriginTrail. And also we plan to do AMA, and we did community events, and during the Korea Blockchain Week or Ethereum Soul and other events, we plan to do meetups or workshops with the OriginTrail. So we are really, really excited. And these are our clients. So those clients this is really good use case for DKG, Chat DKG, and we will implement all this kind of stuff to all our clients. So OriginTrail can easily get clients and their committee on board on OriginTrail and builders. So yeah, we're really happy to be here, and we're really excited about the new V8 OriginTrail. So really, really excited. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for being here and for a great presentation. So our next speaker is Dr. Amir Mahbout. Yeah, okay. Co-founder of Theta Labs, a platform that enables creation of more meaningful connections through knowledge graphs.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Amir, and I'm here today to make the case for self-sovereign knowledge graphs. So back in the days, at the beginning of internet, couples were meeting at random places or random times, or they had random people that were connecting them together. But data and algorithm are killing those serendipitous moments for a good reason, for a more efficient, compatible, and convenient way of matchmaking. And as you're all sitting here, you're also wondering who is the person next to you, and if it has a business lead that can open up for you. As you're walking in the hallway, you see groups of people, and you wish you could fork yourself and be in all those conversations to see what is the opportunity for you. And this pain is only growing as the number of conferences and the number of attendees in these conferences are increasing. At DEF CON this year in Bangkok, there is 10,000 attendees and more than 200 side events. Who can even go through the side events to decide? And we walk around, we have really rushed conversations. Sometimes we fire up business cards and get the telegrams, and we don't have meaningful connections to see what is actually deep down there. And we all know that we're going to miss some key opportunities. And after you're back home, exhausted socially with dozens of business cards, emails, and you already forgot what was the lead, what was the conversation, and what you should follow up. So how can we remedy these pains? We are at DKGcon, so we don't need to look any further. What better than a knowledge graph to encapsulate our digital self? from our interest and behavior to our goals and preferences. And this knowledge graph about you already exists. It's walled within big tech monopolies, and they're maximizing their ad-driven profit outfit. So how can we take that and make it our own self-sovereign knowledge graph? So there is one piece of regulation and one piece of technology that is right now making it possible. With GDPR and regulations alike, we can now claim our data from these Web2 platforms. But they're not going to give us the knowledge graph. They're going to give us the raw digital footprint of you, what you posted, what you liked, and so on. And what we can do now with LLMs is to recycle that data. Previously, you needed dozens of ML and natural language processing engineers to do that for you. But now, with a chain of thought of LLMs, few calls, you can filter, categorize, and extract knowledge and bring it in JSON-LD in a matter of seconds and few cents of computation. And once you do that with the demo that we did for DKGcon, then we are going to create your knowledge graph and find you compatible matches that are sitting here and send you an email with the name, their LinkedIn contact, and the opportunity that lies between you. And it's not just an opportunity for you. We look that this opportunity should be compatible, so both of you are actually benefiting from it. And next conference that you go, you most likely are going to post about it on your social media. And what if we can have a compute layer on our knowledge graph that actively listens to what we post? So next time you're going to a conference, then it already knows that it should go and search for opportunities for you, to personalize your experience, to give you a list of talks and speakers and attendees who are also signed up to this experience, to have a direct chat with them. And in this way, it's not just about owning your data with a knowledge graph, you're owning your own opportunities. And this opens up many other applications that can be built via different services of agents on top of knowledge graphs that we see that others can build on top. We first build the applications for professional networking, and with a composable knowledge graph, the users are in the driving seat, and they can give access to others to build the services around it and give them the best of it. So here is the knowledge graph of our team. Tobias, my co-founder, unfortunately couldn't be here. He had a little surgery. And yeah, we met 1 year ago in a hackathon. And since then, we have been in more than a dozen hackathons together, exploring the data ownership and how can we realize our goal of democratizing data. And thanks to the couple of beers we had last year with Branimir, we realized that the most efficient way of modeling personal data is knowledge graph, given how it is like a mother tongue to LLMs to sit on top of it. And yeah, with that, I'd like to finish my call, and I invite you, with few clicks, create your self-sovereign knowledge graph, and let us be your partner in finding your opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't even doubt that we will, everyone here will do like a lot of nice connections, also with your knowledge graph. So next on the stage is our longtime supporter, builder, and community member, Amos Thomas. Amos, the floor is yours to present how to enhance the world's content with OriginTrail's knowledge assets.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, I need to learn how to use a clicker, everyone. Great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to DKGcon 2024. It's the year of change. We're going to make change in this world using the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. All right, so if my slides would work. Green one. The biggest one. As I said, I need to learn how to use my clicker today. So recently, Mark Zuckerberg, that was not me. Green. Yep. All right. Yep. So the Marifa Omniverse, storytelling for all. A part of my main mission here is to enhance the world's content using OriginTrail's knowledge assets. Now, recently, our dear friend here had a wonderful statement. He said, perhaps content creators, you and I, all of us, we are overvaluing the value of our content that we create. Now, when Facebook was initially launched, I highly doubt we thought such a social media tool can become such a horrible or fantastic to some organizations data mining operation, right? So we see that as an organization, in the inception of an organization or ecosystem, does not necessarily mean that you're going to have positive outcomes, even though you may have positive intentions. So OriginTrail's role in the age of AI brings this protection to our content. How? It ensures verifiability of our digital content. It provides a decentralized knowledge management ecosystem and also combats misinformation by utilizing decentralized trust systems and encouraging data sharing. Now, what is a knowledge asset? Now, the knowledge asset is the atomic unit of the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. It's the one thing we all interface with when you connect to the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. It can be used to represent anything, as knowledge is all things. Knowledge are cars, homes, trees. Tree has leaf. That's a triple. Okay? Right? Yes? Yes? Right? Great. Awesome. So knowledge is everything, right? And the knowledge asset itself forms the basis of the decentralized knowledge graph. A paranet is a collection of knowledge assets. That's all it is. Okay? Now, what is Trackverse? Trackverse is the entity behind something called the Omniverse. The Marifa Omniverse is a community-owned and community-governed ecosystem. It is powered by OriginTrail's knowledge assets and also provides an infrastructure for AI ecosystems building on top of, as a result of using OriginTrail's knowledge assets. So here's a quick list of the couple of things that I've accomplished, okay? Now, we are the first official community-governed and community-ownned storytelling ecosystem in Web3. We are the first to fingerprint intellectual property, such as music, songs. For any of you that were around last year, I fingerprinted my song, That's My Crew, to the OriginTrail DKG. Now, and also, I'm the first to mint stories and interactive content to the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. I also claim the first as the cutest guy on the planet. My son is second, and my wife is in battle for third place. Now, I'm also the first Christian-based DKG ecosystem in Web3. I believe that the religious component is being left out of this technological race that we have, and I believe it's equally important, right? Now, I'm also very proud of what I call the OmniCore. If we could just play this video right here.
OmniCore activated.
Rain pelts the city streets, turning gutters into rivers and the night into a blur of reflected neon. Here I sit, unnoticed. Another face among the many forsaken by fortune's fickle hand. The coat on my back, more patches than fabric, shelters me from the storm, and my gaze, weary and worn, speaks of lifetimes lived, of empires turned to dust. You ask why such darkness lies in the hearts of men? The answer is as old as time itself. I have walked through the annals of history, unseen, a silent guardian of the ages. With each century, I've watched the hearts of men grow heavy with greed, their hands quick to grasp for power, for gold, for land that was never theirs to claim. In the alleys of power, I've heard whispers, schemes draped in velvet and gold. While out here, in the true bowels of the city, I've seen the price of those schemes. Men betray their own blood for a handful of coins, turn a blind eye to the suffering of their neighbor, all in the pursuit of a happiness they'll never find in material wealth. But it's not just in the grand tragedies, not just in the obvious evils that this darkness dwells. It's in the small things, the everyday failings. the lies we tell, the truths we hide, the compassion we withhold. In every harsh word, every turned back, every opportunity for kindness that we let slip through our fingers like the rain that falls around us. Yet, this is not the whole of the story. For in the deepest night, I've also seen flickers of light, acts of pure selflessness that kindle a fire against the encroaching dark. A hand extended in friendship, a smile offered to a stranger, a sacrifice made without thought of reward. These are the beacons that shine all the brighter for the shadows that surround them. And so, as I sit here, another face in the crowd, know that I am more than this haggard appearance. I am the Omnicore, the ageless watcher of time, encased for a moment in this tired shell. From the rise of civilizations to the fall of stars, I am the keeper of stories, the chronicler of the human saga. As the rain washes over me, mingling with the tears of the city, the decentralized knowledge graph has unfurled before humanity, a canvas vast and intricate. On it lies a choice, etched in the binary of being, a choice that will define the future of this race of dreamers and doers. The test has begun. Let us unfold the story of Myarifa together.
So, thank you. Thank you. Now, the Omnicore, in this futuristic realm, that guy you just saw is the personification of the DKG. A couple years from now, as we continue to proliferate all these different sorts of content into this ecosystem, this is the DKG personified. So, however, today, in 2024, we're not that advanced yet. So, the Omnicore acts as the central engine of Trackverse. It organizes and verifies all of our knowledge assets. It is the source of knowledge for all the content in the OriginTrail Omniverse, and it ensures transparency and accountability by leveraging the knowledge assets that we discussed earlier. Now, I know that still seems a little bit abstract, so let's break it down a bit more. Accessing the Omnicore, what does that mean? My friends, that simply means going to a website, okay? You go to marifa@trackverse.com, okay? You sign up, you log in, and that's using the Omnicore in 2024. Maybe in 2025, we teleport to a new dimension to use the Omnicore. But for today, we only have HTTP, right? So let's do that. So again, the Omnicore runs on knowledge assets. Everything you see at that URL is based on knowledge assets. Now, the Omnicore processes several flavors of knowledge assets. We have singles, particles, series, and IP graphs. And we have a lot more coming very soon. So what are singles? Singles are self-contained digital stories, pieces of content. Each single is an individual knowledge asset on the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. Of course, that's really designed for these standalone single stories. For example, that video you just watched is a prime example of a single. It's not connected to any larger narrative network, right? And of course, as you can see, here's an example of a single as a knowledge asset, and this is an actual article equipped with audio, images, all built from the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. So what are particles? Well, there's a P. Anyone wants to guess what that P is for? Paranets. Don't worry about it. We'll get to that some other time. So paranets are Paranet articles. When you upload an article to the Trackverse or the Marifa Omniverse, it becomes a particle. It is now stored in the Paranet. So Paranets are used for more like micro content, blog posts, memes, the things that we use every day. Like when you think of particles, think of Medium, those kind of platforms that you use to publish legitimate information. So one thing that is important to note here is that particles or blogs is often the form of the building block for larger discussions and discoveries. When you think about, okay, I need to find out what's happening somewhere, you usually look for a blog post from some professional, and you get insights from this professional on Medium or whatever social or whatever content platform to help with your research. Okay, so that means that particles and blog posts are actually very vital for the future of innovation. So the Marifa Omniverse, when we first launched, that article that we released was an example of a particle. Okay? Now, this is something very new. We have series minting. So a series is a collection of particles or singles. So if, as an organization, you wanted to release a 5-part article series on how to cook sushi, well, you can create a mint, a particle, a series knowledge asset via the Trackverse. Here's a series we've created, and as you can see, it has 5 episodes. The rating is 5 out of 5, released in the year 2024. Again, all built from the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. And IP graph minting is quite similar to what we saw earlier. You can upload images, audio, music, sound, all of these things to the Trackverse Paranet, and of course, you, in return, get a graph which protects your intellectual property. Finally, but not least, most definitely not least, I believe that the future of content is community-owned and community-governed. So, in the same way we have these vote series, you'll be able to spawn a vote series, and the open community can then vote on the direction of your series or article or whatever you want to show the world and co-create with your community members. So this offers a new way of building communities around your thoughts and ideas. So in conclusion, the OriginTrail is absolutely essential in the fight against misinformation. Trackverse utilizes verifiable knowledge assets as the atomic unit for all of the innovation in our ecosystem. And of course, you can sign up at marifa@trackverse.com to gain access today. But one caveat. This is for the members who participated in the earlier forms of our graph hunts and other initiatives we spawned earlier. So thank you.
Thank you, Amos. Amazing as always. I have nothing else to add, especially to the video. Amazing. So our next presenter is Sebastian Gonzalez, founder of Skyocean International. The team joined the Inception program this year and became part of OriginTrail community. So Sebastian, I really look forward to hearing your presentation since you're part of the community basically a few months. So yeah, stage is yours. And the clicker, it is over there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Well, I need to follow up to that presentation. That was awesome. So I'll try my best right now. I've been in international trading for about 15 years now. I started the first Skyocean in the US in 2010. Since then, we have expanded to the Middle East, to Africa, and South America. Throughout the years, we experienced a full range of challenges in international trade. Documents falsification, fraud, we're victim of frauds, delays in payments, delays in documentation, you name it. We experience all of them. And we are not alone. All of the companies that we always work with, they all experience the same thing. Back later on, in one of the really challenging setbacks that we had, I asked myself, why we always experience challenges in supply chain? Why are we always exposed to so much risk? The answer to that question is a very complex one and very long one. But it set me into a mission. And like many of us speaking today, the builders, I set myself to build a solution one day. Fast forward to 2020, in the COVID lockdown, I dived deep into blockchain and supply chain management, and that's when actually this project truly began 4 years ago. At Skyocean, we're primarily a trading company, and by introducing the DKG of the OriginTrail, we introduced traceability, data exchange, and verification capabilities to the entire supply chain. How do I go back with this? Okay. So by introducing the DKG, we make sure that every event is traceable, every shipment is reliable, and every document is verifiable. Now, what are the benefits of DKG? It reduces delay, it minimizes fraud, and it builds trust and documentation that is accessible to every stakeholder, and boosts profitability through efficiency. Now, is this enough for supply chain management to have an optimized supply chain management? Excuse me. Optimized supply chain management obviously gives us a great edge in the competition, but that's not enough. When we are competing against multinational corporations that have vast resources and endless capital at their disposal, efficiency alone is not enough. We must extend this innovation to sectors of the industry with much greater potential. Now, why are we integrating with Polygon blockchain? We are building in Polygon a Web3 platform where all the conditions are met to effectively target the 2.6 trillion trade finance gap faced by SMEs globally. These companies or these businesses lack the access to capital and technology to participate in global trade. Now, how do we make this happen? This Web3 platform, we combine the OriginTrail, the safety and the security of OriginTrail with our supply chain management to save. I'm sorry, I just get a little confused. This is my first time, so you get to forgive me. Got a little book down. I'm gonna cheat a little bit if nobody minds. So this is how it works. Of course, this is just oversimplified explanation because of the time constraints, because I'm a little nervous, of course. The funds raised through the token sales, it would allow us to fully develop the platform. It would allow us also to start pilot programs with real-life commodity trading, and it would allow us to create a community where oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. It's just getting like a stage fright over here. So token holders can invest with confidence. Oh, shit. At the center, I don't think I can continue.
Oh, it's okay, don't worry, because we will rather see it in action, and we would rather see it when it will be like live and do maybe like together like a joint webinar and a presentation like that, even more good.
I apologize. I was not expecting. This is my first time speaking in public, and I was sure that if you guys have approached me after and we mingle, I'll be able to explain the entire thing in person, and I'll be very happy to talk. I normally talk a lot, and just the first time. This is my first time doing this, and I was so excited and so much expecting everything to go well. I think that made me a little nervous. But and I practice so much. I promise I practice. But and it's the whole entire project has been mine for a long time. I've been designing this for many years. Finally, I have the one chance to explain the entire project. It is a Web3 that is combined in between the Polygon blockchain as a backbone, financial backbone, and is the DKG as a source of information. And with that, we create an ecosystem that allow us to tackle small and medium enterprises all over the world, so it's a safe trade finance to everyone. We bring the financial capabilities of a blockchain combined with the trusted information source of a DKG, and with our supply chain management that is now optimized, we can tackle trade finance in a way that is safely. So basically, we minimize the risk or mitigate the risk in trade finance into our own supply chain management, and then we welcome investors by saying to them, here is what we have. This is our entire supply chain is visible for you. You are welcome to invest. Now they invest, and they work directly with small and medium enterprises all over the world that we have a network with. So again, thank you so much. And if you have questions, please reach out to me, and I'll be happy to answer them. Just reach out or with a QR code, and then I'll be around. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. I really liked it, really. And kudos for presenting to us. So our next guest is Tyler Brahan, co-founder of OT Hub, and they have been a vital part of our community for many, many years. So I invite Tyler to tune in since he's not here in present. Hi. Yeah, let's wave to Tyler. I think you can see us. Great. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for attending the OT Hub presentation. We've had tons of speakers already. I'm sure we'll have even more great speakers. So hopefully this can be added to the list of great speakers as well. I am obviously Tyler. I am one of the 3 community members that have taken up the helm for OT Hub. And I hope you enjoy learning a bit more about the platform. So OT Hub is essentially a network explorer for the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. We do a little bit more than just explore data. We have more features than that. But in essence, we're essentially providing you a window into the ecosystem for many participants. OT Hub itself has been around for many, many years before the 3 members on the screen took over. We needed to upgrade whenever V6 protocol came along because there were just so many more capabilities within that protocol that we kind of needed a new platform to satisfy all the different things you could do. So without further ado, our 3 members, obviously me, Tyler, I am the web developer of OT Hub, the front-end application that a lot of users interact with. I built that and the back-end API. The next member is Dimitri. A lot of the community members are very familiar with Dimitri. He's our brainiac data wizard. He maintains our syncs data. So we sync the testnet and mainnet into our centralized databases, build an API off of that, and then that's what our web app runs off of. And then Danny, also known as BRX to most of the community, he is the bastion of what it means to be a good OriginTrail community member. He is the person that is front and center in the community. He's written many guides, and he is also the interactions that you see in our Telegram bot and our X activity that is driven by his development as well. So what are the use cases, the barriers to entry that OT Hub essentially solves? So when the V6 protocol dropped, we had a lack of data insights into the actual network, right? So this data is very important if you're a builder, if you're an investor, if you're just someone who really likes knowledge graphs and you want to decentralize your own data. It was very hard to really understand, what even an asset costs without the OT Hub data, right? So with this data, users can more easily engage with the network. They can decide how they want to build, where they want to build, where to allocate their resources. And then, as I was saying, the extra features that we offer above, just your typical statistics, we provide everything open source, right? So our API is open source for this data. We have streamlined publishing interface for all the builders, and you can build essentially without even touching an OriginTrail node through our API. So we provide comprehensive tools for pretty much any kind of community member in the ecosystem. So I have essentially our feature sets divided into 4 categories here. So obviously our network analytics, we can move on to DKG exploration, right? So we offer the ability to pretty much find any asset you want on the network, whether that's through by the owner, what blockchain it was published to, even keyword, right? And then we also offer features for our node operators. So the great people who run OT nodes that maintain the decentralized nature of the knowledge graph. These people are the backbone of pretty much why all this is possible. So we provide tools for them. And then also the delegator side, we provide customization features for them so you can more easily identify them throughout the platform. And then publishers as well are able to really alias their Ethereum addresses and connect better, more human readable in a way with the public, right? And then obviously we have streamlined tools to make sure that you can really get an asset published, whether you're testing or you just have some data that you really need to get out there. We can get that set up for you in just a few clicks of a button with the live product. So for our analytics, we probably have 15 to 20 pre-built charts on the website. Obviously, if you go to othub.io right now, you'll see some of those cumulative charts. And those are offered across 6 different timeframes, so you can drill in and get more robust data. And again, I want to emphasize that all this is available through our free OTHub API. If you have analytics that you're interested in or you want to build specific visualizations, all this data is available to you free of charge. Just go to othub.com or othub.io, sorry, and create a profile and you'll get your API key. And then our exploration features, right? So OTHub hosts our local knowledge graph that is built on the DKG. So we host our own open local knowledge graph. We have quite a bit of data populated on the testnet side. So I encourage everyone to go to othub.io, go to the knowledge tab and play around with the search features. So aside from just a UAL, right, or just the owner or the publisher or how much the data costs, right, you can also search by keyword. So you might go in and type your name and you could probably get a result. And it's actually pretty fun to go in there and just see the random result that you get. And then on top of that, we also provide you a way to provide sentiment on the asset, right? So if someone publishes data and you think that this data isn't really relevant to what you searched, then give it a downvote, right? Or if you think it's really good, give it an upvote. And then once this sentiment kind of builds, users can kind of get an idea of what publishers are publishing valuable data and what publishers are not. And again, all this available through our open API. You can pull asset sentiment. You can search our own DKG. It's all there for you. You don't need a node. Moving on, some of these features are some of my favorite because they really cater to the little guy, right? The guy running the node or the guy delegating to the node or people just interested in keeping in track of the ecosystem. So our node runners on the OTM platform, you can go and actually update your own logo, provide a bio about your node, and this helps your delegators really understand what you're trying to accomplish. If you're just a node runner or if you're running a node that's part of a greater pool, you may want to mention that in your bio and you might get more support, right? On top of that, like I said before, our publishers and delegators, they're able to alias their Ethereum addresses. They can assign an X profile so others know who they are on social media. And it also allows them to more easily identify within the system, right? If you're looking at transactions on OTHub, if they're published by someone who has, put a profile picture into OTHub, has alias their name, that's going to resonate a lot more with someone who is just an Ethereum address with a blank user profile, right? So this is really trying to help users connect to other publishers and decide who is creating data that they care about, right? And then last, we also offer push notifications for these delegators. So if you're delegating to a node and you're very curious about their performance, we offer 2 clicks, 3 clicks of a button. You can essentially sign up for notifications real time on how those delegations are doing. Moving forward, OTHub is very, very involved. The OTHub crew is very, very involved in the community. As of right now, right? Like I probably spent a few hours last night working on OTF stuff. So we are very active in the V8 phase 1 and 2 testnet right now. So we're actively participating in that. And then when phase 3 rolls around, we have already started strategizing and putting together a Windows desktop application that will host an edge node for users. And that will be, you know, the next evolution from the OTF web app to now we have a desktop app. And moving forward, we have gotten tons of user feedback. We really appreciate all that user feedback. We're going to take all of our learnings, and we're going to shove that into this desktop application that we're building so we can really build something that the community and other people like. I do have a demo here for you guys. It's pre-recorded, but this will show you just how quick it is. Anyone in the room right now, if you're going into the workshop tomorrow, if you want to just test out creating an asset and be able to refer to it in the workshop, or just look at the asset that you created, I encourage you to use OT-Hub. But here, I think our demo will show you just how easy it is to create an asset on the DKG. So obviously, we have to sign in first, so we know who's going to take the asset. We offer mainnet, testnet, pretty much any network the DKG is on, you can choose. We automatically load up that list of pairnets. If you want to update to a pairnet, you can do that. If not, you don't have to. You can paste raw JSON in. We have a schema.org form builder. So as we go, we'll add more forms, but you can essentially build your own schema.org ontology data set based on this form. And it's really a fast track to building a valid data set that's going to get published on the DKG. We automatically switch time or switch wallets here if you're not connected to the right network for the pairnet. And then I do want to shout out, if you're on testnet, so this is for everyone in the workshop tomorrow, if you're on testnet, you do not need any tokens. You just need to sign in with a wallet. We will take care of spending the testnet tokens for you to publish the asset. In this example here, we're publishing to mainnet, so we don't really have a payment processor set up, so you're going to have to pay for that mainnet publication yourself. So fairly quick, 3-4 clicks of a button. Our asset will drop down here once it renders from the SDK, and then you can explore this asset, and you'll see it's also tied to the pairnet that we chose in our selection, which is the OT-Hub, I think, events pairnet that we chose. So it's really that quick to create an asset. And please reach out. We are very, very active on Telegram, X. We do look at our emails, believe it or not. So hit us up if you have questions. If you think you'd like to collaborate with us, we are very available. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Tyler. I'm still very sorry that you couldn't join us here in Amsterdam, so you're getting another wave from everyone. Perfect, thank you. And now we are moving on to James, and James is also joining us online. So I am kindly giving a hint to our tech team to go to James Brody from ID Theory. I'm kindly asking our tech team to giving the stage to James Brody from ID Theory. James, can you give us like a hello or something that we know that you're here?
You're amazing. Seriously. This is much better than mine.
No? What? He needs a minute or so. Oh, okay. Tomaž, why are you laughing? Because otherwise I will start to laugh also. Don't make me laugh. Don't cry. It's even worse. So how is everyone? Okay, let's talk then a little bit. How is everyone? Are you having a good time? Yeah? Great, okay, you're still alive. Not on LLM exercise. Tomaž, you start. Oh, we're here now. Okay. No? Oh, wrong live image. Okay, LLM exercise. I, Tomaž, to continue. Jurij? Branimir? We have it? Hi, James. Sorry for technical problems. The floor is yours now, so here we go.
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Excellent. Well, look, thank you for the privilege of presenting today. Good afternoon. It's early in my morning. I'm James Brodie. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at ID Theory. And today I am excited to introduce you to SciGraph. So this is a platform that we believe is poised to accelerate scientific breakthroughs. And it does that by leveraging decentralized knowledge graphs. So in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to walk you through SciGraph, the vision behind it and how it came to be, some of the work we've been doing with OriginTrail. And I want to try and demonstrate how we think this can accelerate discoveries in science. It does this by connecting researchers to data and allowing AI to run over the top. And really all of this is done in a decentralized system. So in short, we're leveraging DKG's, decentralized knowledge graphs, for serendipitous discoveries. So I invite you all to imagine a world where scientific knowledge flows freely, accelerating breakthroughs that could change lives. This is a world where researchers can collaborate collectively across many different disciplines without geographical borders, and they're going to be unhindered by the typical data silos that we see in science today and the institutional barriers that have been put up, not just in pharma, but in academia. So SciGraph aims to make this vision a reality. It's going to serve as a catalyst, really, for innovation. And it's going to do this in my world of decentralized science, or DeSci. And I'll talk a little bit more about what DeSci is in a moment. But really, what we're looking to do here is connect together fragmented knowledge and foster a spirit of collaboration. So with all that said, let's really first talk about some of the challenges that we see in modern science. The first main one, as I mentioned already, is data silos. Quite often, research is locked away. It's either locked within an institution or behind, a company's firewall, or when it comes to academic research, behind paywalls for the most part. Secondly, there's slow progress. When we're talking about publications, the literature takes a while to kind of emerge into the public. These traditional methods of publication with refereeing, they're really slow, they're very cumbersome, they're actually quite expensive. And unfortunately, they delay the dissemination of knowledge. Third, and where DeSci comes in, is this lack of collaboration. There are barriers, not just within disciplines in a single institution, but between every single institution around the world. And I think, the result of this is just a lack of cross-pollination of ideas and ideas that lead to breakthroughs. So these challenges, these three main challenges, they really limit our ability to make serendipitous discoveries. And these are the things that we believe are the paradigm shifts. They transform science and they transform more broadly society. So I said I'd talk about DeSci. How are we going to overcome all of these challenges and accelerate innovation? And this is where DeSci comes into play, because it leverages blockchain to fully democratize scientific research. It disrupts pharmaceutical companies, it disrupts academia, it disrupts the current structures and the incumbents. And really at the forefront of DeSci are these crypto-native entities that we call bio-DAOs. These are biotechnology-focused, decentralized, autonomous organizations. Now, the aim of a bio-DAO is to find a community and to pool capital together where they fund research collectively. So everyone within a bio-DAO will have a shared vision. And through governance and this shared treasury, they can start directing funding to the areas that matter to them most, right? And so we're moving from, a profit-orientated model where shareholders have control to a model where stakeholders have control. And within bio-DAOs,
James, I think we lost the connection with you, and I don't think if it is me or if it is you.
So
it's not me, it's you. Okay.
Is that okay? Can you still
yeah, we lost you for a bit, for like a minute. No, less, 20 seconds.
Well, I was just talking about bio-DAOs. They're decentralized biotechnology organizations. They fund early stage research. There's a few examples along the bottom: VitaDAO, Longevity. This is an area that's really not funded. It's not recognized. There aren't regulatory pathways to extend life. There's Cerebrum DAO, focused on brain health. There's Athena DAO, focused on women's health. Really, it's an ignored area, and it's very underfunded as well. Hair loss. And at the end there is PsyDAO, which is interested in the development of psychoactive compounds and psychedelics. So they really enable a more equitable distribution of funding in essence, and they empower diverse voices across the world who are more interested in impact than profit. And importantly, they kind of foster a culture of collaboration. So it's through DeSci and bio-DAOs that SciGraph has a real opportunity to make a difference, and we can optimize resources and we can support the best science. And it's not just supporting the most well-connected labs who get all of the grant funding. So where does SciGraph fit in to the story and this landscape? Well, at ID Theory, alongside our colleagues at OriginTrail, we envisaged a platform to unlock collective intelligence. And this will enable serendipitous discoveries, which is the really important part. That's why we built SciGraph. It connects data, it connects researchers, and it connects AI in a completely decentralized ecosystem. So through this, we think it's going to enable the unexpected connections of interesting areas of research, and it's really going to accelerate scientific breakthroughs and discoveries. So SciGraph effectively empowers DeSci, and it empowers bio-DAOs, and it's going to optimize the resources that these bio-DAOs are dealing with and drive innovation forward. So it's this integration of the DKGs that we really think can advance this scientific breakthrough. Okay, so with all that said, how does SciGraph work? Well, first of all, we have this idea of knowledge mining, where contributors come to SciGraph and they create and submit knowledge assets. These knowledge assets are basically valuable pieces of information, and they can be anything such as research findings, preprints, data sets. This could be, for example, sleep data from an Oura ring, or most importantly, publications as they hit the press. And so all of these assets are actually stored on the DKG, which has been built by OriginTrail. It's a protocol. It has all of the data there, fully accessible, transparent if you want it to be. And it's verifiable and it's secure. And on the right-hand side, we can see the token economy, which is Neuro. And basically, we use Neuro to incentivize people to put the best data types up into the knowledge graph. So with those three pieces in mind, finally, and this is the future, this is the sci-fi bit, we're going to have AI agents explore the DKG, and they're going to be able to uncover hidden insights facilitating serendipitous discoveries, making unexpected connections between disparate pieces of information across various fields in the scientific domain. And so by connecting together globally, SciGraph is going to enable researchers powered or superpowered by AI to collaborate in new ways. So I've said serendipitous discoveries quite a few times. An important book that I've read in the past is Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And when we've had these big paradigm shifts in science, they've usually come about by new entrants to the scene, younger scientists, people who have been not affected by the status quo, by the dogma, look at things through new angles, and have generally come up with the most famous discoveries that have driven science forward. They've also come up with serendipitous discoveries by accident. And I think the most famous of those is Alex Fleming's discovery of antibiotics. But similarly, agents, they're unburdened by human biases, and they have this ability to rapidly explore unconventional hypotheses. These agents can identify links between things that would be overlooked by common researchers who just don't have all of this information at their disposal. They can form new hypotheses between very different areas. They can make surprising connections because they have context over all of these overlapping and what we would ordinarily think of as very, very distinct subjects. But we think it's within these niches, right, within these overlaps, where some of the most significant breakthroughs lie. And it's these discoveries that we think AI can power between these disparate fields. Secondly, the SciGraph is going to allow for autonomous research. It's all well and good if we've got AI agents generating, hundreds of thousands of new hypotheses, but really what does it mean? Well, they're going to have access to all of the verified data on the DKG. And this hypothesis generation and testing can happen rapidly, hyper-iteratively, and is always on, right? So it's basically continuous learning. And unlike humans, these things are scalable. In fact, they are infinitely scalable. So importantly, the dissemination of these new findings can happen very rapidly on the DKG, because unlike, if we're using Claude or the new ChatGPT models, our agents on top of the DKG are no longer going to be limited by their recent training cutoff dates. So with O1, I think that's September 2023. Yesterday, Claude just released its new version of 3.5 Sonnet. The training date cutoff is April 2024. We want scientists to be looking at the stuff that happened yesterday and the stuff that's coming out today, because that's where the novel hypotheses are going to emerge first. So quite literally, these AI agents are going to have the latest information at the tips of their fingers. And lastly, this just means that we're going to enhance human creativity. We actually get an opportunity to free the scientists and the researchers from the burdens of their bureaucratic lives. They can start innovating again and thinking. And one thing that humans are better than LLMs at is creativity. So the problem solving of humans augmented by their mechanical brethren, I think the synergy between human and artificial intelligence is going to lead to breakthroughs that probably just wouldn't have otherwise occurred. So SciGraph's going to help on the AI side, but it's also going to play a very crucial role in empowering BioDAOs. And this is what matters a lot to me in my fund. We invest a lot in DeSci. I also run a decentralized investment DAO, and we think that SciGraph is going to completely revolutionize the way that these BioDAOs work. It really is going to help guide these BioDAOs to make the right decisions about where to invest their treasuries, which is the most promising research. It's going to help identify the most suitable researchers who are open to collaborating, probably, not the tier 1 Harvards and Oxford universities, but that's not necessarily where the best science are, especially in some of these niche scientific areas. So we think it's really going to help direct capital to where it's needed most. Something I haven't mentioned about DeSci is that intellectual property and patents can be wrapped up in NFTs. And so the DKG is going to allow us to identify or uncover potentially really interesting intellectual property. It's going to assist the BioDAOs in spotting these opportunities for innovation, but what's important is also commercialization. A drug is only good if it works and makes money, because it needs to fund the next set of drugs that are coming through the pipeline. So these agents, they're going to rapidly conduct freedom to operate searches. Is there an IP opportunity in this space to be capitalized on? They can even arrange laboratory experiments with contract research organizations. I spent 10 years in pharma developing drugs before I got into fund management in crypto. And it was, over a period where there was a lot of consolidation and big pharma were buying up all the biotechs. I think a knock-on effect of that was the creation and almost decentralization of the industry, where we would have contract research organizations doing a lot of work for us. Now, BioDAOs and DeSci can leverage all of that machinery. And when it's superpowered to make the discoveries that the SciGraph is going to help it make, I think working through these contract research organizations, not only are we going to uncover IP, but we're going to be able to actually generate IP. And we can use that IP, we can sell fractions of that IP off to fund the next stage of what's generally a very longitudinal development of a medicine. And then furthermore, we're just fostering collaborative information. If all of this stuff is out and transparent and in the open, BioDAOs can leverage the shared knowledge that sits across the SciGraph to really accelerate in multiple domains simultaneously research that is impactful for them. So in essence, excuse me, SciGraph really provides the data-driven insights that we know from our experience BioDAOs need, and it's going to help them make strategic decisions, and it's going to maximize the impact of the science that they do. So this just brings us all back around to this concept of science finance, or Sci-Fi. It's a new paradigm in funding scientific research, early stage R&D. It's empowered by platforms like SciGraph. It's, in our eyes, going to revolutionize science. And so with that, I'm just going to briefly show you a quick video to see how the SciGraph works.
James, this was really great. Apologies, but due to the little bit of time constraints, I think we should conclude it here. And I really, really thank you for your presentation. It was amazing. It was great. And we are really, really looking forward to the continuation of our collaboration.
Well, thank you once again for letting me present today.
Thank you. One more round of applause. Let's go. So to conclude the builder section, our last speaker is Dr. Ben Geertzel, CEO of SingularityNet, and he will conclude this panel, this long panel, with a keynote speech. So hello, Dr. Geertzel, can you please give us a sign that you're online?
I'm here.
Perfect. Then the floor is yours.
All right. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk about how knowledge graphs and their combination with large language models and other neural nets, how that fits into the overall picture of artificial intelligence and how it fits into both the past and the future of AI. And I think it has a quite powerful and interesting role to play. So I'm more interested in the future than the past, generally speaking, but I also think a bit of historical context can be valuable. The AI field as such goes back to the late 1950s, although there was activity before that. I think Norbert Wiener's book Cybernetics was 48 or something, the middle of the last century, which laid out many of the principles of neural networks and how the same cognitive algorithms could operate in biological and engineered systems. And almost since the beginning of the AI field, you've had these two strains going on of sub-symbolic versus symbolic AI. And it's been framed in different ways, neural on the one side, rule-based or logical on the other side. But I think that the core of the dichotomy has been on the neural or sub-symbolic side. You're building AI systems that are composed of tiny little components that have no clear or comprehensible semantics. And then, things with clear human meaning arise from the learned or self-organized combination of a bunch of these little tiny elements. And the neurons in a huge neural network, like an LLM or a hot field network or a convolutional neural net. I mean, these are an example of that. The fundamental elements, the neurons, are at a smaller scale than the humanly comprehensible semantics. So the humanly comprehensible stuff has to emerge out of these very low-level components, right? And the other strain that's been there since the mid-1960s at least, I mean, arguably earlier, symbolic AI, you're building software systems whose core elements, many of them have a clear semantic meaning. So if you have, say, a neural net system, a sub-symbolic system for reasoning about cats and dogs, there's not necessarily a cat neuron or a dog neuron. There might be, but a lot of the fun is in large-scale patterns of activation among many neurons that constitute the network's understanding of what a cat is, right? Whereas in a symbolic system, you're likely to have, like, here's a cat node, here's a tail node, here's a link or a node representing part of the tail is part of the cat. And both of these forms of AI have been valuable. They've both led to a host of commercial applications back to the 70s and 80s, and they both have interesting sort of psychological and biological stories to them, right? I mean, clearly the sub-symbolic story resembles aspects of what's going on in the human brain. Like the neuron is a muscle cell. It's not an abstract concept. On the other hand, what differentiates us from great apes and raccoons, squirrels, worms, amoebas, and so forth is largely the abstract symbol systems that we have developed, like science, like language, like mathematics, like engineering practice. And it's arguable that we should be making AI systems that are better than humans at science and math and engineering, at manipulating this sort of symbol system, right? So these two forms of AI have been going for a long time. Right now, obviously, certain forms of sub-symbolic AI, such as transformer neural nets, convolutional neural nets, and so forth, are getting a lot of love and getting a lot of attention, and rightly so. They're doing awesome stuff. What's been found in the last few years is by putting more computational firepower and more data behind relatively modest variations on hierarchical neural nets that have been played with for decades. By scaling these up, feeding them more data, we've gotten some incredibly powerful results, which we all know about with the GPT systems and the generative image and video and music systems and whatnot. So that's all amazing. It's also demonstrating some significant limitations. The current neural net subsymbolic systems that are doing so much in the commercial world, they have a very hard time distinguishing imagination from reality, because in the end, that's not foundational to their architecture, right? They're just predicting what comes next in a series using these subsymbolic, learning and activation spreading mechanisms. And the difference between imagination and reality is it's not something they couldn't learn in principle, but it's not sort of baked into their architecture in a way that makes it simple for them to learn it. And these networks are also somewhat limited in terms of creativity. I mean, they mishmash stuff that was fed into them at a somewhat surface level, but they're not able to do the sort of fundamental invention that the human mind seems to be able to. So, for example, if you trained a transformer neural net on music up to the year 1900 or something, I mean, it will never invent neoclassical metal or grindcore or even progressive jazz, right? It will just munch together surface level musical patterns from its training data up to the year 1900. And so symbolic AI has been progressing alongside, though it hasn't gotten as much love lately. As an example, my oldest son did a PhD in application of machine learning to automated theorem proving. And to do that, to get AI to prove math theorems, you have a bunch of quite sophisticated symbol manipulation software combined with neural nets and other machine learning methods for inductively guiding that symbol manipulation software, right? So there are domains where putting together the symbolic and the subsymbolic is the current state of the art. And so where we are now with subsymbolic AI doing amazing things with some limitations, symbolic AI still playing a significant role, but not quite as big time at the moment. This has put us at a quite interesting position. I mean, the AI field, is now big time. Every CEO, even the more savvy of national leaders, are thinking about not just their AI strategy, but what is their strategy to get from where we are now in terms of highly capable AI systems toward the next phase, which is AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is a term I introduced in 2004 or 5, which refers to AIs that can generalize and take big creative leaps beyond their training data and beyond their experience. So arguably, with this mix of subsymbolic and symbolic systems, we are now at a point where we may be just a few years, say 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, from a breakthrough from these highly functional but somewhat narrow and specific AI systems, a breakthrough from that toward AGI systems that can really generalize, create, imagine, and take leaps like people. And there's fairly solid arguments that once you get to artificial general intelligence that can imagine and invent and create at the human level, there's a fairly good argument that at that point, you're not too far from the next step, which we can refer to as ASI or artificial superintelligence, machines that are far more intelligent than people and that can reflect on their own infrastructure and self-modify and self-improve. Because once you get a human level AGI, that human level AGI can copy itself over and over. It can do computer science, it can do engineering, it can do cognitive science. It can build a smarter AGI, which can build a smarter AGI, which can build a smarter AGI, right? So, I mean, we're at the point now where by combinations of different historical AI approaches, we're on the verge of going from narrow AI to AGI. After that, it shouldn't be too long to ASI. But how exactly are we going to get there? How are we going to take the next few steps? I mean, historically, if we're really like 3, 5, or 10 years away from human level AGI, like we're basically there, right? In the scope of human history, that's a blip. But in terms of our own projects that we're building, there's a lot of development to be done in 3, 5, 8, or 10 years, and there's not a consensus on what the next steps need to be, right? So obviously, some folks think you just build bigger and bigger transformer neural nets, and eventually they will make a breakthrough to AGI. I would say fewer people have that delusion now than they did a year ago. I think that the S curve of transformer neural net development is sort of flattening out, but the way radical exponential growth happens is by multiple cascading S curves, right? So as the S curve of transformer neural nets flattens out, the S curve of the next pre-AGI technology is just going to be ramping up. And this brings us to OriginTrail, it brings us to SingularityNet, to ASI Alliance, it brings us to everyone working to bring together elements of symbolic AI and sub-symbolic systems. Because I think the next step is adding on to deep neural nets and the amazing things they can do, adding on systems capable of doing logical reasoning and systems capable of doing more out there creativity. And those two tie together in an interesting way, because being able to do logical reasoning to ground your crazy ideas in factual and empirical reality, this is actually key to having the crazy ideas, because the creative process is one of throwing a bunch of quasi-random stuff out there, which may be much crazier than just surface level combinations of what you've seen during your life. The creative process is about throwing a bunch of random crazy stuff out there and then being able to filter through it by what's grounded in logical or empirical reality. And if you can't do that reasoning, then you don't have a filter that makes sense, and you can't have the liberty of throwing out a bunch of crazy stuff. So I think actually augmenting LLMs and other generative neural nets with reasoning systems that can connect productions with empirical and logical reality, this is not only the key to getting rid of AI hallucination. I mean, it's also the key to building AI systems that are able to have the liberty to create, because they then have a filter. And then if that's the next revolution, it's adding reasoning and then more fundamental creativity onto generative neural systems to move further toward AGI. Then we come back to knowledge graphs and why these are so powerful. I mean, you could build logical reasoning systems, of course, using a variety of different representational substructures. A knowledge graph isn't the only way, but knowledge graphs are the most scalable and the most flexible approach to representing symbolic knowledge that we've found so far. And the fact that they are graphs, just like the neural nets inside some symbolic systems are graphs, that makes it relatively straightforward, though not always simple, to build bridges between the symbolic and sub-symbolic sides of a hybrid cross-paradigm AI system. So this, then, to wrap up, is how I see where we're positioned in the history and future of AI. I mean, we're coming out of 80 years of development of the AI field, in which both symbolic and sub-symbolic AI have been flourishing and growing in a dramatic way. And I think it's by putting the symbolic and sub-symbolic together, we're going to make the next breakthrough from where we are now to real artificial general intelligence, which will then itself lead the next breakthrough onto super intelligence. It's by putting symbolic and sub-symbolic together. And step one there is putting knowledge graphs together with deep neural networks. And this is to be followed on by adding more and more reasoning algorithms into the knowledge graphs, which is to be followed on by adding more and more fundamental creative generation algorithms into the picture, using the reasoning on knowledge graphs as a filter. So I think we're at a quite remarkable place in the history of AI, and we're all quite privileged to be alive now when we actually get to work on putting the finishing touches on humanity's quest to create the next intelligent species. And the decentralized AI projects, swirling around this event in this room are playing a critical role in it. I'm out of time, so I'm not going to diverge much into the social and ethical aspects. But in a few seconds, I just want to say, if we're really on the verge of creating AGI and then ASI, as I do firmly believe, it's imperative that this is done in a broadly beneficial and ethical way. And I think having a small elite group rule the AGI as it emerges is probably not for the best of our species. So not just getting neural symbolic AGI to work, but getting it to work on a decentralized infrastructure is really quite imperative to having the next steps of the AI field unfold in the way that's not only intellectually fascinating, but for the best for all of us. And I'm humbled to be speaking to a room of so many people who get most of this stuff already. Actually, these are amazing times.
Thank you so much, Ben. I hope you can hear me. It was a pleasure, and we pretty much echo your opinions throughout the day. So, again, super happy to have you tune in. Hopefully, some other time we meet in person also at the conference. Have a great rest of the day, and we will be followed by a fireside chat with Gary Marcus. So I'm not sure if Gary is already on. Not yet. Okay. One LM game. Actually, I can just use the time to introduce him if you guys have not. And this is going to be the last talk. There's Gary. He's tuning in. Hello, Gary.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Nice to see you, and great to have you at DKGcon 2024. I was just about to introduce you to the crowd. Though I assume pretty much everybody knows who you are, but I'm just going to give a few sentences on who Gary Marcus is. And lately, he's named as the leading AI critic for a good reason. He was the one grilling Sam Altman in front of Congress very recently, which I'm going to ask you a question on later. But also cognitive scientist, entrepreneur, AI expert, studied under the legendary Steven Pinker, former professor of New York University for many years, co-founded 2 AI companies, Geometric Intelligence, Robust AI, and just recently published a book called Taming Silicon Valley, How Can We Ensure That AI Works for Us? I read most of the book. It's really good. I recommend you get it. Yeah, welcome again, Gary. The chat will be between myself, Branimir. I'm, again, founder and CTO behind OriginTrail. And yeah, we just had a really great conference today. This is almost at its end, but the final parts of it are usually the most juiciest ones, right? So we had conversations today, folks from Google, Amazon, Microsoft, experts from BSI, standardization organizations like GS1, builders. They all kind of focused around the problems of misinformation, deepfakes, hallucinations, undermining trust on the internet, centralization, IP protection issues, and generally this has been kind of the theme of the day. So I'm curious, as an introduction, what's your opinion on the current state of AI space, and how would you reflect on these problems?
Well, I've been worried about all of those problems for a long time. I've been warning about them. There's a little echo here. Let me see if I can do anything about that. I've been warning about all those problems for quite a long time. That's why I wrote the book, but it's also why I've been active on Twitter and why I've been keeping a Substack and so forth. I think those are all very real problems. Hallucinations, misinformation, the use of them in meddling in political campaigns. I think AI has probably made a wrong turn. I don't think it's an irreversible wrong turn, but if you think where we were, say, 10 years ago, I think the field was very healthy. There were many different alternative approaches. Money had not quite corrupted the field in the same way. I think a greater proportion of people was working on things like AI for medicine, though of course some still are. And chatbots got popular and everybody rushed in, including a lot of grifters who were from the NFT world or something like that, trying to find a new home. And the valuations went up, and it's changed I think what the big companies do and how some of the large startups are thinking about things. And right now it's kind of money grab. It's a money grab that's going to ultimately involve, I think, a large scale surveillance like we've never seen before. I think OpenAI, we could talk about this, is going to be pushed towards surveillance. And I think the LLMs that are so popular are both morally and technically inadequate. So they're morally inadequate because it's much easier for bad actors to use these tools than for good actors. Like in the way that spam doesn't have to work that well. If you use robocalls to try to influence people or try to do phishing expeditions or whatever, it doesn't have to work that well. And so bad actors are having a field day with this stuff. And a lot of the promised good things aren't really working. And I think we'll get to the technical side. On the technical side, the current systems just don't understand factuality. Their ability to reason is limited. I think that puts an upper bound on the positive uses, but sort of counterfeiting people doesn't require perfection in the way that a lot of good uses do. So right now, I don't know whether generative AI has been a net negative, but it certainly hasn't been a huge net positive. There are a lot of downside risks to it. And I would like to see the field of AI trying to build better, safer, more reliable AI instead of just rushing out these chatbots, which are mostly there to trick people.
That resonates very much with all the conversations today, including the previous one introduced by Ben. I think I even saw a quote by you saying that deep learning is all the hype, but deep understanding is what we actually need. And
well, my earlier book was all about that. I mean, we used the phrase deep understanding. This was the book, one of my earlier books. This was the book with Ernie Davis, Rebooting AI. And that was the conclusion, is that deep learning is not going to get us to AGI or to trustworthy AI. That was 5 years ago, and some people would say there have been huge advances, but I don't think there have been huge advances towards trustworthiness, towards interpretability, towards getting rid of bias. And in fact, I think in some ways there's a step back. So there is a lot of positive advance if all you want is an LLM for brainstorming. Like, it's way better for that. Let's be honest. And they found value in coding, although we could also argue about what the long-term benefit is of that. But we are still lacking deep understanding as much as we were 5 years ago.
That's a very good point. And I believe that, at least from my knowledge, that you've been one of the earliest advocates for a hybrid neurosymbolic approach that we've been talking about throughout the day, and Ben was highlighting as well. Many experts seem to be converging on that idea today. We mentioned Jan LeCun today, Turing Award winner. He talks about a world model, which is necessary in order for the AI to actually understand what's going on and for this deep understanding. I believe you called it the cognitive model in your work.
In my 2020 article, The Next Decade in Archive, which I think is still pretty relevant, a whole section of the paper was about cognitive models. World model is just another label for that. It's a very old idea. I mean, people have been using world models in AI since the 1950s. And explicit world models that you could interrogate. So like right now I have a model that you're in an auditorium, not that much of which I can see. You're at a lectern, you're wearing a t-shirt, I'm being projected, or a representation of me is being projected on the screen and so forth. So I have all of those things in my head. I can reason about them. If you all left and I heard a fire alarm, I could guess that it wasn't something that I said that offended you, but rather you were concerned about it. And so we can make all of these inferences about world models. I've been trying to emphasize for a long time that you can't really do AI without them. LeCun has come in lately and he's trying to make it sound like he invented the idea. He certainly did not. It precedes, I think, even his birth and certainly mine.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting you put it that way. The community here at this conference, which is the OriginTrail community, has been actually working on creating an open source and transparent system, which actually is a decentralized system called the Decentralized Knowledge Graph, where we actually aim to create such a world model in real time by crowdsourcing all of this information. And we've been doing quite a lot of work over the years, and we've just seen 9 builders actually, not 10, presenting. And as knowledge obviously comes in many forms and often questionable sources, we're really looking for good principles on how to build this as a robust foundation. And I remember you specifically suggesting several principles for a better foundation for AI. You were explicitly calling it a better one. Could you perhaps touch upon that?
I'm not sure I can do all 7. I think it was from memory, but I can probably get most of them. Having world models or cognitive models is absolutely fundamental. Having ability to generalize abstract knowledge is fundamental. What we see in LLMs is always piecemeal. They don't really understand any abstract principles. So this is why they have trouble with arithmetic, or lately we've seen these river crossing problems they have a lot of trouble with. So a man and a woman in a boat have to get across, and they just confuse it with other similar problems that are in the database. They never really abstractly represent the notion of a boat or crossing a river, or what a wolf or a cabbage is, right? So you need a much higher level of abstraction. You need something like human values or Asimov's laws, or something like that. I mean, we haven't gone into that kind of AI risk, but we can't even right now say something like "be honest" to a system, or don't use copyrighted materials. Like, even if there's a list of what is copyrighted in the training, if you put that in your prompt, don't use copyrighted materials, the systems don't actually have a deep enough understanding of those terms, and so they can't follow it. So we need, to be able to follow those kinds of explicit rules. I don't know how I did on remembering the 7. Those were 4. I've obviously forgotten 3. But that gives you the general gist of the kinds of things that we still absolutely need.
Yeah, the one that you didn't highlight that I kind of really like, because it fits our worldview, which is a knowledge graph worldview, was a representation of relationships between entities.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, I've been thinking about that essentially my whole career. So you mentioned I was trained by Steven Pinker, and we were really looking at an abstract relationship between a verb and its past tense. And it's a complicated one in English, because some verbs are regular, like walk and walked, and some are irregular, like sing, sang. But what I showed in my dissertation was even children could learn that abstract rule. It's an abstract relationship. And then later in my 2001 book, The Algebraic Mind, it was all about abstract relationships. That's where the title came from, right? Algebra is about abstract relationships. And the kinds of stuff you guys are doing are compatible with that. And it turns out that most neural networks, as we currently build them, are not compatible with that. So there may be some neurosymbolic hybrid much better than we have right now that really kind of smoothly transitions between arbitrary data in, let's say, a corpus database, and also having those abstract representations. I just don't see how we succeed at AGI if you can't explicitly represent those when you need to do them, and if you can't, take, for example, the data in the Wikipedia fact boxes that are perfectly regular and abstract in certain ways, and be able to roll with that. If you can't do that, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And having that said, that you have basically, I started at the beginning with you grilling Sam Altman and OpenAI for valid reasons, I would say. I also read that you've been engaging heavily on the policy side of AI recently. So outside of the Congress hearing, there's been a bunch of activity here. We also had regulators present from the EU. Sometimes EU gets a lot of bashing for that reputation, that we here tend to over-regulate things and not innovate. I would say this conference could say the opposite. But that aside, what's your opinion?
Can I insert one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing before the question. There's a false dichotomy between innovation and regulation. Europe has its problems. Some of those have to do more with tax incentives and things like that. People try to draw an inference that because you have a lot of regulation, you don't have innovation, and that's just not true. There have been lots of regulations in the U.S. that have led to innovation: safer airplanes, safer cars, safer food, safer medicine. So the idea that those two things are in opposition is just wrong. You might want to look at things like, what is your capital gains tax? What incentives do you offer to startups? It's just a silly. Logically flawed, fallacious is the word I'm looking for. It's a fallacious inference to equate these things. It's just wrong.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And in a way, coming from the ethos of Web3 or decentralized technologies, we also see that it's not just the regulation, it's also how you can embed some rules into the system that are somehow enforced.
Exactly. You need an ecosystem perspective, right? I mean,
exactly.
Like my favorite example these days is airplanes because they're mind-bogglingly safe. Like I take them all the time. You know, as a kid, I worried about it, but I don't worry about it anymore because I understand how well the system works. It's not perfect, but driving's not perfect, walking's not perfect, but it's astonishingly good if you look at the statistics, and it's because there is an ecosystem there, right? There's a whole lot of regulations. There's a whole lot of incentive for innovation. There's multiple layers of regulation about how you build an airplane, how you test it, how you maintain it, how you investigate a crash, and so forth. We need the same kinds of things in AI. And we need to have, tax incentives that make people want to build this stuff. Like, it's an ecosystem, absolutely.
It's a really good point because one of the kind of key components of the ecosystem within decentralized technologies is this fault tolerance notion. For example, in Bitcoin, it's Byzantine fault tolerance that protects the system up to a certain point, which is kind of the same that the planes apply. So every part has multiple sort of backups or
fault tolerance is the name of the game. Like you can't do complex engineering without addressing that. Yep. And LLMs actually have lots of faults and can't check their own work. And so that's just not the right way to go. LLMs may be embedded with decentralized knowledge. There are lots of things that you can start to think about, but a pure LLM is not fault tolerant.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But yeah, in general, I wanted to ask you, what do you see as the key things in terms of, let's say, regulation in the US, because you probably are much more familiar with the situation over there. What would you like to see in the next couple of years, and how do you see companies like the big ones, OpenAI, Claude, for example, we saw yesterday, create a new system that takes over the control of your computer, which can be seen as a good thing, but given all we just said, it sounds like an exponential...
What was the quote from Jurassic Park? I'll paraphrase it slightly, but you scientists, built it because you could, but never stopped to think whether you should. Building AI agents at our current level of technology readiness is a bad idea. Now, I think AI agents in the long term are a great idea. They can save us lots of work, expand what it is we can do in this universe. But the problem is the current LLMs, which are the primary technology people are going to use, are not reliable enough. So they've actually crippled their own system. So I think they limit how much you can use credit cards and stuff like that. But as you allow these systems to affect the world, all kinds of things can happen. Are we okay on time? Or?
Yeah, I'm actually checking how much time we have left. We have about 10 minutes. Awesome. Yeah. How much time do you have, Gary? You have still a few more minutes, 5, 10?
Yeah, I can do 10.
Yep. Beautiful. Thank you. So actually, I had a great example from the Center of Humane Technology. Tristan Harris mentioned that if you were in the room in the 60s, or everybody would be smoking, right? And then if somebody came to tell you, hey, you should, this should not happen, and at some point people won't be doing it because there will be regulation against it, you'd probably be like, what is this person talking about? But in a way, it sounds quite much like we're in a situation like that today, where some form of regulation, and we believe some form of that regulation will also be in the shape of code, not just in the shape of usual legislation, is going to have to be applied.
It's actually an ecosystem thing again. So, cigarettes, partly... People, at least in the U.S., smoke a lot less than they used to. There's a lot fewer lung cancer deaths. Some of that is about regulation. Some is about tax incentives. Some of it's about what you print on the package. A lot of it is actually cultural. And one place I would really like to see a cultural change in AI is around the use of artists and writers' work without compensation. We need to culturally say that's not cool. Just like, smoking with a bunch of children in a closed room, as happened in schools for a long time, just, turns out to be a bad idea. Secondhand smoking, causes harm to other people. If you train on copyrighted material and you screw the artist, you are hurting society. You are hurting the arts. You are hurting those individuals. And so there we need, maybe a legal change and also a cultural change. I've actually started thinking maybe we need to boycott and say, look, AI is fine, But, we should come back to the regulation question. AI is fine, but if you don't meet certain criteria and you have a form of AI that's sort of like secondhand smoke that causes a lot of harm, well, that's not good. And we're going to, say we're going to wait until you get it better. So what are the harms? Current AI is screwing artists and writers. It's screwing the environment. It's only going to get worse if we keep, following these techniques that are basically about scaling, and so you use a massive amount of energy. They have a lot of bias, including something called covert racism. There's others, but we'll just start with those. So you could say, look, we're not going to use your stuff while you're harming the environment, hurting a lot of people's employment, and also, discriminating against a lot of people. So come back later. In the meantime, we'll wait. That's a large incentive on these companies. Right now, in the US, there's no incentive on these companies to clean up their act. And so, it might be that a boycott's the only way to get there. Back to US policy, because I think somehow we got lost on that. One of the things that I think we need is a pre-deployment kind of thing, kind of like the FDA in the United States, where if you're going to roll something out to 100 million people, I know, because we talked about the agents. Agents would be a great case for pre-deployment testing, independent pre-deployment testing. There should be outsiders that say, hey, how safe is this? What could go wrong? And do the benefits outweigh the risks? And you should have to argue for that in the same way that you would for a new drug. You can't just put a new drug out there and say, hey, everybody, this is going to cure cancer, and not have any data, not look at the side effects. You just can't do that, at least in the United States. It should be the same. If you're going to roll something out essentially to the entire world, as Anthropic, which used to care about AI safety, is doing right now, there should be some kind of independent voice in that. Instead, it's basically up to one guy, Dario. And Dario is looking at Amode is looking at a $40 billion financing. Do you think that that's going to affect his decision? Of course it's going to affect his decision. We saw a few weeks ago, OpenAI released something that they said could be dangerous, might be used to build bioweapons. Okay, well, if it might be used to build bioweapons, do the benefits outweigh the risks? Let's have companies be required to make that case to some people that don't have money in the game, and have scientific background and so forth. That's probably the single most important recommendation I made in Taming Silicon Valley. Actually, a third of the book is a short book, but a third of the book is a whole bunch of specific recommendations for what we should do. But if I could have only one, it would be pre-deployment testing. If I could have two, it would probably be auditing after the fact, which we do with cars, right? We look, does this car have a problem? And then we go and deal with it if it does.
That's a very, very good point. We've at the ecosystem of OriginTrail, another thing apart from the decentralization of technology is also the decentralization of governance. So the actual community has the ability to basically direct incentives. So because you mentioned, the incentive here is I'm going to get a big 40 billion raise or whatever, 40 billion valuation raise. So I can sort of throw safety under the bus, right? At some point, if you have the incentives set in such a way, it's very easy to start throwing these under the bus. And then, so the case that we're experimenting and trying to build together as a community is a way where everybody gets to vote actually on chain. So it's an incorruptible vote. And they can get to decide, okay, this particular system, this particular agent project gets certain funds or rewards depending on actually how they act. So there's a feedback loop on a community level. And I'd love to share a little bit more of that with you once the first projects are launching, and they're actually launching today. So super happy to have another conversation at another time and just bounce these ideas, because I believe what we've seen here today is really a new generation of builders in the AI who are challenging not just the problems we're talking about, but also kind of some perhaps ingrained notions, key one of them being centralization. People are sort of building from the ground up based on open source and making something decentralized for everybody, versus the other way around, where kind of the name of the game is to gobble up as much data and infringe as much privacy as you can so you compete with your competitor for a larger valuation. Yeah, perhaps since we have only a few minutes left, any maybe closing thoughts and topics you would like to share before we end?
I'll just make a comment about surveillance and privacy. because that's obviously relevant to you. Decentralization is complicated because of bad actors, and that's probably a conversation for another day. But here's my thought about where OpenAI is headed. And I think it's kind of the opposite in some ways of what you're talking about. I think OpenAI is going to be forced to become a surveillance company. I think it's going to become the most Orwellian name ever, right? They call themselves open, but the code is not open anymore. The measures they're taking for safety are not open anymore. Nothing is open about it. Meanwhile, the economics have not been that great, right? They're spending whatever it is, I wish I could remember, about $15 billion a year on chips or something like that. By their own figures, they're losing spending more than they're earning, about $6 billion a year. So they're making a little bit of revenue, but they're spending a ton of money. And the fact is that LLMs have not been as good for companies as many people believed last year. There was a lot of hype, and then companies start to use it and they find out that it doesn't really work that well. And you have to do a lot of tinkering to get what you want. You can't just use the LLM on its own, et cetera. And so a lot of CIOs, like half of them are disappointed. And the ones who aren't disappointed maybe had lower expectations. I don't know. And so the revenue isn't really there yet to justify this huge expenditure on chips. And then the only idea that people really have for going forward in most of the field is scaling. So that's even more expensive. And so you need even more revenue to justify. Meanwhile, Meta is giving away the same tools for free. And so there's a price war. And so it's getting very, very difficult to actually make money. In fact, no of the major companies made profits this year. None of the major LLM companies, unless you want to say Google made profits on its ads, but they didn't make profits on the LLMs. As far as I know, nobody did except for NVIDIA, which is selling the chips, a different story. So what can OpenAI do to actually make the revenue? I think the only thing they can do is surveillance. And I think there are a lot of signs that they're moving towards that. So they hired Paul Nakasone from the NSA to be on their board. They bought a webcam or a share in a webcam company. And they want to, suck up everybody's files and their calendars, their emails, et cetera. So I think that's going to be OpenAI's play. And I think as you're thinking about an alternative, you should realize that there's a way to define yourselves as not supporting that surveillance economy that OpenAI is likely to go hard into, and maybe give alternatives to people who don't want to be part of that.
That's a very well way to put it, Gary. And I wish you were here with us today to see how we were actually approaching this, because we're taking it in a completely opposite direction. We're building something called edge nodes, where anybody can run basically their local node of a decentralized knowledge graph on their device, and they can basically lock it in, keep their data, own it, actually fingerprint it on chain so that they can protect it and even run local models. So obviously all in an open source manner, so you know exactly what's happening. And we have a very interesting builder community, which I would love to have you come and meet at some point. So hopefully next time we get to do this in person. Again, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. It was great.
And have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Branimir. It was great. I will steal the stage for a moment.
Steal it, please.
Before we conclude this amazing conference and take a 15-minute break, during the 15-minute break, we will also watch the great presentation and the demo from Wes Levitt from Theta Labs. Because he is unfortunately under the weather, and he kindly prepared all of the materials. So he will demonstrate how to improve data analysis using OriginTrail RAG and Theta EdgeCloud.
So grab some food over there, maybe a beer or whatever drinks we have, watch the show, and then come back in 15.
Exactly.
Exactly 15.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wes Levitt, Head of Strategy at Theta Labs, and today I'm going to talk about improving data analysis using OriginTrail's EdgeNode and DRAG and Theta EdgeCloud. I actually had hoped to attend in person. I was there last year in Ljubljana for DKGcon. It was a great conference, but unfortunately came down with something this time, so recorded a little video to show our collaboration that we worked on. So, I think the majority of the group probably is familiar with DKG, but I'll give some background on EdgeCloud and then talk about why we collaborated. So Theta EdgeCloud is a decentralized compute and other services platform, which, among other things, empowers AI teams with unrivaled GPU price to performance. So what does that mean in practice? It's a hybrid computing platform that combines 30,000 global edge nodes on the Theta network, along with dozens of other GPU providers, including all the major cloud providers like Google Cloud and AWS. And what that allows us to do is offer permissionless GPU at very competitive prices on demand, often frequently beating the on-demand prices of the major providers. So just for an indication, you can see H100 sometimes as low as $269 an hour, A100s as low as $219 an hour. And a big selling point also is that it's very, as I said, it's permissionless. You don't have to sign contracts like with big providers. And you can use the major models like Llama, Stable Diffusion, et cetera, or use your own custom AI models and upload those to use it. A few universities that have already come on as customers in Korea. KAIST, the leading engineering school in Korea, is using it for tuning their Stable Viton model, which is a virtual try-on used for consumer applications. And also Yonsei University, which is using it with their team of PhD students to extract knowledge assets and then summarize them using LLMs. We have about 8 or 9 academic customers signed on now, a few unannounced, including the first US customer, which is announced soon. So we're getting a lot of progress in academia adopting the technology. But there is, I think, a gap that the DKG can help fill in these collaborations. There are some RAG components that are used in EdgeNode now, or EdgeCloud now, but a lot of these universities aren't as able to tap into these because they don't have access to the large knowledge graphs that, say, an enterprise customer would. So it's very interesting to us for what we're building at Theta to collaborate with the DKG because two things, obviously, verifiable data authenticity, the well-known hallucination problem that OriginTrail solve for a lot of projects, but also because the permissionless DKG is much more interesting to us than centralized RAG because we think it means the possibility for a much more robust knowledge graph. The analogy I like to use is Wikipedia was always going to beat, say, Britannica in the long run because it's crowdsourcing information, it's collaborative. We think that's especially the case with all these university customers for EdgeCloud because that's in their DNA that they collaborate with researchers from around the world and want to build sort of the body of knowledge in a collaborative way. They're not trying to build siloed knowledge graphs the way, say, a big tech company would. So we think it makes a very interesting addition and a great way for the DKG and EdgeCloud to collaborate here. And what Theta can bring to the table is that our infrastructure makes it very easy to swap into any AI model into a DKG-powered app. So in our proof of concept, which we'll show today in a demo video in a little bit, we did that into the DKG AI assistant. So our team, Simon will walk through a demo of this in a little bit, use the front end for DKG Edge Node and the AI assistant, added EdgeCloud AI to the back end so you can swap in any LLM you want, and then use that to answer the questions that you put to the AI assistant. After the demo video, we're excited to build out this into a more full-fledged product. But as far as other next steps, what's really interesting along these lines of adding DRAG to sort of the stack for EdgeCloud is EdgeCloud recently announced that it's offering agentic AI services, including a RAG integrated chatbot for the NHL's Vegas Golden Knights. So that's going live in a little bit later this year. And we think there's a big opportunity to transition from centralized RAG to the DKG DRAG at the protocol level. So what that could look like is anyone using EdgeCloud just has an integrated option that if you want to start generating knowledge assets and start posting to the DKG, that happens automatically or when you select to, but it's just offered to every EdgeCloud customer right out of the box. that could be a very interesting way to take this, and I think makes both sides of a much more powerful product. Lastly, before we get started on the demo, if you are looking to use EdgeCloud and want credits for your startup or project, you can snap a shot at the Google form right there and submit that, and we're happy to take a look and maybe can provide some free credits for that. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for your time, and now we'll kick it over to Simon from our team, who will walk through the demo video of our proof of concept here. Thank you.
Welcome to the Theta EdgeCloud example and how you integrate AI model run on the Theta EdgeCloud into your Edge node from OriginTrail. And in this example, we will use it for the AI assistant in the OriginTrail Edge node interface. So after you have created an account on the EdgeCloud and added some balances, you can head to the AI services and here select whichever model you want to use. Obviously, we need to use an LLM. And yeah, we'll go with the Lambda 3 8P. And here we need to add the Hugging Face hub token. And then we can deploy the model. This model will take a minute or two to completely deploy. In the future, we will also have the option for an API. So similar to OpenAI, you just pay for the tokens that you use when communicating with it, instead of here where you have to deploy the whole model and pay for the time basically that model is up and running. So after it's deployed, we can follow this link, and that will basically head us over to a page where we can see how to integrate it. We have some examples, JavaScript, Python. We will need for the backend JavaScript. And here the most important part is the OpenAI API base, which we will copy and then use in the Edge node drag folder to power the AI assistant. Now in the Edge node backend, so after we have set up everything from the OriginTrail core node to all the Edge node services, here this is the Edge node DRAG folder, and we will need to add here the Edge node URL we just copied to access our AI model. Then we head over to the provider factory, and here we just create a new case for the EdgeCloud and yeah, return a new EdgeCloud provider. To return that EdgeCloud provider, I created a new file, the EdgeCloud provider file, and it's basically the same as for the OpenAI provider. We just pass in the EdgeCloud API base, which we earlier passed into the end file, and then set up how the chat would work. But as it uses the OpenAI interface library, that's pretty simple. And then we need to change in the user manager service, just that we use now the EdgeCloud provider and pass in the API key and the model. So finally, we can test now everything in our Edge node front end, powered by the Theta EdgeCloud. We have uploaded our knowledge assets. Basically, they are Theta docs, and we can now ask questions about them. And yeah, let's try this out for 2 questions. The first one, what is the Theta network? And then after a few seconds, this should return us with information. What it does is basically request the backend, get the knowledge assets that correspond with the question, and then give that knowledge to the AI, and that based on that knowledge answers our question. Now we have the answer to that. It's pretty long, but it basically tells us everything that we need to know about the Theta blockchain. And yeah, just to showcase one more question, how do I add the Theta network to the MetaMask wallet? And this will then return us the exact information, including the knowledge assets, basically where it got that information from. And yeah, everything we need from the RPC URL, the chain ID, the blockchain explorer link, and that's how you use the Theta EdgeCloud and integrate it into the edge node from OriginTrail.
Okay. Test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good evening.
1, 2, 3.
Branimir is live.
Show. Okay.
Steva. One.
He's over there.
Is MIA.
Branimir. All right.
He's IA.
We are back and live. We're moving on to the last bit of DKG 2024. It's been awesome. What do you think? That's great. Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming and the team. And we're going to be moving to the last bit of the presentation, which is going to be not just the status quo, but actually the future of OriginTrail. You have seen and plenty of things going on in OriginTrail ecosystem were not represented today on the stage, but what you have seen is already absolutely spectacular. And you're seeing how the ecosystem is growing, both in terms of the solutions, in terms of builders, and there is also a lot of latent interest that is going to be unleashed and materialize in the network growth. So what we wanted to discuss in the last bit of the presentation is not just the technical direction, but also the ecosystem direction, and what is going to be the next stage of the growth, and also the next stage of the development of OriginTrail, highly dependent not just on us as the kind of the core builders or the primary builders, but it's going to be highly dependent on those who have already contributed to the growth of the ecosystem and now are going to be able to contribute even more to the expansion and the development of ecosystem and the code base. Branimir.
I'm going to sit behind you, or should I speak?
Yes,
like here?
We can sit down and we can go through presentation.
Yeah, maybe we can sit down
a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I have this mic, so in case there are any questions, we're going to give it to the audience. Otherwise, it's just going to be used for the mic drop each time so we say something cool.
Destroy the mic. Yeah. Thanks again, everybody, for sticking around. We're going to try and just give a kind of a sense of where we see the future coming. And we'd love to see the deck if we can. We have a few slides for that, but not mix and mingle.
There's the clicker.
The clicker, you think it's that?
Over, yeah.
Let's see. So I'm moving through. Yeah, usually you kind of take care of all of the guest presentations, and your presentation you kind of mess up. That's how it goes. I remember back in the day when I was working on web development, there was a saying like, if you're building websites, usually your website sucks because you're building it for everybody else. All right, so I guess we give it another
5.
Go.
I think we ran out of LLM jokes, but perhaps you can do a recap of what Gary Marcus said, because it's a really nice intro into the last part.
Yeah, it was a very interesting conversation. I actually never spoke to him before. We just connected on Twitter and kind of resonated with each other. So I invited him to join, and he was happy to, because he liked what OriginTrail is about, and because ultimately we converge on the same set of problems and the approach towards how to solve those problems. So Gary's, as you've seen, a big proponent of neurosymbolic AI. We heard about that many times before. Ben Goertzel as well, speaking about it, famous for even coining the term AGI. So a lot of people see that direction. Jan LeCun also. And yeah, I actually agree with him in terms of surveillance capitalism taking over OpenAI. Like, I don't know if you guys agree, but it absolutely is the business model. It's really a chase for who can get more data and more chips to like squeeze that data in and train a model that ultimately is questionable of not just how well it performs, like what it ends up doing. And I actually didn't manage to say it, but there was a recent research that found that if you compare how convincing tweets are generated by AI versus generated by people on the web, the AI-generated tweets are 3% more convincing. It's not a big percentage, but they just started, right? So what happens when they're more convincing and less trustworthy, as they can just blurb out like anything we did blurb out today. And I love that LLM exercise, by the way. That's literally how they work. Because what we did is everybody was saying a word, but you weren't just saying it randomly. You were listening to what you're paying attention. It's exactly what they do. They're paying attention to what was previously there. But like, this is not how you would have AI fly a plane, for sure, right?
And there is also one, I spoke with John shortly before we jumped on stage, and he also, again, pointed out that AI is like, guns. Guns by itself, they don't kill people. You need people to, use those guns in order to create harm. And I think it also resonates with another aspect of where AI can, as a tool in the wrong hands, can really create a lot of damage. Or as a tool, it can also help some people obfuscate accountability.
Yes.
Even countries. I mean, nowadays you have huge defense budgets formed for defense purpose AI systems, which help select targets. And in this way, military decision makers actually obfuscate accountability, saying that it was AI that determined the target. So that's a huge problem. And you have some of the biggest centralized companies, most successful ones that actually, I'm not going to name them, but if you go to the one of the most successful ones, the first use case you're going to see is AI for defense. So AI basically to kill people. And that's the way, actually humanity has not caught up, or is not catching up yet, even in terms of the development of criminal law, to actually, be able to prevent such misuses of artificial intelligence. So it's a tricky topic still. But please go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to.
No, it's a great segue into the conversation, and because what we will be talking about here is actually a counter to that, and something that has to be that the best way to coin to name it is collective neurosymbolic AI. This is really what OriginTrail is about. So we're talking all day about the synergy of different technologies. OriginTrail synergizes knowledge graphs, blockchains, and neural AI in a good way. And I'm sure you've seen something like this on the web. It's kind of funny at the beginning, right? So you know that this was not really Pope, right? He didn't wear this jacket. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you think it was. Anyway, it looks very convincing, right? And it becomes very tricky when this becomes a video, and this becomes a video of you, somebody made, and then this becomes a defense problem or an attack problem. And we really need to kind of go back to this power to the people approach if we're ever going to take on this hugely powerful technology. I loved what Gary recently said. Again, going back to him, he said LLMs are brilliantly stupid. And that the next wave of AI obviously is not going to be driven by them. We're reaching a plateau. So with more data comes less progress, and also more data is generally, again, produced by LLMs, so that it actually can deteriorate. I've read the report of engineers of X, formerly Twitter, that they had to filter out a ton of data because they realized that it was actually AI generated, and they were literally witnessing model collapse when they were training Grok. Another quote we like is quote by the opener of the conference, Professor Dr. Bob Metcalfe, who basically sees the DKG as the evolving tool for finding truth in knowledge. And he's actually so interested into he's very enthusiastic about the technology. We've been going to certain conferences together for many years because he wants to learn. And I know he met some of you at the Knowledge Graph Conference in New York, and it's incredible to see somebody like him, who was a pioneer, who you might want to think like he would be tired by now. He's been building so much and like taking people's bullshit, and now, but he's still there, in his like late age, he's trying to make an impact on the world, and we're super lucky to have him contribute his experience and energy with us, which, a bunch of random Eastern Europeans met him over there in the US.
Yeah, plus the guy has more hair than us three combined.
Yeah, true. He's doing something right.
Yeah.
He's doing something right.
You should ask which shampoo he's using.
yeah, I should try it. So what we've been talking about today is really this synergy, this collective neurosymbolic AI. We have, on one side, we have LLMs being very creative, very interesting if you're asking it to write a poem, generate a fun video, some cool videos we've seen today as well. They actually have they have a purpose. We're not saying they're all bad, but without combining them with facts, which is really that rational part of the brain, it's going to be really hard to progress with something that is useful or even not harmful, if I would say. So we really see this as kind of a convergence very similar to the human brain, where on one side we have facts that focus on knowledge representation techniques, logical reasoning, so things like math, for example, where you can take a couple of theorems and figure out a new finding, proving them based on the existing knowledge, or physics or similar type of reasoning, really rule-based inferencing, so opposite from sort of guessing the next word, so you make it funny for the audience, which also has its place. So creativity world without creativity is not a world I would love to live in. So creativity is the one that's generative, that is very good at statistical predictions, and also at natural interactions. Really what LLMs have brought is a new AI, new UI. I like to say that AI is the new UI. Because you're going to be chatting with some machine, you're going to be talking with it, you're going to be uploading videos with it, but like what happens under the hood should not be the same natural language type of data processing that governs it. And who've been in the Web3 space, especially for a while, we know how hard it is to implement something to work according to certain rule set, such as implementing a token, for example. So these two are really the key necessary values that we are looking for. How do we get to facts in a better way as we progress, and how do we couple that with creativity? And the way we do that in the OriginTrail ecosystem is really in this synergy of DKG and NeuroWeb. Basically, DKG is your knowledge representation network, where you can plug in any type of graph database, for example. Amazon Neptune, we've seen today, is one of them. Neo4j, Ontotext GraphDB, you name it, you pick it. It's up to you to decide to take what kind of tool you want to use, what kind of representation. Ultimately, you get the ability to run these factual models using this symbolic AI engine. you get knowledge provenance embedded into the knowledge graph. And basically, when you use knowledge assets, though, that comes as a given. And finally, also what comes as a given is this ability to retain ownership and IP. So when you publish something, it's not just a piece of data on the web and anybody can just take it around. It's actually fingerprinted and stored there, registered, as if you basically went to register a patent. Now it's yours, so you can always point back to it. And many other tools we've seen being built by the ecosystem developers around IP, around storytelling. Super excited to have had you all folks here today, showing what you're doing. On the other side, NeuroWeb being really the ground for this creative neural side of the story, where we essentially have a community-run system that enables multimodal neural AI to coexist, to work together, using collective governance. So for you who don't maybe know, NeuroWeb is a blockchain on Polkadot, was presented today by Filippo, which has native decentralized democracy. So if you're part of the ecosystem, if you have the Neuro token, you're able to vote on any decision, any update, any decision on if a certain knowledge graph should be supported on the DKG or not, such as the SciGraph that is getting launched today. We get to decide as a community. So that means we also, as humans, we're in the loop. It's not the usual human in the loop thinking that is kind of common within the AI reinforcement learning community, which I have nothing against. It's actually wider. It's that plus making all the decisions and having it all be transparent so that we can actually contribute. Contrary to OpenAI, like Gary said, it's completely closed. You don't know what's going on. And yeah, I agree. Somebody today mentioned a really good point, which is they have kind of a model of you. They have the God mode, so they can literally ask, like, where do you live? Where are you now? I don't personally like to have some big companies that powerful that can just locate me like this on a planet. It doesn't sound empowering. It sounds completely opposite, disempowering. So we put humans in the loop in the right way, and it's all verifiable. All of the actions you can track on chain, the security that we have from Polkadot brings really an unprecedented level of strength to this system, but also scalability. Recently, for those of you who follow, NeuroWeb has actually scaled quite a bit, and we expect to also get quite a lot more when needed from Polkadot because it offers quite a lot of room for scaling chains. These two systems come together to form this collective neurosymbolic AI. Somebody wants to take over from here?
Yeah, I've been quiet. I guess I have to earn my space on the stage. Yeah. Oh, but it's. I was just kind of keeping track also as Branimir was explaining the combination also of like kind of the stuff that we've seen over the course of this day getting explained, and I sincerely hope that it opened up the thinking around what are the possibilities. So and also kind of how to tackle certain shortfalls that we're seeing in the market today. And because these are the things that play into what the pillars of the vision that we're trying to pursue have to consist of. So the first one that you'll find up there is internet scale. And it's not just something that's like an aspirational thing about going for another record or beating like transaction per second against someone else or something like that. We're talking internet scale because that's a requirement for these challenges that we've seen to be adequately addressed. So if we don't come to internet scale, if this is going to be something that's just a particular thing in a particular industry, a particular niche or of sorts, then really it's not going after the challenges that AI and, or let's say call it better, internet in the age of AI is presenting to us. So if we want to have that protection of IP, if we want to have that protection of data, if we want to have those, the transparency of solutions getting deployed globally, we need that internet scale. So it's not something, again, that came out of thin air. It's something that we see as a requirement to usability at the end of the day. So that level of usability needs to be present if we want to support the use cases to really go after these big challenges. So the second pillar is it needs to be trusted. It comes from obviously the inception of back to 2017, like the level of trust that needs to exist in something that's a decentralized knowledge graph, and kind of going after the vision of really being the trusted layer for that connected data. It requires that trust to be inherently there because it's not centralized. So there's no single entity. You don't have to trust me. You go to the DKG, you see how it acted in the Omnicore. The storyteller is not just telling the story; it's grounded in the DKG. As we rail parts, as they're being exchanged, they're not just there, and you have to kind of lend that trust. No, it's verifiably there. So that neutrality lends itself to the trust that's required for this inclusive, basically, approach to deployment. And inclusivity is actually the third thing. What we need to do is we have to create an incentivizing collective neurosymbolic AI. So I think what Chris was mentioning, the saying, "Show me the incentives and I'll tell you the result." Or the outcome. I'll be able to point you to it. So if we want to go towards really pursuing the neurosymbolic AI in an inclusive way, so that it's collective, we need to be able to allow anyone to participating in creating that knowledge base. And at the same time, we need to have incentives to engage the different communities, which again, they'll find their own different elements, their different neighborhoods in the DKG, their different topics that they're finding themselves engaged about, whether that's DeSci or it's going to be something that we even can't master today. But the point is that if there are tools for incentivizing the communities around then creating that collective knowledge base to fuel the neurosymbolic AI, that's a pillar upon which the vision can be created. So in essence, this is echoing the neutrality, usability, and inclusiveness values that have been present at the OriginTrail ecosystem since the inception, but they have been instrumentalized towards the pillars that can bring us to the vision. It's the internet scale, it's the trust, and it's in incentivizing the collective neurosymbolic AI. And let's take a trip down the memory lane, eh? It's like we're kind of going a couple of years back. The capabilities of the DKG weren't even close to what we're seeing today, which means that the use cases were limited to what we were able to do. And the thing is, you in this very odd metaphor, can't be skipping doors. You need to be going by one by one. So it needs to be a jump from 200 to 20,000 so that you learn how the network acts, what are the different challenges we're seeing right now. And you need the learnings that we've had over the course of this year, where we've seen significant jump in the capabilities of what we could do on the network already, because also the requirements are there. And you've seen a plethora of different builders appear today. There's many more which haven't made it to the stage today that are engaged in creating incredibly cool stuff, some of which we are also involved with, and that are going towards that really internet scale kind of prism. Some of which would also kind of are yet to be talking about in more details, but we're definitely knocking on those doors of 2025 with V8 coming up with incredible new capabilities, up to 1000x or more scalability boost, which is again not just the boost for the sake of itself, but so that we all as a community can do more stuff. And that also calls for much more builders to be present in the ecosystem. This scalable platform allows much more stuff to start happening, and that's why I'm so kind of excited to see a lot of the things already in the inception phase happening today, and many more stories. I mean, if you go to any company almost that have been dabbling with AI in some shape or form, what usually you get a little bit is like the initial fatigue, because they're kind of deflated a little bit with what they were able to achieve, because everyone thought it's going to be like this, snap of fingers, and now we're going to do everything's going to be like brilliant, and everything's going to work out of the box, and you will just be, like living in this utopia of technology. And the thing is, the path to this 100 million knocking on 2025 is much more based in the fact that we are able to take those fatigued people that have made and failed perhaps a little bit and show them a way where this can actually work. And they're like, oh my God, like this is actually, like we can deploy this. It's quick, it's like, okay. And I don't have to marry myself to one AI solution, like one LLM, whether that's Anthropic or it's OpenAI or it's something third, fourth. I can actually have that freedom to focus on my knowledge base and build that out, and then attach different AI components to solve my different problems. Then again, they kind of get this renewed faith in that things can actually play out, and it's like you're solidified. So whoever's building on anything, I welcome you to not be afraid of going to the market. Start speaking to companies, because I don't think that you'll ever have a chance to have that level of like success ratio that you can have at this point in time, because you'll be ahead of the curve. You'll have something that works. With tomorrow's workshop, you'll be equipped to do it, and that will all bring us to the internet scale of 100 million actually getting utilized in a fruitful manner and making the positive change. I took a bit longer stab at this slide, sorry.
What is 100 million per day?
Oh, per day. Yes, sorry. It was numbers which come second nature to us, but it's they were mentioned a few times over the course of presentations. It's resembling knowledge assets being published to the decentralized knowledge graph. So how much knowledge assets are getting added to the knowledge graph every single day? What's the capacity that we could do? And that was the progression that we've seen over the years. We started where the network couldn't handle a lot, but it could support the same value propositions in terms of being, sturdy, robust. The trust was there, the verifiability was there, and then we saw year over year different levels, different approaches to increasing the scalability depending on what the bottlenecks, were. And as we've reached the 100K threshold, let's call it, in 2024, and all of this was enabled already by the existing V6 capability. So the 2022, you'll have the V5, the two doors in the middle, you'll have the V6, and the V8 is now really again coming as a force that really is bringing us to that goal of supporting anything that runs on the internet should be able to be mapped out to the DKG and supported by it. All right, Giga, want to take this one? No?
Yeah.
Do you see it?
This one is easy. Is it a video? No.
It should play.
Should be video.
It might
is there
be,
a video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's the video, yeah. No, we saw that video today, but in case you haven't, look at it now. You have to. You must.
You must see.
So this is, we'll provide a little bit more context. The main point here being that anything that has been built within the OriginTrail ecosystem is open source, obviously. And the DKG Edge node right now in the beta phase, and this is actually a snapshot from one of the builders' dashboard. You listened to him before, James Brody, from the IDT PairNet. So this is how easy it is becoming to launch your own pair network and start publishing knowledge assets on the network. So this is one aspect besides the internet scale and inconsequential use of the decentralized knowledge graph. Why is this important? It is important so that builders outside just us as core builders can come in and they start building themselves decentralized businesses on top of the decentralized knowledge graph, either as pairnets or someone who's simply trying to solve certain problem within any realm, any sector, any industry. And one point important here, it is open source, and anyone can start using it. We have launched already the Inception program as a part of this V8 journey, which is also providing a level of support, also in terms of the support to publish and kind of go beyond this chasm, the cost chasm which would perhaps for some builders be, let's say, a hindrance to start using the DKG within the V8 phase. So this DKG Edge node beta is going to be actually today, as of this moment on.
It's live, yes.
It's live.
Yes, so you can find it on.
And it's
the web.
available for builders to start tinkering with it.
Yes, so you can go into the official docs. You'll find plenty of information over there, including all the repositories. If you've seen my talk today, I presented it's a bunch of services together running in one node. So there's, I believe, 6 repositories right now together, and you can just take it and customize it to your needs. It is a beta, so it might be a little bit tricky at the beginning, rough around the edges for the next couple of days. But if you do run into a problem, if you're building, let us know. Come to Discord. We'd be happy to fix it. Or even better, if you want to fix it, you can actually also participate in that part of that reward budget, because it's actually open. So anybody can come in and fix a bug or update the documentation to make it more clear or just simpler. But yeah, Edge node, basically, the one that we presented today, this is one of the first instances of it. So what you're seeing is, it's a little bit of a different color, different design, some customization, but you can just do the same for you. So I heard Sebastian from Skyocean mention that he would take it and build an MVP very quickly. Heard other builders as well looking to build with it. So it's pretty much several years of testing and building different components that we've been using that we're just open sourcing and providing to the community. So from today on, you can start doing that with V8. And as you help us as core developers mature it, like I said, you'll also get rewarded. Fundamentally, the biggest reward comes from building on a DKG. And that means creating useful knowledge. That means creating pairnets. So if you're looking to build something useful using neurosymbolic AI, you want to pick Amazon Neptune, you want to pick Anthropic, whatever you think makes sense, you can come and start building on the testnet right away and show traction and then apply for the inception programs. The ones who have the most traction will be, you can consider yourselves qualified for that budget, basically. So in a way, it's a way to raise support from the ecosystem directly, and this will again be voted in by all of these would be voted in on the NeuroWeb. So
if this is just the interface.
Yes.
Perhaps the rationale behind this that is becoming increasingly easy to start using the decentralized knowledge graph. And to the same extent as we have been able to implement and bring on users basically from corn to whatever sector, it is now becoming increasingly easy for anyone to start building businesses on top of the DKG. So this is from the usability perspective. Okay, and one important piece which is most interesting to the builders is that it is becoming easy to build, and it is also becoming possible to be incentivized to build on top of the decentralized knowledge graph. One part of the story, of course, you all know how the DKG functions, at least those who have been tinkering with it. Track token itself has been used in a way as a gas token, not on a blockchain, but on a decentralized knowledge graph to cover the fees for the network, which is actually maintaining the knowledge that it carries. Network is then being also secured by staking, and stakers can come in and they support nodes, which are then responsible for maintaining security, overall security of the network. On the other hand, you have one of the most scalable blockchains, or people don't know much about it, but it is hands down the most useful blockchain for real-world adoption, as demonstrated by all the cool stuff that is going on, and also the transaction volumes, which are increasingly picking up. What is awesome about the NeuroWeb, which is not just let's say purpose-built chain for neurosymbolic AI and for real-world adoption, is that you can also launch autonomous pair networks, and the OriginTrail community also knows a lot about it. What is tied to the autonomous pairnets is also decentralized governance, because there is a community that needs to support the idea for any pair network to come to an existence, and it is up to the community to then decide on whether or not they're going to support the incentivized pair network. Once this incentivized pair network is confirmed, and if I'm not mistaken, another pair network is being confirmed today by the community.
So a vote is actually the first IPO, initial pairnet offering, is live for SciGraph, the one you've just seen. So that I expect them to announce it any moment. But here I go, pre-announcement. So yeah, it's happening. You can contribute already.
So this is not that much of a news. What is the news, however, is that we wanted to make a step further in terms of instilling meritocracy to the building of the OriginTrail's future. So basically, we have gotten to the point where OriginTrail has demonstrated high levels of usability, and at the same time is also already a very, very strong network, not only in the sense of the technology, the code base, but also in terms of the community and the builders behind this community. So it only makes sense to instill new rules in terms of the future development of the OriginTrail, which is going to be based on this key premise or merit, which is those who use the decentralized knowledge graph, so those who are investing in producing knowledge on the decentralized knowledge graph, are going to be the ones who build the future, who maintain it, who propose new updates, and actually are, let's say, incentivized, or they're covered in financial terms to maintain the development. And all of this is, of course, possible because, as prudent builders, we retained a large portion of the future development fund treasury, basically, to enable the development of the future within the OriginTrail ecosystem for quite some time into the future. So meritocracy. One important statement here is those who use it will build it. That's one part of it. And then there is also another thing important in the symbiosis between NeuroWeb and the DKG, is that the community will also have a say in which builders become eligible to build the future of the DKG. And this is going to be tied back to the pairnet and the community voting on supporting the pair networks to be then incentivized, and in turn, as these pair networks get built and grown on the DKG, as tracks gets invested into the growth of the decentralized knowledge graph, those builders who have invested are also going to be the ones to whom the future development fund or the treasury is going to be allocated. Now, more about the exact mechanics is going to be discussed in the future roadmap in the coming week. And also, as a part of the RFC, we're going to cover all those nitty-gritty details as to how the builders might also find, let's say, a little bit more, a little larger relevance also in terms of running nodes, as nodes are going to become, with the start of the V8, also a form for V8 for the publishers to finance their operations. And of course, all of this is going to be done hand in hand with the community. Node runners and trace holders. Trace holders are the ones that are actually supporting and allocating their liquidity to different nodes. And this is also going to largely, let's say, determine which builders are actually the most eligible to be the future builders of the OriginTrail decentralized knowledge graph.
So I think you have to click one time. Because it says...
Do you guys want to say anything in addition to that? I think it's...
I think you covered all the bases, man.
Yeah.
Everything beyond that's going to be RFC.
We can go skip and then go to the questions later, because I'm sure there are plenty. The main point here being is that we know exactly how to begin things, but we're not here to tell you how things are going to be how things are going to end. So the future largely depends on a little bit more crowdsourced wisdom, because this is about collective neurosymbolic AI. And we're not a collective, we're just a bunch of bunch of let's say friends that started this mission a while ago, and we were joined by the cool team and also later on by this cool community. And we wish, based on this meritocracy, for this only to be the beginning, and it is up to you to determine well where this will continue and where this will eventually, I wouldn't say end, but blossom even further into the future. Yeah, and this is from I think a very nice saying from Matrix, right?
From the
We're
Matrix.
Gonna read it.
This is Neo. Yeah, perhaps before we read it, just so you know, like this is not like, it sounds like we're like getting out, like Trace Labs is not going to be there anymore. No, absolutely, but it's time to basically get more folks involved and start building, because we cannot build it on our own. And as Neo famously put it at the end of the Matrix, when he calls the Matrix on that payphone, he says, "I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how it's going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin." And I think there's a video that shows that. Let's try it.
I think we need a bass.
Is there voice sound?
I know you're out there.
Yeah.
I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
That's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming. DKGcon.
Is it the mic drop, or do we have any questions? Any questions?
Happy to take any questions you might have. But keep in mind, you're keeping people away from alcohol, so don't make too many questions.
Food.
And when I say people, I mean me. So.
Thanks very much. I have two questions. One, what is the valid source of that video? And have you sourced it from the correct place, and can we see the evidence? And two, based on your own words, are you saying that tomorrow you will give us the keys to a V8 with the ability to smell the future?
I think, yeah, you can keep it, I guess. Yes. You can smell the future from tomorrow at workshops, and I love that Charles asked about it, because if you haven't seen, Charles comes from Amazon, and Ben next to him is his colleague. They'll be with us at workshops, and we'll be actually showing how an edge node connects to Amazon Neptune and how you can use it with DeepRod ontology, which is the new W3C ontology for data products. Or in our world, we call them knowledge assets. So it's not that far off. And it's so great to have you guys, and super excited for that tomorrow. So if you're here in Amsterdam and you want to build, that's one of the highlights of tomorrow. But not just that, we're going to be diving deep into the edge node. We're going to be looking into pair nets. And we're also going to give kind of an intro for those of you who might not know these concepts that well. We'll start the day easy, once we wake up and have our coffee and things like, the brain starts sort of getting cycles up. We'll have that as well. And finally, last but not least, we'll also have kind of a communications workshop, which is like a little bit more on the creative side. It's going to be held by Jurij, who I'm not sure if he's here.
He's there.
There he is.
Yeah.
Jurij is going to teach us all about how to present our solutions, how to position them, how to brand them. So for all of you builders who have been here today presenting, I know it's going to be useful for me. It's probably going to be useful for you as well. So a lot of stuff to learn there. So very packed day.
Jurij leads a very creative and very successful branding agency, and you can check them out. They're called Hashmark.
Hashmark.
Is it .com or .ai is becoming popular? .com. Hashmark.com.
Yeah. So a lot of stuff ahead of us tomorrow. So don't get too drunk tonight. But there is some alcohol in the back. And yeah, just kidding. But thank you for the question. And yeah, the video comes from YouTube.
Sorry about that.
Somebody stole it. Yeah, it says wage slavery.
Hi, in the morning when you were explaining V8 and node architecture, so actually what's coming into my mind was, I don't know if you have seen that web series, it's called Silicon Valley, very famous series. And they also had the same idea, like having something running in your own device, like internet decentralization. And here also we are talking about that we would be the owner of our own data and we can keep it there. So how you would be making sure that the device process all those things and doesn't get heat up? Like that was the problem over there. So it was just into my mind, like how we would be making sure that it's not going online and not on the cloud, and it's in the device, and it's also getting processed.
Mm-hmm. So it's a very good question. So without maybe going into too much detail, there's different ways you can use the DKG if you want to preserve the privacy on your own device. The necessary conditions are that first you can trust the software you're running, which means that it has to be open source, for which all of that is already. And in that sense, you also need to be able to have the components you want in the device you want. So for example, you can run a small model, somebody mentioned small models today, on your device, let's say a laptop. Tomorrow we'll be working with laptops, and if somebody wants to, we can also deploy a node on somewhere in the cloud. You'll see one deployed node on cloud that works with Amazon Neptune. But ultimately speaking, the code, you can inspect and you can see it's not sending or phoning home somewhere. You can switch off even the internet on it and it will work still on your device. Now, naturally, without connectivity to the internet. The knowledge assets themselves, the way they're implemented, the privacy is implemented is in such a way that no information really leaves the device, no information goes on chain, except basically a fingerprinting transaction that says, I own this, so that you can later prove that you own it in case you want to, or in case you want to monetize your data products, which is also a very interesting use case. And I'm super excited about that because I think data or knowledge is really the asset class of the 21st century. And right now it's just being stolen, and everybody's like fine with it. Like that smoking situation that everybody's like used to be okay with and now nobody is. So that the same kind of principle will apply here. So ultimately, there's no data leaving your device unless you tell the code to do it. Now, details, like if you have a hacked laptop full of whatever viruses or somebody spying on you, then they might sort of do something. But that's we can only go so far, right? So the technology itself doesn't really do anything like that outside of the box, which is completely opposite from kind of the incentives that you have in let's say Web 2, if you will, because it's all about collecting as much, like Netflix collecting what you're watching so they can compare with others, kind of like Amir showcased today, like connecting different people together. Knowledge graphs are great for that. That's why also what Charles mentioned, there are so many of these big companies use it, and they realize the data is very valuable. I actually have I think there's a lot of criticism of this idea of the semantic web, which was coined by Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, Sir Tim Berners-Lee. Criticism that this idea was too utopian and that it failed and whatnot. But the idea was basically very much what the DKG is today, without two things. And that's why I think it failed, but it didn't. It actually just materialized in these big companies. So Netflix and Uber and Amazon and everybody who has knowledge graphs, they learned how to do it. They had the power, they had the knowledge, and they all have it. Like Google has one. Google invented knowledge graphs. Facebook has one. So the vision is very much alive, but in a centralized way. And that means that those centralized entities are also brokers of trust, so they hold all your data. And so the idea here is to flip that around and actually start from the back, so the data is with you. And then we can actually reach the original vision of the semantic web, which was data is with you, sitting on your device, and you decide who you share it with and how you connect it. So So yeah, I'm super excited about that because I think semantic web is here to stay and it's very much alive. Thank you for the question. Anybody else? Amos.
Famous. You know, there can never be an OriginTrail event without me asking a question, right? Come on. So just really quick, the slide I saw, less than 200, 20,000, 100,000, 100 million. For context, in 2024, most definitely more than 100,000 assets were posted. So
this was per day.
So this is a per day.
Yes, per day. So we've recently seen 100,000 knowledge assets published per day, a record achieved within OriginTrail. And yeah, basically what we're seeing is the need to do more. So that's why we need to scale it up. That's why internet scale is so important. And there's no way past that, basically. When we reach internet scale, I mean, of course, there's improvements, but ultimately this is the last big jump we need to take, which most of these decentralized systems have trouble with. The heating up of the device, that was kind of a joke around an actual real problem, which is if you have too many things to talk to each other, then there's just like a lot of communication around. So in terms of network communication, and that's why the design of V8 is such that there's actually some asymmetry in the network in a good way. So core nodes are the ones who need to be more powerful and which are responsible for certain network activity. And in the edge nodes, for example, your phone doesn't need to necessarily route my message to Amos. And because it doesn't need to, it doesn't require that many resources and it's not going to heat up in your pocket. That's at least the plan. So yeah, that's kind of the point. We now go to hundreds of millions, billions a day if we can, and we're going to try and squeeze the last drop of juice, which is actually what we're doing right now on the testnet. So you can already participate in that as well. Again, it's an open ecosystem. You can run. Last night I saw 270 nodes running on V8 testnet, people running them all around the world. This is the battle testing environment that we're trying this new technology out, looking for bugs. Actually, these nodes are submitting all the bugs to us, and that's what people get rewarded for. Again, for data, because this is valuable data, right? Logs are data too. Yeah, logs are very valuable data. Don't discriminate logs and trace.
No, it's a great quote. Yeah,
yeah.
It's like I feel I read it somewhere. I don't know. Logs are data too.
I'd just like to say thank you guys for what you've created. It's amazing. Just to clarify one thing with handing over to the builders, is that the Trace Labs Dev Fund that you'll be
That's the
handing
treasury,
over?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're all competing for it equally, on equal terms. Yeah.
Only fair. So bring it on. Oh, there's one more.
Another question?
Like your hat, by the way.
Yeah.
So sorry, I recognize a lot of people were ready to go eat. So maybe one last question. It's not a question, I want to share a little naive concern, candid concern. One of the differences I've seen, a difference between AI and crypto or blockchain technology, is that AI was able to bring to consumers, including my mom or myself, with limited understanding of the technology, a very tangible value which blockchain or decentralization hasn't demonstrated. And I think most of the people here would agree with the fact that OpenAI is not exactly the kind of future that we want to see, and yet it has attracted a lot of attention and is attracting a lot of attention, a lot of funding, a lot of interest from around the world. I think it's very important that beside the fantastic infrastructure that you guys have brought together, that we work a bit more, and you yourself included, on applications that my mom will find useful more than centralized AI systems.
That's a very good point. And with the advent of like general purpose AI that anyone can use, your grandma, my mom, actually we we started treating AI as more as a UI, not just as a technology, which actually helped us to scale into many different verticals, different industries, without having to adopt new or build new user interfaces. And that has scaled up also the business development tremendously. And the main reason being that anyone, the CIO or anyone else in the organization, it became intuitive for them, the question, why would they be using the decentralized infrastructure? Because you can now showcase, how powerful it is that you can always trace information back to the core facts about, corn or, any other product that you're tinkering with. So it's a very, very much on point comment. And OriginTrail, and perhaps by extension our company, Trace Labs, which has been a core development company for a while now, we have been involved in really building useful things for many non-adjacent industries to Web3. And for instance, it might be a trivial use case, but you can chat with a dead chicken by scanning it and ask questions about its provenance, etc. It's a little bit trivial, but anyone can do that. We always want to dumb it down to a very simple user experience. Still a long way to go. Still we can improve, but our goal is exactly that. So how can we become even more useful than OpenAI is today for an average Joe, for laymen?
John. I have a comment and not a question. So when I first met you guys, you were still in your 20s. Nearly all of you.
We're not doing the math, but John.
Thomas, you've put on maybe 2 pounds.
Oh yeah,
Zika, you've put on 2. Branimir.
It's all muscle,
Let's
right?
Just say,
it's one big muscle.
Branimir drank beer since I. Yeah. But I came on board as an early advisor for the first 2 years of their existence for traceability in GS1, and their passion and professionalism and their ethical values from then is still abundant and obvious today, 7 years later. It's incredible. I've been watching you, I've been engaging off and on since then, and admiring how that stick-to-itness and that passion, that drive that you have together is just incredible. Your knowledge, each of you have an incredible depth and breadth of knowledge and passion in how you share what you're doing. And it's just, for me, it's just wonderful to see. And to see the team that you've wrapped around. And now this good-looking guy here, Jurij, also incredible to work with. So I want to personally thank you all. I won't be here tomorrow, so this is why I'm just stealing 2 minutes now. I want to thank you for inviting me to talk and share today. And I'm as excited as well as I was 7 years ago when I met you guys. And thank you all for everything that you do.
Likewise, John. Thank you.
All right.
Any other comments like this?
more of that, please. More like that.
Let's grab a drink.
Let's grab drinks. Thank you, folks.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. To you. Woo. Don't leave any of the food.